Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Just as he turned around, he noticed a faint blue light coming from another direction not far away. There are blue-level resources over there. After observing the surroundings and finding no wild animals nearby, he walked over. It turned out to be a blue-grade poplar tree. What a great harvest! Just when the blue-grade wood was almost used up, Xu Xin happily chopped down the poplar tree. After storing the newly harvested wood, Xu Xin looked towards the direction where he previously saw several stone pillars. That area was obscured by the dense jungle, but he could still see faint blue lights mixed in with the green glow. Today I'll skip that for now. It's more urgent to go back and craft the crossbow and heavy crossbow. Xu Xin glanced at the pile of materials in his backpack and decided to head back. This resource area is surrounded by a circle of hills, but there's an exit on the ground between two of the hills. Xu Xin glanced at the nearest exit. The map was covered with red dots, indicating it was likely a wild boar habitat. Forget it, it's better to climb over the hills. He didn't want to face the wild boar herd. There weren't many wild animals on the hills. Not being within the resource area, the entire hill only had a few scattered green spots, and Xu Xin easily gathered the few green resources available. Returning to the top of the hill, Xu Xin looked again towards the stone pillars. Huh? Did that statue change? Xu Xin frowned, a bit puzzled. Although he couldn't see clearly what the statue was, the shape of it seemed to have changed. Xu Xin was very curious, but he restrained his restless heart and chose to leave. The Black Bear Cave only emitted a green glow, yet housed a black bear. A place emitting a blue glow must be much more dangerous than the Black Bear Cave. He'd better update his equipment before coming back. Sigh, if only I could contract him out. Xu Xin sighed as he looked at the long way home. Kiki was still comfortably lying on his shoulder. Will you be able to be ridden when you grow up? Xu Xin patted the little creature's head. Eep eep. Kiki was confused. Could it only grow this big? After nearly an hour of trekking, Xu Xin finally returned to the treehouse. It was already afternoon, and Xu Xin's stomach was starting to rumble. He approached the synthesis table to see if there were any tools to extract salt. As expected, Xu Xin found a metal tool in the crafting list. Salt distillation extractor. Green adds salt crystals and water, and fuel below, to obtain pure salt. Requires iron blocks. Green, *2, wood, green, *5. Great. Xu Xin immediately crafted the extractor. This was a metal tool, a piece of equipment Xu Xin unlocked after obtaining the gold chest. Currently, only he and Ji Chuyang could make it, which means even if others found a salt mine, they couldn't make the extractor to obtain refined salt. There's always the possibility that some people could use their own methods to purify salt. Xu Xin placed the salt crystals and water in the extractor, added a few pieces of white wood as fuel, and let the extractor work. Meanwhile, he crafted a blue-grade backpack. Excellent backpack. Blue, a backpack with 20 slots, where the amount of resources each slot can hold is determined by the type of resource. Can reduce the weight of resources to 10% of their original weight. It had 10 more slots than the green-grade backpack and have the weight. This would allow Xu Xin to carry more items. Continuing to work, Xu Xin also needed to craft both the crossbow and heavy crossbow. The materials needed for crossbow arrows and bow arrows were quite similar. Crossbow arrow, green, the arrowhead is iron, the shaft is wood, equipped with feathers, a very standard crossbow arrow for precise strikes. Reusable. Crossbow arrow, green, *20 requires iron blocks, green, *2, wood, white, *2, feathers, green, *2. Crossbow arrows also needed feathers, and he only had 4 owl feathers picked up after the beast riot, so he could only make 40 crossbow arrows. But since they were reusable, they should be enough for the time being. Xu Xin used wood, green, to make the arrows, which should allow them to be reused more often. Catching a glimpse, he saw another type of crossbow arrow he could craft. Poison crossbow arrow, green. By applying poison to crossbow arrows, you get poison crossbow arrows. The poison can kill small wild animals. Reusable, but after recovery, they become ordinary crossbow arrows. Poisoned crossbow arrow, green, *20 requires crossbow arrow, green, *20, poison sack, green, *1. One poison sac could poison 20 crossbow arrows. Xu Xin immediately crafted 20 poisoned crossbow arrows. A faint green layer covered the arrowheads, making them easily distinguishable from ordinary crossbow arrows. Now he had 20 ordinary and 20 poisoned crossbow arrows. The crossbow required wood, green, *5, iron block, green, *2, beast sinew, green, *1. Based on Xu Xin's experience, blue-grade tools required a primary material at blue-grade. Lacking blue-grade beast sinew, he could only craft a green-grade crossbow for now. Despite being a green-grade crossbow, it still had substantial weight when held. Finally, I have a means of long-range attack, Xu Xin exclaimed. He tried fitting a standard crossbow arrow onto the crossbow and found it took quite a bit of effort to load it. This probably isn't how you string it, is it? Xu Xin observed carefully and noticed a spot on the front end of the crossbow where he could place his foot. He removed the crossbow arrow from the crossbow and tried placing the front end on the ground, stepping on it, and pulling the string upward. This time, it was easier to load a crossbow arrow than before, so you can string it by stepping on it. No wonder it's so powerful if it's this hard to string. Xu Xin went to the window, aimed at the trunk of a poplar tree outside, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Crack! The crossbow arrow precisely hit its target, embedding more than halfway into the trunk, with the arrow tail still slightly quivering. Impressive! Xu Xin was very pleased with the power of the crossbow. He went down to retrieve the arrow he had shot and crafted a small wooden quiver at the crafting table. The quiver could hold 100 arrows, and Xu Xin placed all the crossbow arrows into it, hanging it to the side. Next, it was time to install the heavy crossbow outside the treehouse. The heavy crossbow was directly made from the treehouse construction list. Xu Xin clicked on the treehouse upgrade option on the screen. A new heavy crossbow had already appeared in the list. Iron automatic heavy crossbow. Green and iron automatic heavy crossbow that can automatically attack hostile units, with greater power and longer range. It can load 5 shots at once. Requires fine wood, green, *10, iron block, green, *5, beast sinew, green, *2. Heavy crossbow, iron arrows. Green heavy and sharp iron arrows capable of piercing through a beast's body due to their weight. Reusable, requires fine wood, green, *2, iron block, green, *1. Compared to the previous wooden weapons, iron weapons were clearly stronger. Xu Xin didn't hesitate to choose to make the iron heavy crossbow. Please select the position of the heavy crossbow. A diagram of the treehouse appeared on the screen, showing where the heavy crossbow could be mounted on the inner wall of the treetop. Can it be mounted lower? Placing it on the wall leaves too many blind spots. Xu Xin muttered to himself and eventually chose the first level because it was already high enough. Any higher, and he was afraid accuracy would be an issue. He heard a crack sound from downstairs, indicating the heavy crossbow was installed. Xu Xin crafted 5 heavy crossbow iron arrows and went down to the first floor. On the interior wall where the heavy crossbow was located, there was a small window, and below the window was a small round hole slightly larger than the heavy crossbow iron arrow. There was also a simple lever beside the hole. Looking out the window, Xu Xin saw a heavy crossbow about 2 meters wide and long mounted under the window. The body was mainly wooden with important parts made of iron, giving a sense of destructive power and safety. Xu Xin looked at the hole below the window. This should be where the arrows are loaded, right? He tried pushing a heavy crossbow iron arrow with the tip facing into the hole, meeting significant resistance. He applied more force, and when the iron arrow was fully inserted, the sound of a crossbow arrow being strung came from outside. Looking at the hole again, it was empty, indicating it could continue to be loaded. The automatic heavy crossbow could load 5 shots at once, and Xu Xin pushed all 5 heavy crossbow arrows in. With the last one, the arrow tail was still visible from the hole, showing it could not load any further. How do you fire it? This lever. Xu Xin held the lever. Heavy crossbow lever. Controls the direction of the heavy crossbow, pulling outward to shoot, pressing inward for automatic mode. His item identification feature was incredibly convenient. Xu Xin aimed the heavy crossbow at a white-grade poplar tree outside and pulled it outward. The iron heavy crossbow arrow shot out swiftly and precisely to the spot he aimed for, producing a loud crack as it directly pierced through the trunk of the poplar tree. The tree trunk split apart and fell to the ground in pieces of wood. Impressive. At this level of destructive power, Most beasts probably can't withstand it if hit. However, the heavy crossbow had a problem. Once installed, it couldn't be moved, meaning its range was limited to this direction only, leaving areas below and behind the treehouse out of range. To solve this problem, more heavy crossbows would need to be made in the future. After retrieving and reinstalling the heavy crossbow arrows, Xu Xin did not set the heavy crossbow to automatic mode. If a few small beasts came by, it would be a waste of arrows to shoot them automatically. Returning to the third floor, fine salt had already crystallized. Xu Xin dipped a bit to taste and found it no different from packaged salt. Time to eat. Yep. Kiki, who had been dozing beside him, perked up at the mention of eating and immediately ran over. You little fellow. Xu Xin handed Kiki an apple, which it eagerly began to munch on. Xu Xin couldn't wait any longer. He cut off a small piece of bear meat he had left over and hung the remaining amount, divided into 5-kilogram portions, on the trade platform. After all, it's been over 2 days. If left any longer, it would spoil. He hung the snake gall in the treehouse window and took out the snake meat, slicing off several pounds. Combined with bear meat, lotus root, and mushrooms, he sprinkled some fine salt and began to grill. Soon enough, the sizzling sound of oil, accompanied by the rich aroma of cooked meat, even made Kiki, who usually didn't like meat, pause its apple eating. Yep. Want to try some? Xu Xin asked Kiki with a smile. Yep. For the first time, Kiki showed interest in meat. Sharing some of the grilled meat with Kiki, Xu Xin eagerly took a bite. This is amazing. Xu Xin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as the salt lifted the flavor of the grilled meat to new heights. This was real barbecue. He couldn't imagine living without salt anymore. Kiki was also tearing into the grilled meat with its small mouth, making satisfied yip sounds every now and then, clearly enjoying the taste. With salt secured, meat available, and vegetables ready, the next step is to find staple crops like rice and wheat and other seasonings like chili peppers. Satisfied and licking his lips, Xu Xin was already moving beyond basic survival to seeking food quality while others were still struggling to survive. Xu Xin, feeling full and satisfied, video called Li Wenxi. The call connected quickly, but it wasn't from her treehouse. It was connected via her watch. You're back? Once I'm done here, I'll go up and return the pork to you. Like we agreed this morning, I've already cut off the 10th portion. Li Wenxi's face was dirty. She held an iron pickaxe in her hand, and it was quite dark around her, seemingly mining in a cave. Even the pickaxe has been upgraded to iron? No surprise, she's a rich woman with iron mines at home. All right, if you want to keep more, you can trade me with iron ore. No need. No need. I can't even finish that 10th portion. Li Wenxi shook her head and then moved the camera away from her face. I'll hang up then. I'm mining, all dirty and looking unpleasant. Okay. Ending the call, Xu Xin, having everything prepared, decided to conserve energy for tomorrow's activities, commonly known as embrace laziness. He lay in bed, petting the dozing Kiki, and began browsing the regional channel using his watch. The regional channel was still lively at this time. With the novice protection period over, beasts had returned to the jungle, fraught with danger. With sufficient water and food, most chose to stay cooped up in their tree houses. Xu Xin noticed that the number of people in the channel was only 6998, less than 7,000. Yesterday, even after eliminating those 50, there were still over 7,000? Friends, have you noticed? There are no beasts around today. You're too late to the discovery. This morning Big Brother Ji Chiyang already informed us and suggested we go out to scavenge more supplies. I went out early in the morning, spent the whole day on edge. Should have checked the regional channel first. The Benevolent Healers Organization has listed the hemostatic grass procured today on the trading platform. Go check it out. What organization? It's just a lousy group. The name sounds so grand. New activities are up tomorrow, only giving us a day to rest and prepare. Sigh. I wonder if there's elimination by the end of this activity. End of the line elimination might be lucky. The first friend I made here got a bronze chest yesterday, ranked even in the top 1,000, but suffered too grievously in a monster fight, couldn't get treated here. His name turned gray today. Oh my god, left to wait for death. Terrifying. So I'm telling you all, act within your means, don't sustain serious injuries. Even top 1,000 ranks can't save you. I need to buy some hemostatic grass. Was that guy shilling just now? It seems besides the explorers, There are also some choosing to huddle together for warmth. However, their explorers haven't spoken in the regional channel, probably because they haven't gathered yet. Though it's not anonymous on the leaderboard, one can still speak anonymously in the regional channel. So Xu Xin anonymously asked, "Is there really no beasts around anyone?" Yes, someone even reached the boundary and didn't see any beasts. Xu Xin thought about it. He went hunting 3 kilometers away, and within his treehouse's 3-kilometer range, there were indeed no beasts, which he could see on the map at a glance. Of course, except for those piranhas in the center of the lake. Looks like today really is a rest day. Ji Chaoyang probably also hunts beyond the 3-kilometer range. He also understood why dozens died today. Some of them succumbed to serious injuries they couldn't heal from, and some might have had a screw loose and wandered out of the safe zone. Currently, there's no way to heal serious injuries. You absolutely can't get seriously hurt during exploration. Thinking this, he opened the trading platform to see if there was anything he needed. As expected, there were still no blue-grade resources on the trading platform. Blue-grade resources were generally traded privately, and those capable of obtaining blue-grade resources mostly belonged to the explorer's organization he was in. However, there were quite a few green-grade resources, some of which even he hadn't acquired. Mountain celery? Green vegetable, bought. What are these weird edible fungi? Bought. Whoa, even dandelion, such wild greens. Bought. After a while of scavenging on the trading platform, he didn't find many useful resources. Instead, he exchanged some negligible green wood from his stockpile for various wild greens. Eating meat all the time isn't healthy. Better to have more green vegetables. He also saw that some were selling hemostatic grass on the trading platform. Quite a lot of them, likely picked by the people from the benevolent healers seen earlier. Xu Xin looked towards his group. The explorers were relatively quiet, as everyone wasn't the type for idle chatter. Just then, Li Wenxi finally initiated a video call with him. Once connected, she was no longer the dirty-faced miner, her hair still slightly damp. "I'll trade it back to you now. I've kept a 10th portion." "Okay." Xu Xin agreed to the trade, kept some for himself, and listed the remaining pork. "By the way, I wanted to ask, why are there beasts around your treehouse? I didn't see anything after walking around." Li Wenxi curiously asked, "Is it related to your gold chest?" I have a bigger area to move around compared to you all." "That's nice. I want to hunt some beasts too. Can't make a heavy crossbow without beast tendons. Do you have any extra? I'll trade you some resources." Xu Xin shook his head. "No, I've already used it all myself." "Oh, all right then." Li Wenxi seemed a bit disappointed. "There should be beasts during tomorrow's activity. You have iron armor. You can handle them." "That's right. I want to trade some wood for your iron ore. You still have plenty, right?" "I have so much of it that I don't even want to keep mining anymore." Li Wenxi directly took out some refined iron blocks and exchanged them with him. After hanging up the video call, the sky had already darkened. Xu Xin cuddled Kiki and slowly fell asleep. Xu Xin was woken up by the vibration on his wrist. It was a voice call from Ji Chaoyang, one of the only 2 people allowed to voice or video chat with him. He looked at the time. It was 10:30 in the evening. Xu Xin answered the call. "What's up, calling so late?" "Late? You slept?" "Everyone's gathered in the group. Come show your face." Ji Chaoyang didn't expect Xu Xin to sleep so early on the eve of an event. "Oh, that last person, what's their name?" "Qi Shuefei, ranked 8th. After hanging up the call, Xu Xin looked at the Explorers group chat, where everyone was welcoming Qi Shuefei. This Qi Shuefei seemed to be a very quiet girl, simply saying, "Thank you all," and nothing more. Ji Chaoyang. "All right, now that everyone's here, I'll repeat what I told you." Xu Xin watched as Ji Chaoyang typed out the purpose of the organization's creation and its tasks, his eyelids getting heavy. Yawn. Kiki was disturbed by Xu Xin's movements, glanced at the screen projected by the watch, turned around, and went back to sleep. "Does anyone have any questions?" "No, boss." "No problem. I have a question." Suddenly, the new member Qi Shuefei spoke up. "I want a set of iron armor right now. Can you or Xu Xin make it for me?" Qin Yunlong. "We also want 2 sets of iron armor." Ji Chaoyang. "Do you have the raw materials?" "Iron ore is scarce now, and I don't have any extra." Both were silent. Just then, Li Wenxi suddenly sent him a private message. "Should I provide them with iron ore?" Xu Xin replied, "It's up to you. It's a bit troublesome. How about this? I trade iron blocks with you, and you make it for them. How about that? You could directly trade iron ore with them." I kind of don't want others to know I have a lot of iron ore, and you have to keep it a secret for me. Also, selling raw materials to consumers isn't the right way. Selling to producers is the normal way. That makes sense. All right, happy cooperating. Having resources and not profiting would be a waste. After trading with Li Wenxi, Xu Xin directly said in the group, I have a source of iron ore that I can sell to you, but you need to offer a price that satisfies me. Of course, this price referred to the materials for exchange. Qi Shufa, Qin Yunlong, private chat. In the next second, Qi Shufa sent him a private message showing a resource's attributes. Seeing this resource, Xu Xin's pupils contracted. Hemostatic herb, blue, a miraculous herb that can quickly heal severe wounds. Cannot regenerate limbs or organs. She actually has blue-grade hemostatic herb. Blue-grade hemostatic herb. It can save lives at critical moments. Trade one for a set of green-grade iron armor. Honestly, this deal wasn't a loss for Xu Xin. He only used green-grade wood and blue-grade consumable fruit to trade with Li Wenxi for iron blocks, making his cost very low. But holding the technology, he naturally knew how valuable this iron armor was to others. 3 hemostatic herbs for 1 set of iron armor. 3 is too many. This is life-saving herb. Iron armor is just green-grade armor. At most, 2 herbs. Deal. Just a reminder, iron armor is heavy. You might not be able to move in it. That's none of your concern. Xu Xin immediately made a set of green-grade iron armor and initiated a trade with Qi Shufa. The other side quickly accepted the trade. With 2 blue-grade hemostatic herbs in hand, Xu Xin couldn't help but smile as he looked at the small herbs glowing blue. Now, he's not even afraid of getting hurt. As long as he doesn't lose limbs, there won't be a big problem. Over there, Qin Yunlong took out blue-grade large red berries, which Xu Xin also had, and he knew that a single berry bush could yield over 30 berries. So given the apple tree's fruiting cycle, red berries could probably be harvested every 10 days or so, making them not too precious. Nonetheless, as Keeks feed and a major nighttime resource consumption, the more, the better. 50 red berries for 2 sets of iron armor. 50. These are blue-grade resources. Don't think I don't know. I have these too. The red berry bush is the truly precious blue-grade resource, while the berries are just its products. A single bush can produce over 30 berries, so 50 is the base price. The other side realized Xu Xin wasn't easy to fool, so their tone softened, and after quite some back and forth, Xu Xin traded 2 sets of green-grade iron armor for 40 large red berries. Time to sleep. Time to sleep. Need to replenish energy. Once finally done, Xu Xin lay down on the bed and gradually drifted off to sleep. The next day, Xu Xin woke up early because he had slept too much the night before. Yawn, Kiki stretched its furry body beside him. After enjoying breakfast, Xu Xin began preparing the things he would need for the day. He packed all his previous tools into a blue-grade, exquisite backpack, slung the quiver for his crossbow over his back, held the crossbow in his hand, and donned iron armor, fully armed. Attention, survivors. Today's event is about to begin. Next, we will introduce the event content. Please listen carefully, survivors. The beasts will truly return to the jungle. Starting today, the jungle will be teeming with beasts. We believe you survivors have already gained the ability to hunt beasts and protect yourselves, so enjoy the hunt. This event is the jungle hunting event. Over the next 2 days, go hunt beasts and earn points. The points vary based on the types of beasts you hunt. Points can be used to exchange for limited supplies after the event ends. Friendly reminder: do not explore areas outside the treehouse's protection range, or terrifying things will happen. This reward event will last from today, 8 o'clock, until tomorrow, 1800 hours. Make sure not to slack off. The last 50 survivors to gain points in each area during the event will permanently leave this beautiful world. We look forward to seeing survivors standing on the corpses of beasts, becoming the kings of this jungle. The jungle hunting event begins now. The beasts are returning to the jungle? Xu Xin immediately opened the map. Sure enough, a plethora of red dots had already swarmed into the 3-kilometer radius around his treehouse. Although it wasn't as overwhelming as the first day's beast invasion, the numbers were still staggering. Beasts continued to pour in from the beast gathering area to the northwest, quickly reaching a balance between the 2 locations. Looking out from the treehouse window, Xu Xin could already see various small animals in the vicinity of his treehouse. There were even a few monkeys playing on the poplar treetops not far from his treehouse. Fortunately, He didn't activate the automatic attack of the heavy crossbow. Otherwise, it would have been amusing to shoot at monkeys. More importantly, monkeys are so agile and mobile that the heavy crossbow might not even hit them. Xu Xin decided to stay put for now and wait in the treehouse until more beasts gathered around, planning to use the treehouse to kill some beasts and then venture out once the immediate threats had been dealt with. At this moment, Kiki had already jumped up to the window, leaning out to watch the beasts outside, seemingly unimpressed. Reflecting on it, perhaps the current situation was the jungle's original state before their group of survivors arrived. "Be careful, don't fall out," Xu Xin cautioned. "Yawn," Kiki replied, continuing to lie by the window. After all, it often slept on tree branches and had never fallen before. Suddenly, a giant vulture screeched as it flew past the treetop of the treehouse, its massive wingspan nearly reaching 5 meters, which startled Kiki into a jump at the window ledge. "Yelp, yelp, yelp. I told you to be careful." Worried that Kiki might fall, Xu Xin hastily picked it up from the window. The vulture just now was indeed enormous. Xu Xin was quite amazed. Vultures are the largest birds of prey, with a wingspan that can reach up to 5 meters, and that one had nearly reached the largest on Earth. The beasts here are excessively large. Shooting it down would surely yield a lot of feathers, wouldn't it? But Xu Xin was just entertaining the thought. Given the speed of the vulture, the crossbow bolt would probably miss it unless he could catch it during feeding. He wondered if automatic shooting could hit a moving target. Fondling Keek's furry head in his arms, Xu Xin looked towards the direction of the lake's heart. That's where his greatest concern lay, the lake giant python. During the last beast invasion, the giant python appeared with its rock-like head and abyssal eyes, leaving a formidable impression on Xu Xin. Thankfully, this time the giant python seemed absent, without even its red dot appearing on the map, leaving only the piranhas swimming in the lake's heart. As long as the giant python didn't show up, the other beasts posed little danger to him. Even if he couldn't best them, these beasts could do little against his well-fortified treehouse. Xu Xin descended to the first floor by the heavy crossbow. He had already heard several wolf howls and some unknown beast roars. "More wolves, please, so I can choose a mount," Xu Xin murmured to himself, gazing outside. The area outside the treehouse was gradually bustling, and even a grass-eating deer appeared under Xu Xin's tree. Perhaps because his treehouse was built on the tallest tree in the area, even its canopy was being frolicked on by monkeys. Xu Xin ignored them, focusing intently on observing the surrounding situation. A silver-gray wolf emerged from the forest not far away. "Here they come." Following the lead wolf, over 20 silver-gray wolves emerged, forming a pack. That's quite a lot. How am I supposed to deal with this? Xu Xin felt a bit troubled. His heavy crossbow had only 5 shots, and even with the crossbow, confronting the wolf pack might be futile since they would retreat, leaving him with perhaps 1 or 2 hits, only for them to vanish. He even wished to pick one as his mount. Examining the wolf pack, Xu Xin eventually fixed his gaze on the one with the shiniest fur and largest build. This wolf stood out prominently in the pack, being almost an entire circle larger in stature than the other wolves, likely weighing as much as a black bear, and clearly the core around which the pack revolved. Is this the wolf king of the pack? It looks stunning. Xu Xin marveled at the grand and majestic silver-white wolf king, unable to avert his gaze. Perhaps there's a chance to make it his mount. The pack of wolves was converging beneath his treehouse, seemingly targeting the deer underneath. Deer generally run faster than wolves, with most wolf packs opting to chase until the prey is exhausted or collapses, becoming a meal. However, this wolf pack appeared smarter, having learned to encircle. About 20 wolves had gradually formed a circle around the treehouse, trapping the deer inside. It seemed the deer would meet its end here. Xu Xin didn't hurry to act. He planned to surprise the wolves once they began to feast, particularly giving the Wolf King a shock. His intermediate mount contract had a property allowing it to heal all pre-contract injuries to the mount, meaning as long as he didn't kill this Wolf King, there wasn't much of a problem. The deer that had been grazing beneath the treehouse had stopped, raising its head, becoming uneasy as it sensed the surrounding danger. However, it was too late. A group of silver-gray wolves emerged from behind the trees. Panicked, the deer began to flee aimlessly. With a howl from the Wolf King, all surrounding wolves leapt out, charging at the escaping deer. The deer's cries of despair echoed throughout the resource area, startling a flock of birds from the surrounding jungle. As expected, The deer was bitten to death on the spot, its blood staining the ground beneath Xu Xin's treehouse. The wolf pack, with strict hierarchy, stood around the fallen deer, not rushing to feast, awaiting the Wolf King to first enjoy the meal. The Wolf King approached and began its feast while the other wolves remained vigilant and on guard. Now's the chance. Xu Xin's hand swiftly reached for the heavy crossbow crank. Xu Xin watched the Wolf King eating under the tree, hesitating for a moment. Xu Xin's goal was to keep the Wolf King as his mount, so his first unexpected shot definitely should be aimed at the Wolf King, but he had also seen the power of the heavy crossbow, which could pierce through a tree. What if it directly killed the Wolf King? His intermediate mount contract could indeed heal injuries, but if it was dead or missing limbs, it probably wouldn't be healed. The Wolf King had already slowed down its eating speed, and Xu Xin gritted his teeth. Forget it. I can't just watch it finish eating and walk away. Strike first. If it dies, find another one. With this thought, Xu Xin aimed the heavy crossbow at the back of the eating Wolf King, slightly adjusting the direction to reduce the possibility of the Wolf King being killed instantly. Yelp! Just as he took a deep breath and was about to pull the lever to release the crossbow arrow, Kiki suddenly called out, tugging at Xu Xin's clothes and pointing in a direction with its little paw. What's wrong? Xu Xin paused his actions. A few wolves on the outskirts of the pack suddenly howled, with the howling sounding piercing, as if warning of something. Even the Wolf King, who was eating, stopped and lifted its head. Xu Xin looked in that direction, then drew a sharp breath. Hiss dash. From the shadows of the jungle, a huge figure slowly emerged. A big guy, truly a big guy. Brown fur, a robust body, with limbs as thick as pillars, making it seem unthinkable to fight it. That enormous body was slowly moving towards the wolf's prey. The surrounding wolves swiftly made way for this giant. A brown bear, the largest terrestrial carnivore. Adult male brown bears in the jungle have no natural enemies except humans, making them the undisputed overlords of the forest, the top predators. Xu Xin didn't expect that this wolf pack had actually attracted the forest overlord. The brown bear's gigantic and sturdy body made even Xu Xin, who had seen underground monsters, feel a bit intimidated. After all, those monsters were thousands of meters away, not very clear, but this forest overlord was only dozens of meters away. This giant had an enormous build, with a weight clearly over 1,000 kilograms, truly weighing tons. The black bear Xu Xin had previously defeated seemed like a newborn baby next to this big guy. The largest terrestrial carnivore on Earth, the Kodiak bear, could reach over 1,100 kilograms, and Xu Xin felt this big guy was definitely no less than the brown bears on Earth. Maybe even larger. Xu Xin even doubted if his heavy crossbow flew over, it might be swatted away by its paw. He dared not make a sound because he knew brown bears could climb trees, and not slowly either. He only had one heavy crossbow, which, being fixed to the outer wall, couldn't cover all directions around the treehouse, especially towards the tree trunk. The range of the heavy crossbow can't cover the inner positions beneath the treehouse. Xu Xin felt the limitations of the heavy crossbow were quite significant. Fortunately, both the brown bear and the wolf pack were currently within the attack range of the heavy crossbow. Let's observe the situation first. Oh, Wolf King, don't court death. You're nothing in front of this big guy. If you die, who will be my mount? Xu Xin muttered to himself. Even though the wolf pack was numerous, they had no good solution against the brown bear, as brown bears stealing food from the wolf pack and even toying with them was a common sight on Earth. At this point, the brown bear had already approached the prey hunted by the wolf pack, completely ignoring the Wolf King. Before the brown bear got close, the Wolf King started growling with bared fangs. As the leader of the pack, it naturally had to protect the prey hunted by the pack, ensuring its pack could eat, even if facing the forest overlord. However, the brown bear completely ignored the Wolf King's warnings, stepped forward, and started to eat the pack's prey. Perhaps feeling its authority challenged, the Wolf King began attacking the brown bear actively. It growled, bared its teeth at the brown bear, and reached out with its claws to scratch the bear. The brown bear only tugged at the deer's corpse to the side, lazily using its claws to tussle with the Wolf King. No. Xu Xin became anxious watching from above. Do you have a death wish? The gap between the Wolf King and this brown bear was like a 40-pound child and a 200-pound muscular man. The other wolves could barely match a 20 or 30-pound child, and even if they all swarmed, they would be swatted away by the bear. Yelp! Kiki lay by the window, watching with keen interest. Wolves fighting a bear. This scene was very familiar to Xu Xin. During the previous beast riot, this was the scene below his treehouse, but that was just a black bear, not comparable to a brown bear. A wolf and a bear started to tussle, and the other wolves were already scared away, not wanting to face this big fellow. The Wolf King kept tussling with the brown bear, attacking aggressively, trying to reclaim the prey from the bear's mouth. But the brown bear, be it in strength or skill, was far superior to the Wolf King, completely seeing through its attacks, even rolling on the deer's corpse, toying with the Wolf King. The brown bear's fluffy body, paired with what seemed to be a smiling expression, made Xu Xin find this big guy somewhat cute. Suddenly, Xu Xin felt continuing like this might not be a bad thing. If this Wolf King is seriously injured in its confrontation with the brown bear, the wolf pack wouldn't continue following an incapacitated Wolf King. They usually leave and choose a new king through fights. With the bear having this deer as food, it shouldn't be interested in the Wolf King, and then it would be the best time for me to contract this Wolf King. Having figured this out, Xu Xin relaxed, continuing to watch this battle with no real suspense. The brown bear still lay sideways on the prey, exposing its belly to the Wolf King, blinking at it with a completely fearless demeanor, akin to a smirking expression and a fluffy face unique to bears, somewhat appearing adorable. Predators indeed love to toy with their prey and weaker beings. The Wolf King, knowing it wasn't a match for the brown bear, started circling, pulling, seeking the bear's weak spot, trying to launch a deadly strike. Seizing the right moment, the Wolf King suddenly leapt, launching a powerful attack on the brown bear. As the Wolf King attacked, the brown bear suddenly stood upright and swatted its neck with a paw. A screech resounded as the Wolf King was slapped away, landing not far off, struggling ceaselessly, with scratches beneath its neck bleeding continuously. Indeed, sigh, why bother? Just continue hunting other prey. Xu Xin shook his head watching the struggling and whimpering Wolf King on the ground. The distant wolves, not daring to approach, didn't rush forward due to the Wolf King's injury, but rather faded away more timidly. The brown bear also ignored the gravely injured Wolf King, focusing on enjoying the delicacy it had obtained. Xu Xin looked at the fallen Wolf King. The strongest wolf in the pack, its silver gray fur now blood-stained, lay struggling on the ground. It finally managed to stand, no longer approaching but instead moved away from the brown bear, collapsing under a poplar tree. The distant wolf pack indeed didn't care for the injured and immobile Wolf King, all turning and running away. The Wolf King's body trembled uncontrollably from injury. Abandoned by its pack, it might only die here. It heard the sound of human footsteps, using the last bit of strength to lift its head and look. In front of it stood a person, smiling at it. Do you want to survive? Then make a contract with me. P.S. This chapter's content was inspired by a documentary I watched quite some time ago, a documentary about wolves. It documented the journey of a pregnant female wolf leaving the pack after the Wolf King's death, raising her pups alone. The Wolf King was slapped to death by a brown bear in front of the pack at the beginning, and the bear indeed rolled on the prey, toying with the pack, an invincible scene indeed. Xu Xin stood on the treehouse, his expression somewhat heavy as he watched the brown bear feeding below him. Can the heavy crossbow cause this guy lethal harm? If not, if this big guy climbed up in anger, he would be completely defenseless. Looking at the Wolf King already lying by the tree, he decided to first contract this perfect mount, lest it lose its life while he was dealing with the brown bear. Looking at the map, due to the brown bear's strong deterrent power, there were no other beasts around except for the big red dot of the brown bear and the faint red dot of the Wolf King. Kiki, you stay up there. It's dangerous down here with that brown bear around. Ing. Kiki nodded his little head, continuing to lean on the windowsill to look down. Xu Xin removed his armor, stealthily descended from the other side of the treehouse to the ground, and tiptoed to the tree where the Wolf King had fallen. Close observation allowed him to fully appreciate the charm of this wolf, the strong body, the shining silver-gray fur, the stubborn eyes, and the sharp fangs bared at him. It was the perfect choice for a mount no matter how he looked at it. Don't think it has no power to fight back against the brown bear. That's not because it's weak, but because the opponent is too strong. The forest overlord is not something a single wolf can handle. But Xu Xin felt that this wolf, when not injured, could easily face a black bear or wild boar, or even a small-sized tiger such as a South China tiger. So Xu Xin took out the contract. looked at this wolf that had lost its strength, and said in a gentle tone, "Do you want to survive? Then sign a contract with me." The sharp fangs of the wolf king gradually retracted, looking helplessly at him. Woo! Perhaps because of the contract card, this silver-gray wolf no longer bared its teeth at Xu Xin, issuing a warning-like low growl, but instead let out a whimper, its gaze softening, seemingly pleading for help. Xu Xin didn't waste time. Fearing this wolf wouldn't hold on and might pass away directly, he immediately crushed the contract card in his hand towards it. Blue fragments enveloped the heavily injured wolf, and to Xu Xin's astonishment, they began rapidly healing the wolf's injuries. Within 10 seconds, the scratch marks under its neck completely vanished. Even the fur that was ripped off grew back. The silver wolf's body, lying on its side on the ground, gradually regained strength from weakness. Finally, the fully recovered silver wolf stood up, approached Xu Xin, and affectionately rubbed its head against Xu Xin, emitting dog-like, woof-woof sounds. Contract successful, acquired mount, Jungle Gray Wolf King. Succeeded. Xu Xin suppressed the excitement in his heart, patted the silver wolf's head. "From today on, you're my mount. With your silver-gray fur, and since you were once the Wolf King, I'll call you Silver King." The silver wolf stuck out its tongue and licked Xu Xin. Conquered Jungle Gray Wolf King, awarded points, 50 points. A mysterious voice suddenly sounded, making Xu Xin pause. Does using a contract count as a hunting achievement? Xu Xin glanced at the map. The Silver King, originally a red, had now turned into a green dot. So the green dot is a companion's light? Xu Xin pondered. Kiki hasn't appeared on the map yet. Is it because there's no contract to ensure it? Looking in the direction of the brown bear, Xu Xin discovered that the bear was gone, and the dead deer seemed to have been taken away by it, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Missed a golden opportunity. Missed a golden opportunity. Xu Xin felt a bit of heartache. The brown bear within heavy crossbow range was his only chance to severely injure it, and the points for this forest overlord would surely be very high. Of course, it was only possible. If he couldn't deal a direct severe blow, he'd be in danger himself. This big guy could climb up the tree trunk and into the treehouse. Forget it. The brown bear helped him obtain a very cool mount. Just let it go this time. Xu Xin consoled himself. The Silver King beside him looked at the bloodstains on the ground, showing bared fangs, and issued a low growl from its throat. It still had a deep shadow and hatred for what just happened. All right, that brown bear isn't something you can deal with right now. Xu Xin scratched the Silver King's chin, starting to draw big promises. When we become stronger in the future, I'll let you have your revenge personally. Woof woof. The Silver King closed its eyes comfortably, emitting small dog-like sounds. Xu Xin didn't know if it could understand him. After all, Kiki was a special case, so he suddenly said, "Silver King, sit down." Whoa. The dignified Wolf King immediately sat down like a dog, but the scene didn't look out of place at all. It can understand. Xu Xin clapped his hands, thoughtfully. Is it that the beasts of this world can understand human speech, or is it because of the contract? All right, Silver King, let's take you home. From today on, you'll be sleeping in the treehouse. Xu Xin controlled the roots of the treehouse, leading Silver King into the treehouse. Experiencing the sensation of flying for the first time, Silver King didn't seem too surprised. Perhaps after just experiencing life and death, it didn't take these minor things seriously. Upon entering the treehouse, Silver King's much larger body startled Kiki. However, Kiki wasn't scared but curiously walked forward, examining this handsome silver wolf. Kiki, from now on it will be our partner. It's called Silver King. You should get along well. Silver King, this is Kiki. Whoa. A small panda and a wolf began interacting, and Xu Xin smiled knowingly, moving to the screen to check the regional channel. At home, he preferred the larger screen. The number of people in the regional channel was continuously decreasing. Oh my god, another 50 people are going to be eliminated. But I really don't want to go out. There's a tiger outside. How am I supposed to go out? I'm just holding a stone spear. Should I slide it to feed it? You're lucky to have a stone spear. I only have a wooden stick so far. Crafting a weapon crafting station requires iron ore, which I don't have at all. What the hell? Can't you check the trading platform? Big Boss Xu Xin and Big Boss Ji Chaiyang's organization Explorers is already selling weapons that can only be crafted with a weapon crafting station, and any green-grade resources can be traded. Wow, really? How could I not know? I need to check it out. Didn't Big Boss Ji Chaoyang just post a message in the regional channel? Don't you even read the boss's messages? The explorers have already started selling weapons. Xu Xin checked the trading platform. Indeed, several organization members were listing many conventional weapons for sale, requiring resources worth about double the cost for exchange. Besides, others were also learning from them and listing weapons on the trading platform, with prices similar to theirs. After all, conventional weapons can be crafted with a weapon and armor crafting station, and some people were able to create such stations. Xu Xin looked at the explorers group. Sure enough, Ji Chaoyang had already mentioned this matter in the group. Everyone, the jungle hunting event has started, and many people are still using the most primitive wooden sticks and hammers. We can put up a wave of conventional weapons. Pricing them at about double the cost is more appropriate. Additionally, blue-grade food can attract beasts' attention. If you have the confidence, you can use this to attract and hunt beasts. Moreover, from my testing, blue food in your backpack won't attract a beast's attention. Ji Chaoyang's first sentence didn't catch Xu Xin's attention, but the second one made his eyes light up. Almost forgot, Kiki was attracted to the red berries being carried in a pocket back then. Those beasts would naturally be interested in these blue-grade fruits as well. Xu Xin thought for a moment and decided to share a bit of information in the group. Blue-grade fruits won't attract beasts before harvesting. Only after we survivors pick them do they gain quality and attraction. So, everyone doesn't need to worry about blue-grade ingredients being eaten by beasts. But be careful when picking them in the wild and put them in your backpack quickly. Otherwise, they will attract powerful beasts. Of course, you can also use the reaction of nearby beasts to judge whether the fruit is of blue grade. Ji Chaoyang chimed in. That I truly didn't know, but now that you mention it, I remember another piece of information. The beast's carcass must be cut using the skinning knife made by the treehouse. I tried cutting it myself yesterday, and the meat and skin I cut out had no grade. The beast's skin can't be used for making backpacks and armor, and the meat can't be traded on the platform. It's just ordinary meat and skin. The meat is fine for personal consumption, but although you can make a beast skin backpack, it won't have the treehouse backpack storage and weight reduction features. So, everyone, don't choose self-cutting because you save on the skinning knife. What's cut out is useless. Oh, Xu Xin squinted his eyes and started to ponder. He recalled the introduction of the blue-grade skinning knife. Skinning knife, blue, a delicate knife that can quickly decompose beast carcasses, with a chance to obtain blue level and below materials. Using this skinning knife, there is a chance to obtain blue-grade materials. In other words, the reason for obtaining blue-grade materials isn't the beast carcass's original grade, but because of this knife. This also explains why the 200 kilograms wild boar Xu Xin painstakingly hunted didn't produce blue-grade materials, while a snake he accidentally crushed did. The beast's carcass affects the type of material received, and the skinning knife's grade influences the material's grade. Perhaps the chance of high-grade materials appearing is higher with strong beast carcasses. The reason might be similar to Xu Xin's previous theory about why red berries don't attract beasts before harvesting. These so-called attributes are given by this survival game. The original beasts didn't have grades, and he couldn't see the green, blue, purple glows on them with his ability, only differently bright red dots on the map. The skinning knife imbued the materials cut from beast carcasses with attributes, enabling them to participate in treehouse construction. This guess further proves that these so-called green, blue, purple resource grades aren't things originally possessed by this world. They are given by this survival game. A mysterious hand is manipulating this world and these outsider survivors. Shaking his head, Xu Xin suppressed these thoughts down in his heart. This wasn't the time to consider these issues. He sent a private message to Ji Chaoyang. Did you notice any strange structures while hunting yesterday? Ji Chaoyang took a while to reply. Indeed, where beasts gathered, there were several stone pillars. From a distance, they looked unclear, but they felt a bit like an altar. An altar? Xu Xin pondered. The few stone pillars in position do suggest the squares for corner spots, much like the corners of an altar. Same as what I saw, planning to check them out today. Be cautious, the beasts around there are tough, not something we can handle right now. Okay. After hanging up the voice call, Xu Xin turned to look at Silver King and Kiki. These two were already acquainted well, with Silver King lying on the ground and Kiki lying on Silver King's neck, grabbing wolf fur with its little paws and burying its head, appearing very comfortable. All right, we need to go out and hunt beasts. Xu Xin checked the map and found many red dots around the treehouse, none brighter than the brightness akin to a black bear, and not many beasts gathered in groups. The previous wolf pack had moved far away. Loading a regular bolt into the crossbow, Xu Xin went to the first floor, activating the automatic shooting mode of the heavy crossbow. Perhaps he'd have a surprise gain upon returning. Xu Xin took Silver King and Kiki to the ground. Riding a wolf for the first time, Xu Xin felt a bit excited. As though sensing Xu Xin's intent, Silver King directly lowered its body. Quite obedient. Xu Xin patted Silver King's head and mounted the wolf's back directly. After Xu Xin sat securely, Silver King stood up. Xu Xin tightly gripped the wolf's sides with his legs and held the fur on the wolf's back with both hands, slightly nervous. He had been to the grassland of Inner Mongolia, riding the entertainment horses trained there, grasping the horse's reins tightly and running several laps around the arena, leaving his arms nearly exhausted afterward. So he dared not recklessly let Silver King run. It's impossible for someone untrained to directly ride a horse. Kiki climbed onto his shoulder at this moment. Xu Xin let Silver King run a few steps and was amazed to find that, although not equipped with saddle-like devices, he felt seemingly integrated with Silver King effortlessly and freely. Even without holding onto the wolf's fur, he wouldn't be thrown off. Seems this is the ability of the pact. A convenient ability. Silver King, run in that direction. Xu Xin directed Silver King to an area with darker red dots, intending to test his crossbow. Silver King howled once and swiftly ran towards the direction Xu Xin pointed. Whoa, huh? Xu Xin experienced the thrill of riding the Wolf King through the woods, each time feeling he would crash into the poplar trees ahead. But Silver King always managed to evade skillfully without losing speed, truly exhilarating. Eek, eek, eek. Kiki also appeared quite excited, possibly never having experienced such speed, squealing in the wind. Stop. Seeing the map's red dots very close, Xu Xin commanded Silver King to halt. Silver King brake abruptly, but Xu Xin didn't feel much, and Kiki on his shoulder almost flew off. Eek! Kiki jumped onto Silver King's head, stomping at once. Ooh, you too, quiet. Xu Xin scolded softly, and the two quieted down. Xu Xin soon spotted those beasts, not anything dangerous, just a few spotted deer. They were quite far and hadn't noticed the spotted deer. Xu Xin didn't ride the wolf forward, knowing wolves generally can't outrun deer, especially carrying him. After pondering, Xu Xin dismounted Silver King, switching to poison arrows on the crossbow. He wanted to test the effect of poison arrows, saying they could be lethal to small beasts, but are spotted deer considered small beasts? He aimed at a spotted deer's body, steadied his hands, and shot a bolt. Whoosh! The bolt precisely hit the deer's body, embedded halfway, and the startled deer leapt up, sending other grazing spotted deer fleeing. Xu Xin quickly loaded another regular arrow, raised his hand, and shot at a fleeing deer. Nevertheless, he missed, as the deer galloped quickly, vanishing in the forest. Xu Xin shook his head helplessly. His archery skills still needed improvement. That deer struck by his poison arrow only managed to run several meters before stiffening and collapsing on the ground, convulsing endlessly. Xu Xin walked over, the convulsions of the deer on the ground diminishing gradually, eventually ceasing completely. Hunted spotted deer, gained points, 10. A Sika deer has 10 points, and he gained 50 points when he tamed the Wolf King. It seems points are indeed divided according to the difficulty of the hunt. Xu Xin pulled the crossbow arrow from the Sika deer, turning it from a poisoned arrow into a regular crossbow arrow. After retrieving the regular crossbow arrows he had previously missed, Xu Xin took out his boning knife, blue. Sika deer are often hunted on Earth and are a first-class protected animal in Xu Xin's country, as well as an endangered species. This also indicates that the Sika deer are valuable. Blue, blue, blue. Xu Xin silently chanted in his heart as he used the boning knife to dissect the Sika deer. However, no blue-colored resources appeared. It was still a pile of green resources. The sinew and bones are already very common, but among them were two resources he had not obtained before. Deer antler, green, the unossified, hairy young antlers of a male Sika deer, a valuable medicinal material, used as a raw material for certain medications. It's deer antler. The deer he killed happened to have antlers in the state of deer antler. Unfortunately, it's not a blue grade. Currently, there doesn't seem to be a method to make medicine, and on the trading platform, Only hemostatic herbs are available. He threw a portion of the deer meat to Silver King, who lowered his head and began to gnaw. The meal earlier was interrupted by the brown bear, so it hadn't eaten its fill. Although this deer was killed by snake arrow poison, the venom is only effective when it enters the bloodstream. Under normal circumstances, as long as there are no wounds in the mouth, drinking a bottle of snake venom would pose no issue. So the meat of an animal shot by a poisoned arrow is also edible. Chirp. Kiki on his shoulder prodded him with little claws, pointing to a nearby bush. Oh. Xu Xin looked over. The bush swayed slightly in the wind, showing no unusual signs. He glanced at the map and discovered a very faint red dot in that location. Xu Xin observed the bush closely and finally noticed a hint of white. It should be something like a wild rabbit. Xu Xin licked his lips, loaded a regular arrow onto his crossbow, and shot at the white spot. A cry of anguish emerged from the bush. Then there was no more movement. Hunted a wild rabbit. Earn points. 1. Sure enough, it was a wild rabbit, but it was only worth 1 point. Xu Xin immediately lost much of his interest in the rabbit. He walked up to it. In the bush, the crossbow arrow was lodged in the forehead of the rabbit he had shot. I almost thought I was a crossbow master. Xu Xin laughed, pulling out the arrow and dissecting the rabbit. Nothing particularly useful emerged, so Xu Xin tossed the materials into his backpack. Xu Xin checked the new activity leaderboard on his watch, which didn't show rankings or points. Points don't update in real time. They should be announced at the end, as before. So he didn't know where his current 61 points stood overall. He glanced at the regional channel. There weren't many people talking in the regional channel. Most had gone hunting. This time, 50 people still had to die, and no one wanted to be among the last 50. Ha! I just stepped out and chopped a snake with a stone sword, and it was a venomous one. I got 5 points. Damn, a toad is only worth 0.5 points. That's way too little. Toads have points too? Is it safe below? If toads have points, I want to go down and get some points too. Safe or not, you have to go down. Staying cooped up in a treehouse is certain death. Gotta go. That snake gave me a tendon. I'm just up to make a bow and brag. See ya. I'm off to shoot beasts. Just by watching the decreasing number of people in the regional channel, one could tell how dangerous it is outside. Unlucky folks like Xu Xin who encountered a pack of wolves and brown bears around their treehouse at the start of the activity aren't few. Seems like larger carnivores have higher points. Xu Xin mused. I wonder if those carnivores would be attracted to blue-grade fruits. Xu Xin pulled a large red berry from his backpack, and both Kiki on his shoulder and recently fed Silver King turned their heads toward the berry in his hand. Chirp. Kiki remembered that Xu Xin hadn't given it high-grade fruit today and immediately demanded it with rightful indignation. Xu Xin popped the red berry into Kiki's mouth and pulled out another berry. Silver King, do you want it? Sit if you want to eat. Howl. Silver King immediately sat down, just like an obedient big dog. Xu Xin tossed the red berry to Silver King, who caught it in its mouth. The small red berry was tiny in Silver King's large mouth. It swallowed it down in one gulp, wearing an expression similar to Kiki's on its wolf face. Looks like this thing can attract carnivorous beasts too. All right, I need to get serious now. Having acquired a mount, mastered the crossbow, and confirmed the effect of blue food, Xu Xin was ready to go on a killing spree. He took a few oranges out from his backpack and stuffed them into the armor, becoming a walking beast attractor. He mounted the wolf's back, pointing in the direction with the most red dots. Silver King, go. Silver King let out a bold howl, charging swiftly in the indicated direction. The surrounding small beasts were startled. Xu Xin saw rabbits and foxes scurrying everywhere and birds taking off in alarm. Xu Xin aimed his crossbow at a rabbit standing still, as if attracted by the blue-grade fruit he carried, watching Xu Xin charging on the wolf with unmoved attention. Xu Xin pulled the crossbow trigger, and the arrow hit the rabbit accurately. Hunted a wild rabbit. Earn points. 1. He didn't have Silver King stop, but reached out to grab the lifeless rabbit, tossing the rabbit body with the arrow into his backpack to deal with later. Sitting on the wolf's back, Xu Xin reloaded his crossbow. Loading directly is more strenuous than using his foot, but it's still doable with his current strength. Another arrow flew out from the crossbow. Hunted a wild fox. Earn points. 3. Xu Xin repeated the same technique, once again throwing the fox with the arrow into his backpack. He felt extremely exhilarated. Being on the wolf's back due to the contract, He didn't worry about falling off, hunting the small beasts like a mounted archer. Kiki was the one somewhat frightened, crawling from his shoulder on his Silver King's neck, clutching its wolf fur to avoid being thrown off. Hunted a wild rabbit, earn points, 1. Hunted a badger, earn points, 3. Hunted a wild cat, earn points, 3. Hunted a chipmunk, earn points, 1. Drawn by the blue-grade food he carried, small beasts stood still or even ran toward him, and Xu Xin accepted them all, bringing them into his collection. Yet quickly, he lost interest in these small animals. After all his efforts, despite the palpable satisfaction of control, the points earned were not even half of taming the Wolf King. Xu Xin had Silver King stop and dismantled the bodies of these small animals. To his disappointment, he only extracted animal hides, green, not even getting sinew, let alone anything of blue grade. After all, these small animals don't yield anything worthwhile. Xu Xin reflected somewhat helplessly. Images of the map filled Xu Xin's mind, and he looked toward the northwest, where he had been yesterday. The number of beasts there had decreased significantly, as most had spread throughout the forest. But some powerful beasts like wild boars were obviously more abundant there than here. It's a good opportunity to check out that building I discovered before. Xu Xin first rode Silver King back to the treehouse in a few minutes, storing the freshly hunted meat in the treehouse and listed them on the trading platform, using the hides and bones to craft a set of leather armor. Because he only had animal hides, green, this was just a green-grade leather armor with no set effects, but it still offered protection against clawing and biting, and most importantly, it made no sound. There must be some powerful beasts around that peculiar building. Xu Xin decided to stealthily approach, hoping to avoid direct confrontation with those beasts. If he had to hunt them, ambushing with poison crossbow arrows would be the best strategy. He took off his armor, packed it away for future use, and put the blue-grade fruits into his backpack. Descending from the treehouse, Xu Xin mounted Silver King. Kiki stayed off his shoulder, opting to lie on the back of the Wolf King. Let's set off and see what that strange building is all about. The speed of Silver King was incredibly fast. As the strongest wolf in the pack, even while carrying a person through the jungle, it could still reach a speed of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. The scenery in the jungle flashed by quickly on both sides of Xu Xin, who completely ignored the small wild animals as he headed straight for the resource area. The distance from the treehouse to the previous salt mine cave was just about 4 kilometers, and in just around 5 minutes, Silver King crossed a distance that had taken Xu Xin nearly an hour to cover before. This is amazing, just 5 minutes? Then I could freely go back and forth. Xu Xin rubbed his cheek, which was slightly numb from the wind blowing against it, suppressing his inner excitement. On the map, Xu Xin could already see the red dots marking the wild boar habitat, and there were far fewer than the day before, with only a few scattered ones left in the area. Let's get these points first. Xu Xin pulled out the stone spear, gripping it tightly. Riding on the majestic silver Wolf King, he felt as if he were Lu Bu riding the red hare, filled with an inexplicable confidence. Next time, I'll exchange for an iron-tipped spear. Walking around with a stone spear makes me feel like a primitive man. Xu Xin thought the stone spear felt out of place. Although the power of the stone spear was not to be underestimated, Xu Xin was eager to replace it, especially since he could now craft higher-grade weapons, and honestly, it was a bit ugly. From a distance, Xu Xin could see only 3 black-haired wild boars left in the sparse tree area at the foot of the hill where the boar habitat was located. Silver King, let's go. It'd be best if we could sneak up on those wild boars. Kiki, you stay quiet too. Howl. Silver King responded softly, then quickly approached the wild boars. Silver King's movements became lighter, yet its speed didn't decrease much, leaping 3 to 4 meters at a time as it swiftly closed in on the wild boars. In just a few seconds, the 3 wild boars were within reach. Silver King suddenly sped up, charging towards a black-haired wild boar that had its head down rooting in the ground. The boar finally sensed the danger nearing, but it was too late. As it lifted its head, it saw a gleaming sharp spearhead. The spearhead, propelled by Silver King's speed, pierced the wild boar's forehead. The boar's sturdy skull barely slowed the spearhead's momentum before it penetrated the skull and plunged into the brain. After a sharp, pained squeal, the black-haired wild boar closed its eyes forever. Silver King didn't stop, charging towards another wild boar as Xu Xin gripped the stone spear. using Silver King's strength to pull the spearhead from the previous boar's head. The remaining 2 wild boars, seeing their companion's tragic death, let out an angry snort. One charged directly at Xu Xin and Silver King, while the other seemed frightened and turned to flee. "None of you will escape." Xu Xin drew out a crossbow, firing an arrow at the fleeing wild boar. The crossbow bolt didn't hit the boar's body but accidentally struck its hind leg, causing it to stumble and fall. Silver King, using its agility, dodged the nearby boar's charge. Ordinary wolves might not be able to take on a wild boar one-on-one, but with Silver King's weight over 200 kilograms, in the same weight class, it was no problem to toy with this clumsy animal relying only on its head. Eek! Kiki suddenly jumped off the wolf's back, sprinting towards the wild boar with the injured hind leg with its small legs. "Kiki!" Xu Xin called out in concern, as he only brought the little guy along because it often found things he couldn't. He didn't intend for it to fight, but the nearby boar had already turned and charged at him again, forcing Xu Xin to first deal with the immediate threat. He gripped the stone spear tighter, thrusting it towards the charging boar. Underneath him, Silver King dodged the boar's attack, and Xu Xion's stone spear didn't hit the boar's head but instead carved a deep wound on its body. Xu Xion glanced toward where Kiki was. Kiki had jumped onto the back of the struggling wild boar, using its 4 sharp claws to latch onto the boar's skin and biting the boar's ear, just like in the previous wild boar hunt, causing the boar to thrash about wildly. Kiki had the boar restrained. He needed to kill the boar in front of him quickly to go help. Silver King, attack. Xu Xion had held back the command for Silver King to attack, as its moves might disrupt his own. So he dismounted and faced the injured boar alongside Silver King. The wounded boar's eyes seemed to turn red, charging at them in a frenzy, but unable to gain momentum due to the short distance. It was slapped in the face by Silver King's paw. Silver King nimbly avoided the boar's raised head thrust, biting down on the black boar's neck, and using its weight and strength, toppled it to the ground. The boar let out a pig-like scream, struggling to break free, but was met with a sharp spearhead. Squelch! Boar blood splattered as the boar's life came to an end. With this boar dealt with, Xu Xion quickly mounted Silver King and rushed toward Kiki. The wild boar restrained by Kiki was frantically rolling on the ground, trying to shake Kiki off, while Kiki agilely evaded, hopping around the boar and occasionally clawing at it. Although not causing much harm, it distracted the boar with the injured hind leg, keeping it from concentrating on escaping. Kiki dodge. Riding Silver Wolf, Xu Xion charged toward the boar on the ground, spear ready. Kiki swiftly leapt several meters away. Silver King dashed toward it, and Xu Xion's spear plunged into the back of the injured leg boar, making it let out a harrowing squeal. Xu Xion didn't delight in harming animals. He pulled out the spear, aimed at the back of the boar's head, and ended its life with one thrust. Thus, the 3 wild boars all fell by his spear. The notification came in later than expected. Hunted wild boars X3. Earn points, 120. The points for 1 wild boar were 40, 10 less than capturing Silver King, but not a huge difference, indicating the formidable strength of the boar. Yet despite this, he had taken on 3 at once and hunted them unscathed. Well, it was actually 3 against 3. Without Silver King and Kiki, he couldn't have handled 3 wild boars alone. After the intense and thrilling battle, Xu Xion relaxed and lay down on Silver King's back. The soft fur felt so comfortable Xu Xion even considered taking a nap there. Eek! Kiki stood up from the ground, tilting its head at him. Still lying on the wolf's back, Xu Xion reached out and roughly ruffled Kiki's head. "You did great, but don't ever do that again. With that small body, trying to hunt like me, one hit could be the end of you." Eek! Kiki squirmed away from Xu Xion's ruffling, pointing at the boar on the ground, then raised its little head. Okay, you're amazing, but don't be so reckless in the future." Eek! Lying on the wolf's back for a while, Xu Xion felt relaxed enough to doze off. "No, I can't slack off. I need to break down these 3 boar carcasses first." Xu Xion propped himself up and took out the boning knife. The 3 wild boars were quickly dismembered. As expected, the drop rate for strong beasts is much higher. Xu Xion muttered to himself, looking at the blue-grade material in his hand. Boar sinew, blue, a higher grade of beast sinew, used as material for crafting higher-level weapons, requiring 1 per weapon. Here it was, the higher-grade sinew. Xu Xion decided to use this beast tendon to make a blue-tier heavy crossbow. After all, His treehouse only had one heavy crossbow, and several directions lacked protection. But these pork. Xu Xin had a headache. 3 pigs, totaling nearly 600 kilograms of pork. Even if he put it in his current blue-tier backpack, it would still weigh nearly 60 kilograms. His body could withstand the weight, but in this beast-infested jungle, heavy loads would significantly impair his performance, and adding this much weight would also be unbearable for the Silver King beneath him. He couldn't use the previous method now. Xu Xin couldn't be in the treehouse now. Forget it. Let's leave it here for now. Although it's easy for beasts to eat, it's not a big deal. Pork isn't exactly a prized possession. Xu Xin flipped onto the wolf, and Kiki also climbed onto the wolf's back. Xu Xin looked at the map. Around the general vicinity of the blue glowing building, there were several bright red dots. Not as bright as the brown bears Xu Xin first encountered, but significantly brighter than wild boars and his mount, the Silver King. Could it be a tiger? The last time Xu Xin came here, he saw a tiger. That large orange-yellow tiger made him break into a sweat back then. There were indeed tigers in this jungle. Even though compared to the previous brown bear, a tiger is just a 300-kilogram small creature, the agility and explosiveness of felines are undeniable, definitely the king among its weight class. Even if the Silver King grew to 300 to 400 kilograms, it wouldn't be a match for a tiger. Tigers and brown bears are the top predators in the jungle, basically leaving each other alone because they both know the other isn't easy to deal with. Even brown bears are cautious of tigers, and Xu Xin has no intention of dealing with them now. Of course, an ordinary tiger naturally isn't a match for the massive brown bear he just encountered. On Earth, brown bear subspecies living alongside tigers weigh around 300 to 400 kilograms, which is why they don't interfere with each other. That big one earlier was tons in weight, undoubtedly the ruler of this jungle. But Xu Xin doesn't believe the tigers in this world are ordinary tigers. He had to bypass those red dots. Felines mostly hunt using stealth, followed by a burst of speed. They won't chase if you run far enough in advance. Silver King, head in that direction. No need to rush, just go slowly. Xu Xin instructed Silver King on the route, and Silver King let out a howl and proceeded at a leisurely pace. Xu Xin didn't dare to take out the blue-tier resources anymore. After all, if he attracted a tiger, it would be over. Small animals occasionally darted by, but without the lure of blue-tier resources, these little animals wouldn't foolishly approach him. Xu Xion's crossbow accuracy dropped significantly, but it was a good chance to practice moving targets. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt hit a rabbit leaping from the grass. Hunted a wild rabbit. Points gained, 1 point. Xu Xion dismounted the wolf, went over, skillfully pulled out the crossbow bolt, and put it back in the quiver, then disassembled the rabbit and put it in the backpack. This was the 10th shot, only 3 hit, but despite the low hit rate, Xu Xion was very satisfied. He's not a professional crossbowman, and this moving target hit rate was already high. No hunter hits every shot. Constantly keeping an eye on the map, Xu Xion rode the Silver King through the bright red dots, getting closer and closer to the blue glowing stone pillars. At this distance, Xu Xion could already see the statues on the stone pillars. These are beast statues. Silver King, increase your pace. Let's head to the pillar's location. How? Silver King responded, instantly speeding up. In just a few seconds, they traversed the jungle, and the view opened up. The entire structure fully presented itself before Xu Xion. It is indeed an altar, Xu Xion muttered, looking at the structure before him. This altar occupied hundreds of square meters in the jungle, surrounded by the entire forest. The altar's floor wasn't dirt but paved with dark green bricks, with countless scratches, and the color turned somewhat dull under exposure to the elements, adding some age to it. The altar was square-shaped, with nearly a meter-thick stone pillars at each corner, each about 10 meters high, inscribed with peculiar patterns and topped with unique beast statues. In the center of the altar was a stone table with an uneven surface with bloody red patterns on its sides, resembling veins, seemingly flowing slowly under the sunlight. Seeing these red patterns on the tabletop, Xu Xion's heart skipped a beat. These patterns were very similar to the blood-red filaments on the vines earlier, reminding him of those underground creatures. This altar must be related to those creatures. Riding on the wolf's back wasn't ideal for dodging. Xu Xion dismounted. Kiki immediately jumped onto his shoulders. Kiki, this altar, can you sense any danger? Xu Xion asked Kiki for input. Kiki tilted its head, staring at the altar for a long time, seemingly puzzled, then nodded and finally shook its little head. Chirp. You can sense something unusual, but it's not dangerous to you. Is that what you mean? Chirp. Kiki's response was affirmative this time. Xu Xin exhaled, choosing to trust Kiki, steadied his nerves, and stepped into the altar's vicinity, stepping on its stone surface. Click. At the moment both his feet landed inside the altar, Xu Xin seemed to hear a sound, very subtle, but it caught his tense attention. Seriously? Xu Xin winced slightly at the corner of his eyes, hoping he hadn't triggered any mechanism. He swallowed, pulled an orange from his backpack, quickly ate it, and looked at the map, relieved as those bright red dots were not attracted by the orange. It seemed the range of attraction for blue-tier materials wasn't too large. Finishing the orange, Xu Xion's mind cleared up considerably. The fatigue from earlier hunting vanished completely. Taking a deep breath, he crouched and touched the stone floor with his hand, but no prompt appeared. He approached one corner of the altar, where a bulky stone column stood, topped with a beast statue. The beast had a large body, sturdy short limbs, and two exaggeratedly large tusks, even longer than the statue's body. This is a wild boar statue. Despite the statue's imposing masculine and abstract design, Xu Xian immediately recognized it as a wild boar. He glanced at the other 3 stone pillars, each topped with a different beast statue. Although the statues were all extravagant and abstract, Xu Xian identified them as a wolf, a wildcat, and a rabbit. Looking back at the pillar before him, he reached out and touched it. The stone pillar was warm from the sun, and its surface was a bit rough. Altar stone pillar, blue deities, will carve the required offerings on the pillar for the sacrificers to choose from. Deities? Offerings. These words made Xu Xion's heart race. Indeed, when talking about an altar, there must be a sacrificial entity, which is this so-called deity. But why were the words deities in quotes in the description? Deities. Xu Xion thought of that mysterious voice in his mind. Could it be this mysterious voice? Or, Xu Xion looked towards the stone table in the center. The bloody patterns seemed more vivid. Or are they the creatures underground? Who exactly is this altar dedicated to? Previously on the hill, Xu Xian had seen these statues on the stone pillars undergo changes. Could it be because the demands of the gods are changing? Xu Xian withdrew his hand from the stone pillar. He felt the stone pillar was hot, which did not seem to be due to sunlight, as Xu Xian's hand was touching the shaded side of the pillar, not the side exposed to the sun. He took a few steps back, warily eyeing the stone pillar in front of him. Kiki on his shoulder was a bit puzzled. It didn't sense any danger. Xu Xian looked at Silver King beside him and found that Silver King's body was trembling slightly. What's wrong, Silver King? Are you very scared? Ow! Silver King let out a weak whimper, its voice trembling slightly. Xu Xian patted Silver King on the head. You'd better go outside the altar for now. Whoa! Receiving the order, Silver King howled once and leaped 3 or 4 meters directly outside the altar. Silver King's intense reaction even made Xu Xian a bit apprehensive. Xu Xian glanced at Kiki on his shoulder. Aren't you scared, Kiki? Kiki shook its head. Xu Xian lowered his head in thought. This was an altar for sacrificing beasts, and one of the stone pillars had a wolf statue. It seemed that Silver King was indeed a type of sacrificial offering. No wonder it was so afraid. Turning to look at the stone table in the center of the altar, Xu Xian decided to go over and take a look. Xu Xian quickly walked to the edge of the stone table, always keeping an eye on the map for any changes. But nothing dangerous happened along the way, nor did any monsters suddenly emerge from the ground. He arrived safely. This stone table was about half a meter high and very large, as big as a bed, enough to hold several wild boars. Xu Xian reached out and touched the stone table. Unlike the pillar, the stone table remained incredibly cold under the blazing sun, like a block of ice, causing Xu Xian's hand to shrink back from the cold. Altar's sacrificial table. Blue offering sufficient sacrifices will gain the gods' attention. Again with these quoted gods. What does this attention mean? Xu Xian looked at the statues on the surrounding stone pillars, weighed the pros and cons, and finally decided to offer sacrifices according to the gods' demands. He didn't know what this so-called god was, but since it was a sacrifice, naturally one would gain something in return. Throughout history, the purpose of sacrifices was to gain something from the gods, so presumably, this altar was the same. Moreover, the current task was hunting, and it was an excellent opportunity to complete the hunting activity while offering sacrifices at the altar. The 4 statues were a wild boar, a wolf, a wild cat, and a rabbit. Xu Xin had hunted a wild boar and many wild rabbits on the way here, but unfortunately, they had already been disassembled by him. After thinking for a bit, Xu Xin took out the 10 or so kilograms of rabbit meat from his backpack, obtained from dissecting those wild rabbits, and placed it on the altar. He wondered if just rabbit meat would suffice. Suddenly, Xu Xin felt the temperature in front of him drop. The stone table emitted a faint coolness, causing him to instinctively take a step back, grasping his stone spear tightly. The stone table began to change, making Xu Xin's eyelids twitch as he stared unblinkingly at what was happening before him. Under Xu Xin's watchful gaze, the blood-red pattern on the side of the stone table suddenly became more vivid. The originally side-only blood-red pattern seemed to come to life, spreading towards the top of the table. Ing! Kiki was startled, clutching Xu Xin's shoulder and hiding behind him, peeking out with just a little head to watch the altar's sacrificial table. The speed at which the blood-red patterns spread was not fast, but there were many patterns, like countless blood-like worms crawling from all sides of the table towards the pile of rabbit meat in the center, and then a surprising scene occurred. The blood-red patterns on the table climbed directly onto the rabbit meat. These blood-like strings were alive. The rabbit meat slowly became covered with blood-red patterns under Xu Xin's watchful eyes, getting dyed completely blood-red by the patterns with more than 10 kilograms of rabbit meat, which then began to shrivel at a visibly rapid pace. Finally, the rabbit meat disappeared entirely, and the patterns on the rabbit meat fell back onto the table, scattering towards the sides and returning to the patterns carved on the side, dimming once more. Throughout this process, Xu Xin didn't dare to make any noise, just holding tightly onto his stone spear, thinking more than once about stabbing the blood-red patterns on the table, but ultimately reason overpowered impulse. The anomaly on the stone table had ceased, and the temperature around Xu Xin gradually rose under the sunlight. What the hell is this thing? Xu Xin felt this was incredibly eerie. He waited for a long time, but the sacrificial table had merely devoured his rabbit meat, and nothing else had happened. What's going on? Could it be that the sacrifices were not enough? Xu Xin recalled that the introduction mentioned sufficient sacrifices. Ing! Kiki tugged at the leather armor on Xu Xin. Following the direction Kiki pointed, Xu Xin looked towards the base of the stone pillar carved with a rabbit. To his astonishment, among the total of 10-meter-high, flower-patterned pillars, a few centimeters near the base were already dyed blood red. What does this mean, the progress of the sacrifice? Xu Xin looked around at the surrounding stone pillars and found that only the stone pillar below the rabbit statue had been colored blood red for a few centimeters. Does this mean it wants me to dye all 4 of these pillars red? Xu Xin's eyelid twitched. This would be a massive undertaking. The rabbit meat just now was all from hunting 5 rabbits, and it only turned a few centimeters red. If he needed to dye the entire 10-meter-high pillar red, that would require a ton of rabbit meat. And that's just one pillar. Wait, it shouldn't be that much. He only put rabbit meat on it, not a whole rabbit. But if it were a whole rabbit? Hold on. Xu Xin suddenly realized these statues had another significance. From the first glance, he felt these statues were overly exaggerated because certain parts of the beast statues were absurdly magnified to ridiculous proportions. The wild boar statue's tusks were immensely huge and curved, longer than the entire body of the boar itself. Does this mean the tusks were the most suitable offering from the wild boar? Xu Xin walked to the stone pillar with the rabbit statue. A wave of heat hit him. This pillar, unlike the sacrificial table, emitted heat. This statue was also quite exaggerated. An originally cute rabbit appeared fierce in the statue, eyes bulging, teeth bared, as if howling to the sky, and the rabbit ears, which should have been the rabbit's cutest parts, now resembled 2 sharp swords, straight on the rabbit's back, longer than the body itself. Rabbit ears. The special part of the rabbit statue is its ears. Xu Xin then looked at the wolf and cat statues. The exaggerated part of the wolf was its fangs, more extreme than those of a saber-toothed tiger, almost piercing its paws. For the cat, it was the claws of the front paws, with the long claws draping over one side of the stone pillar, even piercing directly into the pillar itself. Boar tusks, rabbit ears, wolf's sharp teeth, and cat's claws. These parts appear exaggerated on the statues. Could it be these parts are the true offerings? Xu Xin muttered to himself. But he had dissected these 4 types of animals and never acquired these parts as materials. Am I supposed to cut it with ordinary tools, or should I offer the whole entity? Xu Xin felt something was not right. He believed there must be something he hadn't discovered yet, so he started searching around the sacrificial table. Sure enough, beneath the middle section of the sacrificial table's edge, there was a pattern that seemed out of place. Xu Xin jabbed at it with his stone spear, pressing it down. Retrieving the spear, the recessed piece immediately popped back out, like a stone drawer. Inside the drawer lay a small knife with a black blade and a blood-red edge. Xu Xin hesitated for a moment, but eventually reached out to pick up the small knife. Sacrificial knife. Blue, a small knife needed for extracting sacrificial materials. Remember to return it to the altar once done, or the gods will be angry. This is it. His hypothesis was indeed correct. This small knife is pitch black throughout, but the blade is blood red, as if dyed by fresh blood. Xu Xin held the knife in his hand. It was heavy. This knife was made of some kind of metal. He didn't know what metal it was, but it was undeniably heavy despite being about the same size as a boning knife. Its weight felt at least 5 times that to Xu Xin. This metal must be high grade. If he had the ability to restore tools to raw materials, he really wanted to break down this knife into a block of metal so he could unlock the blueprint for making this metal. Wishful thinking. This knife undoubtedly has to be returned. At least for now. He didn't even have the courage to face a tiger, let alone this so-called god. Speaking of which, do tigers count as big cats? They should be one of the sacrifices, right? The few tigers circling nearby didn't approach the altar, probably because they feared it. Not thinking too much now, it's time to hunt wild boars, wolves, cats, and rabbits. Xu Xin suddenly remembered the wild boar meat he hunted, left in the wild, wondering if it had been scavenged. Why not bring it directly to the altar? Although it's not a wild boar tusk, it could still progress the wild boar stone pillar somewhat. Xu Xin walked out of the altar's range. Silver King was waiting at the edge. Xu Xin couldn't help but glance at his wolf fangs. Speaking of which, hunting its kind while riding on Silver King seemed a bit inappropriate. In just a few minutes, Xu Xin rode Silver King back and forth. He placed the pork from 3 wild boars on the offering table. The previous scene occurred again, and this time Xu Xin observed the changes on the side of the stone table, finding that even if red patterns flowed onto the table's surface, the red on the side did not dim even slightly. Soon, the pork on the offering table also disappeared. Xu Xin looked at the stone pillar of the wild boar statue, and this time the increase was quite significant, rising about half a meter. The stone pillar of the wild boar statue emitted an overwhelming heat, feeling like a stone pillar-shaped furnace. I wonder what will happen when the entire stone pillar is soaked in red. Xu Xin muttered to himself, walked out of the altar, mounted Silver King who was waiting by the altar, and continued hunting. He observed the map, bypassing those bright red dots, roaming the periphery of this resources-rich area within the hills. Another rabbit sprang out from the grass. Xu Xin, quick-eyed and deft, dispatched it with a crossbow bolt. Holding the rabbit by its 2 ears, Xu Xin pulled out the black and red knife. How is this supposed to be used? Xu Xin thought for a moment. The special thing on the rabbit was its ears, so he sliced at the rabbit's ear base. The knife didn't appear very sharp, but effortlessly and smoothly severed the rabbit ears from the body, inexplicably causing no bleeding. Rabbit ear offering. Green, one of the primary offerings to gods. A rabbit could yield 2 rabbit ear offerings. Xu Xin examined the cut below the rabbit ears, discovering it had already healed. He sliced the rabbit's body a few more times with the specialist knife, realizing that this knife couldn't damage other parts, or even make a cut. It seems this is a tool solely for harvesting offerings. Xu Xin stored the earless rabbit carcass and ears in his backpack and continued on his hunt. Silver King ran with incredible speed, combined with Xu Xion's map, which marked beast locations, resulting in high hunting efficiency. Hunted rabbit, gained points, 1. Hunted venomous snake, gained points, 5. Hunted wild fox, gained points, 3. Moving forward, Xu Xion's crossbow was constantly in use, felling numerous small game, while the points accumulated steadily. He glanced at the map, surprised to find that, whether around the treehouse or his current location, the red dots hadn't decreased due to hunting, but seemed to be increasing. What does this mean? Someone is releasing beasts into the forest. Looks like I shouldn't hold back either. Too many beasts could cause survival issues within the forest. The crossbow in Xu Xion's hand kept working relentlessly. Silver King, stop! Xu Xion suddenly whispered. Xu Xion spotted another type of offering animal nearby, a wildcat. Xu Xion had hunted wildcats before, around the same size as Kiki, but this one wasn't small. This wildcat is really big, Xu Xion mused, probably around 30 kilograms. This already categorized as a medium-sized feline like a lynx or caracal, but appearing like a regular domestic cat from Earth. It seems small felines in this jungle can grow this large. The wildcat, bowing its head, was feasting on a bird with white feathers it had just caught. The already dead bird wasn't much smaller than the cat, its feathers plucked and scattered all around. Feathers. In fact, Xu Xion had raised cats at home. He really liked feline animals and felt some reluctance in shooting cats. But feathers are valuable. Such waste is improper, better to kill it. Pulling out his crossbow, Xu Xion shot an arrow at the distant cat. The feline, agile as it was, seemingly heard the twang of the bowstring. While eating, it leapt in place, turning a fatal arrow wound only into an injury on its hind leg, as it embedded with a thud into the tree trunk behind. The wildcat let out a scream, collapsed to the ground. Its hind leg already broken, it hissed a warning at the wolf riding Xu Xion while futilely dragging back with its forepaw and other hind leg. Xu Xion hesitated not, firing another arrow, ending the cat's life. May the cat star have no crossbows. Lucky the forepaw wasn't hurt earlier. Xu Xion took out the altar knife, swiftly severing the wildcat's forepaw. Cat paw offering, green, one of the primary offerings to gods. After being cut off, there wasn't a trace of blood on the cat paw. Decomposing the wildcat's body and storing it in the backpack, Xu Xion moved on. As he hunted, he approached the lake within this resources-rich zone, seeing the sunlit rippling water through the forest gaps. Xu Xion, riding the wolf, emerged from the forest by the lake. This lake, bigger than the one near his treehouse, was much more vibrant with many wild animals drinking at the water's edge. Kiki, Silver King, don't make any noise. Xu Xion feared scaring these wild, grazing animals away. Yip! Howl! Kiki and Silver King softly responded. The map showed few dense red dots at this lake's center, meaning there were no piranha schools here. Why is it only the lake by my treehouse has piranhas? Coincidence? Xu Xion frowned. Or did the giant boa bring them? Perhaps that giant boa was attracted by my treehouse. Though the lake's center lacked red dots, the outskirts held a few brighter red spots, brighter than piranhas. Before Xu Xion could ponder what the dots were, a calm lakeshore suddenly burst with a large crocodile, biting a water-drinking deer by the neck, whipping its head to throw the whole deer into the lake. Yip! Kiki gave a frightened yelp. Xu Xion's pupils constricted. It's a crocodile. At the waterside, panicked animals fled, while the thrown-in deer flailed desperately with little effect. The crocodile performed several death rolls, spreading blood, the water's surface gradually returning to calm. There are crocodiles in this lake. Xu Xion suddenly thought of something, pondering. I wonder about the connection between the giant crocodile in that creek and these crocs. Xu Xion didn't linger by the lake for long. Some beasts by the lake were scared away by the crocodiles in the water. He circled the lake and found no new advanced materials, so he continued focusing on hunting. The current coordination between Xu Xion and the Silver King was impeccable. With the map's hints and Keek's guidance, the beast positions were untraceable, and those small animals hiding motionless in the grass were actually easier for Xu Xion to hit than moving targets. His efficiency was unmatched by other survivors. Before dark, Xu Xion had already hunted 18 wild rabbits, 7 wild cats, 2 wild boars, and various other animals. He didn't provoke the wolf pack for now, mainly because taking the Silver King to hunt wolves always felt like it might rebel, and facing a large wolf pack head-on was not an easy task. Xu Xion held a black, blood-bladed knife, separating the tusks of the wild boar in front of him from its body. The wild boar's tusks were like tofu under the altar knife. Xu Xion didn't even need to exert force to separate them. Then his eyes lit up. Boar tusk sacrifice, blue, one of the advanced offerings used to sacrifice to the god. Advanced offering. However, he was somewhat disappointed that of the 2 tusks of this wild boar, only one was a blue-grade offering. This was the 3rd wild boar Xu Xion had hunted. The previous 2 also yielded 4 tusk offerings, but they were all green-grade. After dismantling the boar's body and putting it into his backpack, Xu Xion looked up at the sky, where the sunset in the west heralded the approaching night. Better sacrifice these offerings first. Riding the wolf to the altar, the Silver King still dared not enter. Xu Xin had it wait outside the altar while Kiki jumped onto his shoulder. Crack. As he stepped onto the altar, Xu Xin heard a slight sound again. This time he heard it more clearly. The sound came from below the ground. Is there some mechanism under the altar? Xu Xin squinted his eyes. At the sacrificial table, Xu Xin first took out a rabbit ear offering and placed it on the sacrificial table. An even colder chill than when he placed rabbit meat before spread out from the sacrificial table. This time Xu Xin didn't retreat, but stared intently at the changes on the sacrificial table while paying attention to the stone pillar with the rabbit statue on the side. The patterns around the sacrificial table began to move. Under Xu Xin's watchful eyes, those blood-red patterns did not slowly creep towards the offerings like before, but shone brightly, rapidly spreading to the center of the sacrificial table, enveloping the entire offering. The blood packet deflated within seconds, and in Xu Xin's peripheral vision, the blood-red color at the base of the rabbit statue stone pillar quickly spread upwards, with the ordinary pattern being stained with blood red. Just one offering stained over 20 centimeters of the entire stone pillar with blood red, and the patterns on the stone sacrificial table retreated slowly to the edge with dimmed lights. Xu Xin had hunted 18 wild rabbits, totaling 36 rabbit ear offerings. He pondered for a moment and decided to place all the remaining 35 on the table. The cold wind roared, and blood red spread. Soon, all the offerings disappeared, and the rabbit statue stone pillar was completely dyed red. Even most of the rabbit statue was covered in red. Blood-red patterns covered the rabbit statue, looking eerie yet with a strange beauty. The stone pillar emitted intense heat, and after the coldness of the sacrificial table faded, the heat from the stone pillar hit Xu Xin, making him feel like he was taking a sauna. The patterns on the stone pillar reminded him of the underworld's vines, those tendrils all covered with blood stripe-like patterns. His eyelids twitched, and Xu Xin had a bad feeling. Could it be? He was unsure about his guess. Looking at the statue with only a small part left unstained, Xu Xin gritted his teeth, took out all the rabbit meat from his backpack, and placed it on the sacrificial table. Blood red spread once more, slowly this time. Xu Xin backed away from the central sacrificial table and the stone pillar with the eerie rabbit carving, keeping a keen eye on the last unstained section. On the statue, blood-red patterns slowly crept upward, and finally, the rabbit statue was entirely covered with the pattern. Ing. Kiki suddenly became agitated, its little paw pointing at the rabbit statue on the stone pillar, constantly tugging at Xu Xin's clothes. Danger? Xu Xin asked, keeping his eyes fixed on the rabbit statue. Ing. Kiki nodded vigorously on his shoulder. Damn it, don't tell me I guessed it right. Xu Xin retreated, backing all the way out of the altar to where the Silver King was, nervously watching that statue. Several seconds, tens of seconds, a minute passed. Xu Xin held a crossbow, not daring to act rashly. Apart from the constant heat emitted by the stone pillar, the inside of the altar was extremely quiet. Just as Xu Xin heaved a sigh of relief, thinking nothing would happen, a sudden change occurred. The blood-red patterns on the rabbit statue stone pillar suddenly flared up, and Xu Xin heard the cracking sound of stone breaking. The blood-red light followed the patterns, emanating from the statue's interior and bathing the entire altar in a red glow. Damn it, so it's like this. Xu Xin cursed silently. From the moment he saw the blood-red patterns start appearing on the statue, something felt amiss. He had a premonition that once these patterns fully enveloped the statue, it would transform into a monster. These red patterns were closely connected to those in the underworld, possibly some mysterious force or a special virus or bacteria mutating ordinary creatures. Xu Xin immediately pulled out his blue-grade iron armor from his backpack and put it on. For a higher hunting success rate, he had been wearing leather armor all along. The cracks on the statue widened, and the blood-red light shooting out from inside became more intense. Suddenly, Xu Xin's watch vibrated. He glanced at it. It was a message from Ji Chaoyang. Xu Xin, don't offer sacrifices to the altar. Those stone sculptures will come to life. What a coincidence. Ji Chaoyang was indeed a well-meaning expert, but unfortunately, Xu Xin smiled bitterly, gazing at the slowly fracturing statue, and spoke into his watch. You're too late. It's already alive. The statue's fragments fell from the stone pillar, revealing patches of red and white fur. Finally, with a loud explosion, the rabbit statue shattered completely, and a rabbit as large as a pig, identical to the statue, stood on the stone pillar. Honestly, seeing the rabbit's size slightly calmed Xu Xin's initially panicked mind. Though the blood pattern rabbit was much larger than an ordinary rabbit, it was only bear or wild boar sized, perhaps even smaller. Xu Xin felt he could still handle it. On the map, the brightness of the blood pattern rabbit's red dot was just a bit higher than that of a black bear or wild boar, not reaching the brightness of brown bears or tigers. The blood pattern rabbit turned its gaze towards Xu Xin, its red eyes flashing with eerie light, its mouth slightly open, emitting a sharp, unpleasant grinding sound. Strike first. Xu Xin raised his hand and fired the already loaded ordinary crossbow bolt. Just as the bolt was about to hit the rabbit suddenly kicked off the pillar, leaping into the air with incredible speed like a missile launching from the ground. The crossbow bolt passed through where the blood pattern rabbit originally stood, disappearing into the forest. Xu Xin's pupil shrank as he quickly drew a poison bolt from his quiver and loaded it. As soon as he finished loading, the rabbit descended from midair. Boom! With a loud thud, the rabbit landed mere meters in front of Xu Xin, its upright body about 1.5 meters tall, its red eyes coldly locking with Xu Xin's, issuing continuous, piercing grinding sounds from its mouth, and its sword-like ears stood erect, seemingly ready to slash down at any moment. And as the rabbit landed, Xu Xin immediately aimed a crossbow at the rabbit's head and pulled the trigger. The crossbow bolt shot straight towards the blood pattern rabbit's forehead just as it was landing, unable to jump away in time. The blood pattern rabbit's eyes met Xu Xin's, and the venomous arrow was already before its eyes. The venomous arrow pierced in just as the rabbit's shrill scream echoed, the iron arrowhead of the bolt stabbing into the rabbit's head, causing it to tilt back. Silver King go. Xu Xin didn't think a little snake venom would have a significant effect on these monsters. While commanding Silver King, he strode forward with a stone spear, thrusting directly towards the blood pattern rabbit's body. The blood pattern rabbit was still inside the altar. Silver King was somewhat afraid of the altar, but with its master Xu Xin already advancing, it naturally couldn't retreat. With a wolf howl, it pounced directly. However, both the man and the wolf hit nothing but air. The blood pattern rabbit reacted extremely fast, kicking its legs back and jumping several meters, dodging Xu Xin's stone spear and Silver King's claws. The venomous arrow was still lodged in the blood pattern rabbit's forehead. With a brushing motion on the ground, it forcibly pulled out the fully embedded arrowhead from its flesh. Its sword-sharp ears scratched 2 deep marks on the stone ground, red blood seeping from the forehead wound. The venomous arrow seemed to only slow the rabbit's movements momentarily before losing its effect. Glancing at the 2 marks on the ground, Xu Xin squinted slightly. Those ears are so sharp. He gripped the stone spear tightly, the tip always facing the direction of the blood pattern rabbit. Suddenly, the blood pattern rabbit made a big leap, rising into the air and disappearing into the forest behind Xu Xin. With the rabbit out of sight, Xu Xin immediately felt a bit tense. What's happening? Did it run? He checked the map and saw the red dot representing the blood pattern rabbit erratically darting around the altar, even stirring up those few red dots Xu Xin had been avoiding. From the forest came the rumbling roar of a tiger, along with the blood pattern rabbit's shrill scream. Following this, Xu Xin saw a huge blood pattern rabbit suddenly spring into the sky overhead. Looks like the blood pattern rabbit isn't a match for the tiger in a head-on fight. Xu Xin's heart slightly eased, realizing the rabbit's strength wasn't that formidable, which made sense as a rabbit was relatively weak among the 4 pillars here. He knew this creature was extremely fast, and killing it wouldn't be easy, but ignoring it might lead to unknown troubles in the forest from such a peculiar creature. The rabbit's screams and tiger roars were drawing nearer. Xu Xin's face changed. Could this wretched rabbit be leading the tiger over here? Xu Xin quickly mounted Silver King, ready to flee if things went south. Although the tiger was fast with explosive power, it lacked endurance. If it really chased this way, it would likely be exhausted, allowing Xu Xin to ride away on Silver King without issue. Maybe even have a chance to take down the panting tiger. Tigers rely on explosive ambushes for hunting. If an ambush fails, they usually don't continue the chase. Xu Xin checked the map and found the tiger gave up the chase after just a few steps, finally exhaling in relief. Ing! Kiki pointed in a direction and cried out. Xu Xin checked the map and found the rabbit's red dot rapidly moving toward the altar from that direction. Get behind that tree. Xu Xin pointed to a tree on the edge. Silver King leaped over in a single bound, hiding behind it. Kiki, you hide in the tree. Ing! Kiki jumped into the tree in a few swift moves. Xu Xin gripped the stone spear tightly, eyes fixed on the map. As the red dot approached, he suddenly appeared, thrusting the stone spear fiercely at the approaching blood-pattern rabbit. The blood-pattern rabbit was fast, unable to halt in time, only managing to avoid critical areas as it screamed and collided with the stone spear's sharp tip. Poochie! The stone spear, aided by the rabbit's speed, easily pierced through the right side of the blood-pattern rabbit, impaling it on the spear. Silver King seized the chance, pouncing to bite the rabbit's neck. The blood-pattern rabbit shrieked in pain, its sword-like ears suddenly slicing towards Silver King. Silver King. Xu Xin yanked the stone spear from the rabbit's body, blood gushing from the wound. The rabbit's movement froze, and Silver King withdrew its bite, dodging the attack, leaving 2 deep blood holes on the rabbit's neck, blood spurting out. The rabbit's eyes turned even redder, its red and white fur standing on end. Instead of fleeing, it maneuvered its ears to strike at Xu Xin. Xu Xin raised his stone spear to block the strike, but the wooden spear handle only delayed the rabbit ear's attack momentarily before being cut into 3 pieces. He quickly retreated to dodge, yet the rabbit ears still etched 2 shallow lines on his iron armor, continuing their assault. Silver King seized the opportunity, charging to knock the blood-pattern rabbit off balance. Well done! Xu Xin drew the altar knife, slicing at the rabbit's ear. There was little resistance as the ear was sliced into 2 by the black-red knife. Half of the rabbit ear fell to the ground, and the blood-pattern rabbit let out a piercing scream. The smell of blood made its already red eyes even redder, with the severed ear and the other shaking wildly. It showed no intention of running, starting to circle Xu Xin rapidly, looking for a chance to pounce. Though wearing blue-grade iron armor, Xu Xin dared not be careless. The rabbit's ears were incredibly sharp. Merely scraping the edge left 2 marks on his armor. A direct strike might really cut through. The rabbit was extremely fast, and Xu Xin couldn't predict which direction it would attack from. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take a risk, using his iron armor and blue-grade hemostatic herbs as insurance. Even seriously injured, he could recover. The blood-pattern rabbit, already covered in injuries, left a trail of blood around Xu Xin as it moved quickly. He knew it was at its limits. Yet he couldn't underestimate the power a desperate beast could unleash. Holding a broken spearhead and a black-red knife, he suddenly stepped forward. As if detecting Xu Xion's flaw, the blood-pattern rabbit, revolving around him, suddenly kicked back, leaping at him, its remaining ear like a sharp sword stabbing straight at him. Xu Xion anticipated the rabbit's move, gaining a fraction of a second to react, but couldn't completely evade such a swift attack. He could only avoid critical areas, pointing the broken spear at the charging rabbit. The sword-like ear struck Xu Xion's iron armor. The armor only stalled it momentarily before the ear pierced through, stabbing into Xu Xion's right shoulder. Despite the transient hindrance from the armor, it granted Xu Xion enough time to react. His left hand wielded the black-red knife, slashing upward at the rabbit ear. The severe pain in his shoulder intensified his grip. Die already! Xu Xion slashed hard, severing the remaining rabbit ear instantly. The blood-pattern rabbit stumbled, its piercing scream cut short by the sharp spearhead and Silver King's razor-sharp teeth. The screams ceased abruptly. The rabbit collapsed on the ground, blood spraying from its neck, with a broken spearhead lodged in its head. Looking at the blood-pattern rabbit already lying on the ground, Xu Xin gasped heavily. He didn't dare to relax just yet, pulling out his crossbow and shooting another arrow at the rabbit's head. Then drew his broken spear and jabbed it several more times. Killed a polluted mutant wild rabbit, earned points, 500 points. An enigmatic voice rang out, and Xu Xin breathed a sigh of relief, only to be stunned by the points. 500 points? Xu Xin was somewhat shocked. That's so many. Xu Xin had been busy hunting all day today, taking advantage of the map and Keek's guidance, achieving an efficiency far from ordinary. He was either hunting or on the way to hunt. Yet, even so, he only accumulated 364 points in total. while this one mutant rabbit alone was worth 500 high points. Judging by the intensity of the red dots, this mutant rabbit wasn't as strong as a tiger, and its points were already 10 times that of Silver King. It couldn't be that a tiger's points were over 10 times that of a 200 kilograms wolf king, right? No wonder Ji Chaoyang had sent him a message, advising against offerings. This big shot must have killed one already, and, besides warning him about the danger, perhaps didn't want him to score so many points and stay ahead. Or maybe he was just being paranoid. Forget it, there's no need to think about this. Xu Xin focused his attention back on the mutant rabbit. A polluted mutant rabbit. He offered a sacrifice at the deity altar and ended up creating a polluted monster? Xu Xin suddenly thought of the soil near the underground world's entrance, called polluted soil, gray, which like this rabbit, bore a slight red hue, both polluted. This event, such an animal should not have appeared, as this altar seems to randomly appear 3 kilometers outside the current treehouse range. For now, it seems only he and Ji Chaoyang have the ability to summon this kind of polluted animal through sacrifices at the altar. Killing a polluted rabbit can earn so many points. Could it be? These polluted animals are what that mysterious voice truly intends for us to hunt, our true enemies on land. Xu Xin pondered while pulling out a boning knife, wanting to dissect the rabbit's body to see what good things he might obtain. However, at this moment, the pain-masking effect of the adrenaline from the intense battle wore off, and Xu Xin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, making him involuntarily inhale sharply and clench his teeth. Silver King and Kiki had already come to him while he was contemplating, looking at him worriedly. Kiki didn't dare to climb onto his shoulder, but instead tugged at his pant leg, looking at his shoulder pierced by rabbit ears, making weak whimpering sounds. Currently, the rabbit ear was still embedded in Xu Xin's shoulder, piercing through his armor and penetrating his shoulder, pressing against the back of the armor. Since it hadn't been pulled out yet, not much blood had flowed from the wound. But Xu Xin didn't dare to pull it out easily. He knew that if he did, it might bleed profusely. This rabbit ear, with its nearly 5 centimeters of width and nearly 1 centimeter of thickness, was no different from being penetrated by a sword. Xu Xin forced a smile at Kiki and Silver King. "Don't worry. I'm fine. I have a healing herb." He fetched a hemostatic grass, blue, from his backpack. When he considered using a feint to deal with this rabbit, he knew he'd get hurt, but he never worried due to the hemostatic grass, blue, in his possession. Hemostatic grass, blue, a divine herb that can quickly heal severe injuries, cannot regenerate limbs and organs. This thing wasn't for ingestion, as the green-grade hemostatic grass was ground and applied to the wound. Xu Xin checked the map first. Due to the altar's peculiarity, there were no beasts in the immediate vicinity, only a few tigers wandering relatively far away. He was relieved, found 2 stones, and ground the hemostatic grass. Xu Xin held the rabbit ear, gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and forcefully pulled out the rabbit ear. He felt blood gushing inside his armor, swiftly removed it. Xu Xin was wearing the newbie 2-piece under his armor, which did not hinder the exposure of the wound. A penetrating wound, even through the bone, was quite severe and was bleeding continuously. If left untreated, it might lead to excessive blood loss. Mutant rabbit's ear, blue material for weapon crafting, can substitute metal blocks. Weapons crafted from it are extremely durable and sharp. This rabbit ear embedded in his body turned out to be weapon material. Xu Xin, not having time to be happy, put the rabbit ear into his backpack. Blood began to ooze from the wound, and he quickly applied the ground hemostatic grass to it. An intensely itchy sensation emerged from the wound, making Xu Xin's body tense up. He resisted the urge to scratch, as he and the panda cub and wolf stared directly at the wound on his left shoulder. They watched as the wound healed at a rate visible to the naked eye, eventually closing up entirely. The itching sensation completely disappeared. Xu Xin touched the wound and tried moving his arm, finding no abnormality. "This is truly a divine herb," Xu Xin said while rotating his arm. "This blue-grade hemostatic grass is too strong. It's a pity I haven't seen any after visiting so many places. I have to get some more from that guy next time." "Yep." Kiki looked at Xu Xin's completely healed injury, eyes full of confusion. "All right, Kiki. I've fully recovered. You can climb up if you want." "Yep." Though Kiki didn't understand why Xu Xin recovered so quickly, hearing he was fully healed made it happily chirp, climbing onto Xu Xin's uninjured shoulder while still curiously peeking at his other shoulder. Once the injury was treated, Xu Xin picked up the other rabbit ear he had cut off, which was also a blue-grade material. He placed the rabbit ear into his backpack and then began to examine the rabbit's corpse on the ground. The blood patterns on the corpse had become a deep red, like congealed blood, no longer as vibrant as when it was alive. Drawing out the boning knife, Xu Xin proceeded to dissect the rabbit, which was as large as a small pig. Gained mutant rabbit hide, blue, mutant rabbit tendon, blue, mutant rabbit bone, blue, polluted mutant rabbit meat, gray, * 40 kilograms. 3 blue-grade materials, including the 2 rabbit ears, a total of 5 blue-grade materials. Xu Xin felt the wound he suffered was absolutely worth it. But this rabbit meat, why is it gray-grade? The rabbit meat was also covered with red patterns, the red deeply ingrained in the meat. Polluted mutant rabbit meat, gray, highly toxic, fatally attractive to beasts. Consumption likely leads to immediate death, and the corpse becomes unusable due to pollution, with a slight chance of mutation. Xu Xin gasped. This is a source of pollution capable of creating mutant beasts? Though unlikely, but still. Silver King and Kiki, upon seeing the mutant rabbit meat cut out by Xu Xin, stared intently at it. When Xu Xin picked it up, Kiki whimpered, tugging his clothes, while Silver King tilted its head, drool dribbling from its mouth. This absolutely cannot be eaten. It's highly toxic. It's meant to lure fools like you and poison you. Seeing both Kiki and Silver King drawn in, Xu Xin became alert and sternly warned the two beasts. Hearing Xu Xin's words, Kiki and Silver King shrank their heads back, reluctantly tearing their gaze away from the blood-patterned meat. Xu Xin even felt reluctant to put it with his other stuff in the backpack, but thought about its attractiveness to beasts, resisting the discomfort, and quickly stored it. This thing might be useful someday, but unless absolutely necessary, it must not be fed to other beasts, as it would not only waste the materials, but might even create stronger monsters. A single mutant rabbit was almost beyond him, let alone other mutant beasts. Speaking of which, if other beasts eat this meat and die, will their meat also become this polluted meat? After tidying everything up, Xu Xin walked to the altar table and placed the other offerings in his hand onto the altar. A gust of ominous wind arose, and the blood-red color spread once more. The blood hue from the cat statue pillars and boar statue pillars began to climb from the base upwards, gradually dyeing the patterns on the pillars. The blood color spread over most of the cat statue pillar, while it extended over only half of the boar statue pillar. The rabbit statue pillar, however, was completely dyed in red. Compared to the patterns beside the altar, the patterns on the pillar resembled solidified blood and appeared bleak. The pillar stood empty, as if indicating that this part of the sacrifice was complete. Xu Xin glanced at the sky. It was pretty much dark already, and nightfall was imminent. Even though Xu Xin had night vision capability, his current physical exhaustion had reached its pinnacle, necessitating a return for rest. Before leaving, Xu Xin caught a glance at the spot on the altar's stone brick scratched by the blood-patterned rabbit's ear and was startled to discover that it had already reverted to its original state, retaining its age-worn ruggedness. Yet the deep scratch had vanished. Can this altar self-repair? Xu Xin swallowed his spit in anxiety. Could it be a living entity? With a shake of his head, he immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible, impossible, how can stone be alive? Yet, the more he thought about it, the more unsettling it seemed. He quickly mounted Silver King and left the eerie altar. From a distance, Xu Xin turned back for a look. Through the gaps in the forest, he could still see the pillar overwhelmed by dark red patterns, standing among the trees. Despite the fatigue, Xu Xin was active on the road, as no one finds too many points superfluous. He shot and killed numerous small beasts along the way, finally reaching the front of the treehouse. However, upon arriving in front of the treehouse, he was shocked. A chaotic area was apparent around the treehouse, with a crossbow arrow stuck in the ground, another lodged in a tree trunk, and a third one lying beside scattered wooden materials. On the trunk of a poplar tree, there was a large bird with black feathers pinned by a heavy crossbow arrow through its wing. Its wing was blood-stained, surrounded by scattered feathers, indicating a struggle it endured after being pinned by the crossbow. Xu Xin mentally reconstructed the scenario at the time. This large bird flew low over the treehouse and was immediately locked on by the heavy crossbow. Although it was too fast for a direct hit, The crossfire frightened it, causing it to crash into the forest. After several attempts to evade, it was eventually pinned to the tree trunk by a crossbow arrow, where it struggled fiercely but in vain, only to endure more pain and continuous bleeding, ultimately hanging there helplessly. As Xu Xin rode the wolf forward and saw the full picture of the bird pinned to the trunk, he was a bit surprised. Oh, isn't this an eagle? Was it trying to catch fish from the lake? The bird pinned to the trunk had jet black feathers, except for its white head. Its bright yellow beak curved downward, extremely sharp, eyes closed, body motionless, with talons akin to hooks, one drooping and the other clawing into the trunk. The trunk was marred with deep claw marks, with traces of blood within them, depicting the fierce struggle of this raptor. The bald eagle, scientifically known as the white-tailed sea eagle, typically inhabits the river, lake, or seaside, preying on fish, waterbirds, and small mammals. This particular bald eagle was likely targeted by the crossbow while hunting at low altitude. Xu Xin used a broken stone spear to tap the bald eagle's head, yet it showed no response. Dead? Or just pretending? This bald eagle was indeed a raptor if it could be tamed. What formidable assistance it would be. Though success was uncertain, attempting it while it was injured couldn't hurt. Kiki suddenly leaped onto the trunk, tapping the bald eagle's white head with its small paw, yet there was still no response. Come back. Xu Xin grabbed the scruff of Kiki's neck and hoisted it back onto his shoulder. After some consideration, Xu Xin gripped the crossbow aimed at the bald eagle pinned to the trunk with one hand, while the other firmly pulled out the crossbow arrow. Killed the white-tailed sea eagle, gained points, 30. Xu Xin. What's going on? Did pulling it out kill it? Or was it already dead, but not counted until he touched it? No matter, dead is dead. At least he learned there were bald eagles active in the vicinity. If he could secure a similar contract later, he wouldn't need to hunt small beasts himself. Right there, Xu Xin pulled out a fillet knife and dismantled the bald eagle. Gained feather, green. *10, white-tailed sea eagle meat, green. *7 kg, white-tailed sea eagle bone, green. *1. 10 feathers. Nice, alongside feathers collected from killing wild cats, finally attained crossbow arrow freedom. But oh boy, the amount of meat is really sparse. Despite the large size of a bald eagle, with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, birds are genuinely light. Otherwise, they couldn't fly. This one was relatively larger than those on Earth too. Raptors generally have larger female sizes, yet even female bald eagles weigh around 5 to 6 kilos, with even less meat once deboned. After recovering crossbow arrows from the forest, Xu Xin searched all around but found only 4 arrows. The other one must have flown afar. Returning to the treehouse, Kiki and Silver King started playfully chasing one another, causing Xu Xin to smile wryly at their boundless energy. He himself proceeded to appraise today's haul. 2 blue-grade mutated rabbit ears, confirmed by him to have power enough to penetrate blue-grade iron armor, were definitely high-grade materials suitable for weapon crafting. A collection of hides, yes, hide autonomy achieved, with a blue-grade hide acquired from the blood pattern rabbit. Also acquired many tendons from the boar and blood pattern rabbit. He obtained 2 blue-grade tendons each. Also 1 blue-grade beast bone, various small beast meats, healthcare-worthy deer antler, and most notably, the meat of a mutant rabbit. The blue-grade hides and beast bones would be held until a sufficient quantity was gathered to make blue-grade leather armor. Regarding tendons, Xu Xin planned to use one for a crossbow, the other for a heavy crossbow. As for the green-grade crossbow he held, Xu Xin messaged Li Wenxi. I want to trade for some iron blocks, exchanging with you for a crossbow. The technique remained in his control, using the product to trade for raw materials typical of an old capitalist at heart. A rapid reply arrived from the other side. Crossbow? You have a crossbow? You. I practiced archery for an entire day, barely honing the skill, only for you to tell me you have a crossbow. Xu Xin chuckled. Just say whether or not you're trading. Trade. I'll do it when I get back. I'm still on the way home. Unlike him, Li Wenxi didn't have a mount, requiring more time to return. Xu Xin set up a grill, took out the bald eagle meat along with various mushrooms, and prepared for a grilled eagle meal. Smelling the aroma, Kiki and Silver King both gathered around. Xu Xin tossed several kilograms of beast meat to Silver King and gave Kiki an apple. Silver King gobbled up rapidly, while Kiki sat by his side holding the apple, munching away while eyeing the meat on the grill. What now? Want roasted meat again? Xu Xin asked with a smile. Ing. Kiki nodded, its small tongue licking its lips. While grilling meat, Xu Xin browsed through the information. In their explorer group, everyone was generally quiet. Occasionally, Ji Chaoyang would share some useful information, like where one might encounter certain wild animals. Xu Xin noticed this during the day, but for someone with a map, it wasn't of great significance. Wang Lei and Zhao Xiaochuan would occasionally chip in with comments like, "Thanks, boss. I killed a wild boar. This rabbit's so cute I can't bear to kill it." Or, "Holy crap, there's a tiger." No one else had said anything today. You should know that everyone in the group has watches and can communicate anytime, anywhere. Yet, even now, no one was messaging. They were all strong individuals who could hunt at night as well. Possibly, only Xu Xin would be exhausted and give up as soon as it got dark. Oh, and maybe Li Wenxi too. Of course, the others wouldn't be like him. If they weren't hunting beasts, they were on their way to hunt them. They hadn't stopped all day and were utterly exhausted. This group's really quiet. Xu Xin shook his head and looked at the regional channel. The regional channel was bustling. Now it was dark, and most people couldn't hunt at night, so naturally, they would return to their tree houses. Now the regional channel had only 6,426 people left. This time, more than 500 people had died. However, this death count was less than Xu Xin expected. Haha, today I killed a snake and a fox. Now I have 8 points. I'm definitely not in the bottom 50 anymore. That's nothing. I came across a lone old wolf eating carrion. I rushed up and stabbed it to death. Guess how many points? 20. You guys are so strong. I walked by the creek all day, killed 5 toads, and got only 2.5 points. Damn, these rabbits and foxes are too hard to catch. They run as soon as they see people. How did you all manage to kill them? Kill the aggressive ones, like wild cats. They approach humans, so you don't have to worry about them fleeing. Killing them can also yield beast tendons, which can be used to make bows and arrows. Clearly, someone wasn't paying attention. This morning, Boss G shared a strategy. Not paying attention to Boss G's guides is asking for trouble. Yeah, Boss G even told us where those wild animals are and which places to avoid. Not seeing that really cost you a fortune. I'm such an idiot. For the next event, I'm not leaving the treehouse until Boss G shares the guide. If he doesn't share it, I won't step out. By the way, who still remembers a certain Xu Xin, Boss Xu, who ranked higher than Boss G in the last event? Lone wolf, right? Pretty normal. Only weaklings huddle together. Bullshit lone wolf. Bullshit weaklings huddle together. Xu Xin, Boss Xu, and Boss G are in the same organization. The weapons you bought are distributed by them. The strategy shared by Boss G was probably discussed together by the bosses, right? Boss Xu being indifferent to fame and fortune is truly a model for us. Upon seeing this, Xu Xin couldn't help but blush a bit. He hadn't discussed anything or been indifferent to fame and fortune. Little did he know that even though he was out of the community, his legend lived on. This really was benefiting from Ji Chaoyang's reputation. Xu Xin reserved some resources for himself and posted extra green-grade animal hides and tendons on the trading platform. Soon, the meat was ready. Xu Xin gave Kiki a small piece and finished the rest with roasted mushrooms and wild vegetables, all by himself. Ah, so satisfying. He patted his full stomach and collapsed into a chair, feeling extremely content. After a busy day, having a meal like this was incredibly delightful. Kiki lay on the dining table, occasionally making a humming sound, very satisfied with its dinner as well. Silver King finished its dinner long ago and was resting in the corner. After all, having run around all day, even with its abundant energy, it was tired. When will those pine trees of mine finally mature? Hurry up and grow. I need more materials to give my room a proper makeover. Setting up a kitchen, just eating grilled meat isn't enough. It's time to make some stir-fried dishes. Xu Xin thought, looking at the empty third floor. After vegetating in the chair for a while, Xu Xin perked up and headed to the weapon crafting station. He had 2 special materials on hand to create weapons. Mutant rabbit ear, blue a material for crafting weapons, can replace metal blocks, resulting in incredibly sharp weapons. He planned to use this rabbit ear to make an iron-tipped spear first. Sliding to the method for crafting the iron-tipped spear. Iron-tipped spear, green the most powerful iron weapon against wild beasts. Longer is stronger. The sharp iron spearhead can easily pierce through beast hides. Durability 200. Requires green level wood *5. Green level iron block *2. Xu Xin wanted to craft a blue-grade iron-tipped spear. The description for the green-grade iron-tipped spear and blue-grade stone spear was the same. Can easily pierce through beast hides. The blue-grade would definitely be stronger. The blue-grade iron-tipped spear needed 1 piece of blue-grade wood and 1 piece of blue-grade iron block. Xu Xin directly substituted the blue-grade iron block with the mutant rabbit ear. A spear that looked somewhat sinister was crafted. The spear's shaft looked fairly ordinary, but the spearhead was different. It was white and red, with the white as the base color and red forming patterns, identical to the colors of a rabbit ear. Mutated rabbit ear spear. Blue a spear made using a mutant rabbit's ear, sharper than a blue-grade iron spear, the sharpest weapon below purple grade. Durability 1000. Holy crap, the strongest spear below purple grade. Xu Xin felt his confidence surge. Gripping the spear, Xu Xin thrust forward, finding the spear handle incredibly resilient. When he swung it, the handle bent into an arc. When he stopped, the red and white spearhead trembled, emitting a pleasant metallic ring. This feels amazing. Unconsciously, Xu Xin started playing with the spear, the sound of wind and metal crisp and melodious. Ing. Kiki was so scared it quickly ran to hide beside Silver King, lying in the corner. After playing for a while, Xu Xin stored the spear in his backpack. He was a bit hesitant to leave the spear out. If it fell, its sharpness might gouge a hole in the floor of his purple-grade treehouse, since the floor wasn't meant for defense. He still had 1 more mutant rabbit ear. Crossbow. Xu Xin decided to use this material on a crossbow. Although it could also be used on a heavy crossbow, for now, the crossbow was one of his primary weapons. His treehouse wasn't a small treehouse and generally wouldn't be attacked by beasts, so there was no need to upgrade the heavy crossbow now. Besides, there's Li Wenxi's blue-grade iron block for the heavy crossbow. Holding the blue-grade beast tendon and rabbit ear, Xu Xin was eager to make the crossbow to see what it would look like when a video call came in. It was Li Wenxi. Xu Xin put down the materials in his hand and answered the video call. The video showed a somewhat exhausted Li Wenxi, but her eyes were filled with excitement and a hint of dissatisfaction. Seriously, you had a crossbow and didn't tell me sooner. Did you think I couldn't afford it? I provided the materials, of course I can afford it. Li Wenxi looked at him again, hands on her hips. I've been pulling the bow all day, my hand is bleeding. As she said this, she stretched out her right hand. Xu Xin looked at her hand. Sure enough, there were clear blood marks on the inside of her fingers, a line where even the skin was depressed. Her originally fair fingers were swollen and bruised because of the wound. This little beauty was really tough on herself. You're being a bit hard on yourself. Don't you want to apply some hemostatic grass? Xu Xin asked, looking at Li Wenxi's hands with bloodstains. I forgot to bring it. Wasn't I going to apply it as soon as I got back? Li Wenxi said, a bit embarrassed. You forgot to bring medicine. Is the bow that hard to draw? It's too hard. I've never drawn a bow before. Li Wenxi gently rubbed her injured right hand and then said excitedly, I killed several wolves today. The blue-grade iron armor is so strong. Those wolves scratching me didn't hurt at all. Impressive, impressive, you can kill wolves. Hee. By the way, I want to buy your crossbow. Name your price. 3 blue-grade iron pieces for a crossbow, plus 20 bolts and after-sales service. 20 bolts require 2 iron pieces, green, 2 lumber, white, and 2 feathers, green. Xu Xin used to make bolts with green-grade lumber, but there didn't seem to be much difference, maybe just sturdier, allowing for more reuses. After-sales service? What kind of after-sales service? If you run out of bolts, you can purchase more from me. Deal. Xu Xin didn't expect her to agree so readily. He thought exchanging a crossbow for 2 pieces was enough. Previously, a full set of iron armor only swapped for 2 blue hemostatic grasses. Each blue iron piece could make a blue-grade weapon, not much worse than the hemostatic grass. It seems she has a lot of iron ore. Wait. Li Wenxi suddenly spoke up again. What? Having second thoughts. No. Can't the crossbow also be made into blue-grade? I'll give you 1 more piece. Can you make me a blue-grade one? No. A blue-grade crossbow requires blue-grade beast tendons, which I don't have. Actually, Xu Xin had 2 blue-grade beast tendons, but one was for making a blue-grade crossbow, and the other for a blue-grade heavy crossbow, which he needed, so he couldn't give them to Li Wenxi. If she had blue-grade beast tendons, he could make one for her. Oh, blue beast tendons. I don't have any either. Nothing we can do then. Xu Xin casually asked, You have a lot of blue iron pieces? Not that many, just enough when you ask. Li Wenxi winked at Xu Xin with a playful smile. I can always provide you with iron pieces, so when you have something to sell, think of me first. Always provide. How confident. So wealthy? Do you possibly have some ability to explore minerals? Xu Xin asked in a joking tone. Huh? No. You still want to trade or not? I want to practice with the crossbow quickly. The young lady's expression didn't show any change, but there was a hint of hesitation and urgency in her voice. As expected, she had an ability related to this. Xu Xin knew it's not possible for only him to be lucky. Some others similarly gained special abilities. Pretending he hadn't noticed, Xu Xin smiled. Wait a moment, I'll make the bolts. By the way, do you have any snake poison sacks? They can be used to make poison arrows. Poison sacks? Yes, just a minute. Li Wenxi rummaged through her backpack and sent Xu Xin a snake poison sack. Xu Xin made 20 poison arrows, added his discarded crossbow, green, and sent it to Li Wenxi. Li Wenxi traded iron pieces and feathers with him for 20 regular bolts, and only then did they hang up the video call. Glancing over, Kiki and the Silver King were curled up in the corner, seemingly asleep. Xu Xin shook his head helplessly. Eat, and then sleep. Be careful, you'll get fat. Next, it was time to make his crossbow. The blue-grade crossbow needed 3 types of blue materials. Iron pieces, blue, lumber, blue, and beast tendons, blue, while Xu Xin used special materials from the blood-pattern rabbit instead of blue iron ore. The blue light flashed, and a crossbow appeared in his hand. Like the previous sharp spear, the wooden crossbow arms were not different, but the metal crossbow and mechanism had a red and white color pattern, like a weapon skin in a game. Mutated rabbit ear crossbow. Blue, a crossbow made with mutant rabbit ears, more powerful than ordinary blue-grade crossbows, the most powerful below purple grade. Durability 1000. Xu Xin loaded a regular bolt. Despite being more powerful, drawing the string didn't require more effort. It even felt lighter. Aiming at the tree trunk outside the window, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Crack! A familiar scene, but this time both the speed and power of the bolt were completely different. The bolt shot out rapidly, penetrating the tree trunk out of sight. Xu Xin hurried down to check, seeing the bolt had gone through the first tree and into the trunk of a second tree, embedding halfway in. Strong. If this hits a vital point, even that brown bear might not withstand it. Xu Xin felt the penetrating power was greater than that of a typical handgun. Pulling out the bolt, Xu Xin found visible wear on both the arrowhead and shaft. It seems the power is too strong, causing the bolts to wear faster. But it's fine. I have plenty of feathers now, and with Li Wenxi, iron pieces aren't an issue. However, I should look for iron or myself, or I'll be passive at critical moments. Currently, Xu Xin was fully armed, with a full set of blue-grade iron armor, the strongest spear among blue-grade, and the strongest crossbow among blue-grade, probably unmatched at this stage. If there was someone who could compare, it would be Ji Chaoyang, since he could also get materials by killing mutant creatures. Returning inside the treehouse, his smartwatch suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Ji Chaoyang. Xu Xin, did you kill that mutant creature? This was to exchange information, and Xu Xin had the same thought. If the two had killed different mutant beasts, they could exchange information for mutual benefit, assuming the other wasn't lying. Xu Xin replied, Yeah, did you? Did you kill it? An audio call immediately came through. Xu Xin, you must have noticed. The mutant beasts from the altar statues look very similar to the patterns on the underground monsters. Ji Chaoyang got straight to the point. Indeed, so did you kill the mutant beast? Xu Xin asked. I resolved it as I was messaging you. That wildcat was too strong, and it cost me a lot. Turns out Ji Chaoyang took down a mutant wildcat, which was perfect. Your hunting speed is really fast. Xu Xin was somewhat surprised, even having guessed it. He relied on maps and Kiki for efficient hunting. He recalled Ji Chaoyang's posts in the regional channel about common locations for various beasts, an impressive knowledge base. Not that fast. I spent a day focusing on hunting wildcats. They are aggressive, so no need to chase them. Ji Chaoyang explained, Let's not talk about this. Xu Xin, did you hunt wildcats too? Xu Xin raised an eyebrow, replying, No, I hunted rabbits. Perfect. Ji Chaoyang clapped on the other side of the audio call. Xu Xin, we're the only two who can make offerings to the altar right now. You've seen it. These mutant beasts summoned by the altar give a lot of points and special high-grade materials. Let's exchange information. I'll tell you the characteristics of the mutant wildcat, and you tell me the characteristics of the mutant rabbit. That way, tomorrow we'll both save some effort. What do you say? How can I believe the information you give me is true? Previously, Ji Chaoyang, after killing the wild cat, sent him a message advising against offering a sacrifice, clearly trying to stop Xu Xin, not wanting him to gain points and materials either. Now, seeing that he dealt with a mutant beast, Ji Chaoyang approached him for cooperation. This guy's thinking is very clear. If he decides to suddenly stab him in the back, it would be very hard to guard against. You've been able to kill another mutant beast, so I think killing a mutant wild cat shouldn't be impossible for you, right? It might just cost you something, and even if I deceive you, you can kill the wild cat. I would end up making an enemy out of you, which is unnecessary for me to do. Of course, the same applies to me. I just want both sides to pay less of a price. This is a win-win situation for both of us. Ji Chaoyang's explanation was calm and convincing, and Xu Xin was more or less persuaded by him. It's quite stressful to cooperate with you. Xu Xin shook his head helplessly. Haha, do you think the pressure you give me is small? I can't read you that well either. The laugh from the other side also carried a hint of helplessness. Then, the two exchanged their respective information on mutated beasts. By the way, you've got higher-level weapons too, right? We can open trading of green-level metal weapons to the organization now. Xu Xin had tasted the sweetness of capitalism and found it hard to stop. I think so too. Ji Chaoyang laughed. Just opening green level is good enough. Both of them laughed a little. Just about to hang up, Xu Xin suddenly said, Wait a moment. What mutant beasts are on the 4 pillars of your altar? Cats, rabbits, wolves, pigs, those 4. Ji Chaoyang did not hide it. I have the same 4 kinds. Since you're sincere, I'll let you know I've seen the statues on the pillars change before, but I don't know the reason. Oh, I got it, thanks. According to Ji Chaoyang, the size of the mutant wildcat is roughly comparable to a small tiger, with particularly fast burst speed. Its main attack method is its pair of sharp claws. One swipe could easily break a poplar into pieces, so you must not let it get close. You have to maintain distance from the start, or with the mutant wildcat's assault speed, there would be no way to avoid it. You might not even have time to raise your hand to block. But the mutant wildcat has a weakness, a common problem for felines, which is relatively poor stamina. According to Ji Chaoyang's account, when he first saw things going badly, he rode his mount and ran far away. The blood-patterned cat chased him, leaping forward repeatedly to launch fierce attacks on him. Although he tried his best to dodge, he was still severely injured. Ultimately, it was only when the cat was exhausted that he landed a fatal blow. The two discussed and reached a consensus. Once these blood-patterned monsters are enraged, they will relentlessly pursue the target until either they or the target is dead. The wildcat Ji Chaoyang encountered was like this. Usually, feline predators give up if they can't catch their prey, conserving energy for the next ambush rather than relentlessly chasing. The blood-pattern rabbit Xu Xin encountered was the same. Despite being severely injured in the end, a typical beast would have already fled in panic, but it became more aggressive, trying desperately to attack Xu Xin, regardless of its own blood gushing out. These blood patterns can affect the mindset of mutated beasts. Although they make them more aggressive, they also give them obvious weaknesses. If that blood pattern rabbit hadn't lost its head and had turned tail and run, with its speed, Xu Xin basically couldn't have killed it. Similarly, if the mutant wild cat hadn't pursued relentlessly, it wouldn't have been exhausted and countered. Briefly freshening up, Xu Xin laid down on the bed. Kiki, who was originally curled up in a corner, had now somehow sprawled over on the edge of the bed, making Xu Xin chuckle. This little guy used to sleep curled in a ball when he first got here, but now it's lying belly up. Perhaps it's because it feels very safe inside the treehouse. Having been exhausted for a day, Xu Xin closed his eyes. When he woke up the next day, sunlight was already streaming into the treehouse, shining on Xu Xin's face. After getting up and briefly washing, he turned around and saw that Kiki and the Silver King were already waiting by the dining table. While having breakfast, Xu Xin checked the regional channel but found nothing important. After a day of hunting, most people seemed rather pessimistic. However, the explorers group was lively. Wang Lei. Guys, yesterday I took down several large beasts. I feel assured about making it into the top 10 this time. Zhao Xiaochuan. Wild boars and wolves count as large, so are there super large and super large beasts too? Wang Lei. Hey, you talk as if you took down tigers and brown bears. Zhao Xiaochuan. Haha, want to have a contest? Last time you surpassed me in ranking. This time I'll trample on your head. Wang Lei. Bring it on. Who's afraid? Whoever loses posts. I am a fool, 10 times on the district channel. Wen Guixin. What's up with you guys? Why the fuss so early in the morning? Qin Yunlong. How many points did you all get yesterday? Wen Guixin. Why ask? Just wait for tonight's ranking. You'll be surprised. Zhao Xiaochuan. What? You can score higher than Boss G and Boss Su. Wen Guixin. Who knows? Xu Xin. After discussing with Ji Chuyang, we've decided to open the trade of iron weapons. Crossbows, iron spears, iron swords, iron knives, iron daggers. Bring the price if you're interested. Shortly after Xu Xin sent out the message, a private message arrived from Qin Yunlong. The Qin Yunlong and Qin Yunhu brothers have always been the ones to communicate and trade with him. Xu Xin, I'd like 2 crossbows. I have a special resource over here. Not sure if you need it. With that, he sent over the resource description. Koi. Blue consuming it permanently increases luck slightly, can only be consumed once, so eat it soon, as it loses effectiveness if dead for too long. Xu Xin. Koi. A resource from the waters. Xu Xin hadn't yet gone after water resources. The lake near his treehouse doesn't have any high-grade fish or shrimp due to the piranhas. The lake by the hilly resource zone is inhabited by crocodiles, making it temporarily inaccessible. Mainly, his treehouse's crafting list doesn't include rafts or such, and his swimming skills are just at the level of floating in ocean waves, limited to shallow waters. Didn't expect there to be such a great resource in the water. Luck is a valuable thing. It can affect all probability events, like making it easier for him to obtain higher-grade materials or improve success rates in crafting as mentioned during a chair-making attempt. Although it's currently 100% successful, Xu Xin guessed that when he starts crafting purple-grade tools and weapons, failures might become possible. Upon seeing that this koi can only be consumed once, he understood why the other party would sell such a valuable item to him. They've probably already consumed it. The other side, seeing his delayed response, called him. 1 fish for 2 crossbows. You provide the raw materials, bolts are extra. Xu Xin felt that this fish with permanent attribute increase was worth 2 crossbows, but negotiation was still necessary. That's not feasible. You're practically processing for me in exchange for a blue-grade resource, a permanent attribute improvement. I'm sure Ji Chuyang also wants this fish. After some discussion, Xu Xin exchanged 2 crossbows for the koi, and the other side provided double the materials to purchase 40 bolts. Are you good at swimming to acquire high-grade water resources? Xu Xin asked Qin Yunlong after completing the trade. Not bad, my brother and I were diving instructors before coming to this world. Impressive. If you discover something valuable in the water in the future, consider me first. I can make you an offer you'll be satisfied with. Xu Xin sent Qin Yunlong 80 bolts. The extra 40 is my token of good faith. This Qin Yunhu has great swimming skills and is in the top 10 for strength, so it's appropriate to maintain good relations. Although it meant giving an extra 40, he basically just used the opponent's double materials to produce and give back. The tone from the other party noticeably softened. All right, if there's any resource to sell in the future, I'll consider your offer first. Happy hunting. May you top the leaderboard again. After ending the call with Qin Yunlong, Xu Xin realized that Qi Shuifei also sent him a private message, looking for a crossbow as well. Blue-grade hemostatic herb for 1 crossbow and 40 arrows. It seems there are still many who are not adept with bows. For ordinary people, shooting at lively beasts with a bow isn't quite feasible. A blue-grade hemostatic herb is equivalent to a life, making it a worthwhile deal. Provide your own materials for the bolts, and if you want to purchase more bolts later, it will require double the materials. Sure. The other side agreed without fuss, and the transaction was completed. Having finished the trade, Xu Xin tentatively asked, if I need more blue-grade hemostatic herbs, can I purchase them from you? The other side was silent for a moment and then replied, yes. Xu Xin pursed his lips. Another lucky person. It seems there are quite a few talent-abundant survivors here, which means he'll need to work even harder. It's not even 7 in the morning, and Xu Xin isn't in a rush to go out. Though he's already had breakfast, he still intends to consume the golden carp he just acquired. The grill, blue, and the dining table, blue, are supposed to enhance the effects of the carp further. After eating the golden carp, Xu Xin doesn't feel any change in himself like he did after eating the power-enhancing bear paw. Luck is inherently elusive and intangible. After fully equipping himself, Xu Xin is ready to leave. Today's task is quite simple. Hunt wildcats, gather enough sacrificial materials to offer at the altar, summon and kill the mutant wildcat, and earn points and high-level materials. The points from a single mutant creature are equivalent to a whole day of hunting. The danger level is just a bit higher, but with Ji Chaoyang's experience, as long as what he says is true, Xu Xin is confident he can minimize the losses. Before leaving, Xu Xin restocked his heavy crossbow arrows to 5, loaded them, and set it to automatic mode, hoping for a potential surprise upon returning today. Riding the Wolf King, Xu Xin specifically targets wildcats to hunt. Wildcat red dots are brighter than rabbits, but dimmer than wolves, similar to snakes, making them relatively easy to distinguish. The enhanced crossbow can swiftly and silently kill wildcats, and the immense power of the arrow often pins the wildcat's body directly to a tree or even penetrates it through. After just cutting off 2 paws of a wildcat, Kiki on Xu Xion's shoulders suddenly cried out, "What's wrong?" Xu Xion became alert. Usually, when Kiki acts like this, it means danger has been detected. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Kiki pointed one little paw in the direction of the altar, grabbing Xu Xion's clothes with the other paw, shaking his head vigorously. "You're saying there's danger at the altar, and I shouldn't go?" Xu Xion's eyelid twitched. Squeak. Kiki nodded. Looking at the map, Xu Xion saw no high-brightness red dot in the direction of the altar. But Xu Xion hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is it more dangerous than yesterday's blood-pattern rabbit?" Squeak. Kiki nodded his little head resolutely. Xu Xion took a deep breath. The altar is quite special, and he knew there would be danger, but the points and materials from a mutant creature are too tempting. He doesn't want to give up just because of the danger. Let's first go to the hill and observe, then decide based on the situation. Xu Xion threw the wildcat's body, now missing its front paws, into his backpack and decided not to continue hunting. He rode the Silver King and dashed toward that resource zone. With the Silver King running at full speed, the distance took only a few minutes. Looking at the steeply sloped hill, Xu Xion got off the Silver King and climbed up himself. Kiki on his shoulder was somewhat agitated, and now Silver King also seemed restless, clearly scared. What the hell is going on? Xu Xion struggled to climb, finally reaching the top of the hill. Standing firmly, Xu Xion looked in the direction of the altar. What he saw made his eyes widen instantly. What is that thing? A giant goblin. The entire forest resource area, surrounded by hills, with lakes and the altar, looked no different from the previous day. But close to the altar, a gigantic green-skinned humanoid creature stood there. The tallest poplar tree nearby barely reached its waist, with its enormous body exposed above the forest, incredibly conspicuous. Its green skin was covered with blood-red patterns, a bald head, deeply recessed eye sockets, eyes protruding outward, and a ferocious face with an incredibly strong build, with just a circle of tattered white cloth hanging around its waist to cover its body. Xu Xion noticed it wielded a large club, thick at the top and narrow at the bottom, full of uneven marks and dotted with traces of blood. The patterns on vines and mutant rabbits were random and chaotic, but not this humanoid creature. The blood-red patterns on its body looked like tattoos, exuding a strange beauty. The patterns formed a special shape on its chest, somewhat resembling an ancient tribal totem. What the hell is this thing? Xu Xion instinctively took 2 steps back. Checking the map, Xu Xion suddenly discovered that a bright red had appeared unbeknownst to him, glowing as brightly as the lake giant python. When did it appear? There weren't any red dots when Kiki warned him just now. As he remained in shock, the massive creature suddenly moved. Its huge head turned towards the hill where Xu Xion was, its eyes seemingly fixed straight on him, its protruding eyes filled with bloodshot lines. Xu Xion immediately felt an icy chill all over his body. Squeak. Kiki flipped around and hit on Xu Xion's back, peeking out with half his head to look that way. Meanwhile, Silver King gave a low whine and lay down on the ground. He is this far away, yet this creature can see him? Xu Xion stared intently at the monster's movements, its eyes glaring at him as though possessed by hyperthyroidism. Roar! Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth wide, letting out an earth-shattering roar at him. The surrounding trees swayed from the sound of the roar. Even the birds near the hills were so startled they fell from the sky. Just as Xu Xin gritted his teeth in preparation to turn and run, the gigantic monster looked at him and pointed its club at the altar, roaring again, but it didn't move forward. What does it mean? In Xu Xin's tense and bewildered gaze, the gigantic humanoid monster waved its club at him, then turned and walked towards the hills in the opposite direction of Xu Xin. Each step of the monster caused the whole mountain forest to tremble. The trees in its path were either pushed down or smashed away by its club. Finally, under Xu Xin's trembling watch, the monster disappeared behind the hills, and the sound of footsteps and vibrations ceased, leaving the entire hilly resource zone in silence. It just pointed to the altar. What does that mean? Was that gesture directed at me? At this moment, Xu Xin's heart was still pounding. He gathered Kiki, who had been lying on his back, into his arms and petted it until his emotions calmed a bit. Yeek. Kiki murmured protests, but it was to no avail. The Silver King, too, stood up and lost its fear after the giant monster left. Xu Xin sent Ji Chuyang a message. Have you come across any strange monsters? After a while, Ji Chuyang replied. What monster do you mean? Everything here seems normal. I just checked the altar, and there's no change in the remaining 3 statues on the stone pillars. No monsters on Ji Chuyang's side? Is it only here that they're appearing? Xu Xin took a deep breath and replied. It's nothing. I just feel something's a bit off around here. Maybe I'm overthinking it. All right, let me know if anything happens. That gigantic humanoid monster covered in blood patterns is only here. Looks like a troll from a game. Let's call you the Blood Pattern Giant. This Blood Pattern Giant seems somewhat similar to the lake giant python. So far, he's encountered 3 giant monsters on land. The lake giant python, the streambed giant crocodile, and today this Blood Pattern Giant. The streambed giant crocodile doesn't show up on the map and isn't hostile to him. It even helped him obtain a silver treasure chest. However, the lake giant python and the Blood Pattern Giant both stared at him as if locking onto prey, roaring and threatening him, but ultimately left without harming him, seemingly reluctant to leave. Xu Xin looked towards the altar, carefully observing its surroundings. Besides the path of felled trees where the Blood Pattern Giant left, there were no other traces. The Blood Pattern Giant's massive body couldn't have passed through the jungle without leaving traces. Yet, somehow, there were no traces of its arrival. Where did this giant come from? If it didn't come from elsewhere, there is only one possibility. It emerged from the altar. Xu Xin recalled that when he stepped onto the altar, he heard a sharp, crack sound underfoot. Could it be that there is a space beneath the altar? Or perhaps another entrance to an underground world? Xu Xin felt that this world was filled with danger. He pondered carefully what he did to cause this Blood Pattern Giant to appear, and why it did not appear on Ji Chuyang's side. Suddenly, Xu Xin thought of something. He took out the black and red altar knife from his backpack. Altar knife, blue, a small knife used to harvest sacrificial materials. Remember to return it to the altar after use, or the gods will be angry. Could it be because he forgot to return this knife after use, and those gods got angry? The more Xu Xin thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The Blood Pattern Giant pointing its club at the altar was likely an indication that he needed to return the knife. Xu Xin opened his watch to ask Ji Chuyang a question. Did you return the altar knife yesterday? The response this time was swift. I did. How about you? Did you forget? Understanding at heart, Xu Xin casually said. I forgot. No wonder things felt a little weird just now. It got better after returning to the altar. Don't forget to return the knife. You're really careless. Be careful, or you'll stir up something. Xu Xin smiled bitterly. Wasn't something already stirred up? This time he was indeed too careless. Luckily, it seems the monster isn't able to touch him now. Could the Blood Pattern Giant possibly be what they call a god? Or perhaps an envoy sent by the gods? Xu Xin rode the Silver King to the edge of the altar at top speed. The altar hadn't changed much compared to when he left yesterday. The only difference was that the blood-stained column without a statue no longer emitted heat. Xu Xin looked at the altar's ground. There was no anomaly, just the usual uneven surface weathered by wind and sun. Yet Xu Xin was certain that the Blood Pattern Giant emerged from here. There were no traces of its arrival around. If it didn't come from the altar, could it have fallen from the sky? To prevent any further accidents, Xu Xin approached the ritual table, opened the small drawer for the altar knife, and put the knife back in. The small drawer suddenly retracted on its own, and the entire ritual table started emitting a cold aura. After about 10 seconds, the cold aura faded. Xu Xin opened it again, finding a brand new, shiny altar knife in the drawer. Xu Xin took out the knife and found no traces of previous use. Is this why it has to be put back every time? Xu Xin murmured to himself. Checking the map, Xu Xin noticed that the tigers that roamed around the altar yesterday had vanished, leaving weaker beasts around it. Perhaps they were scared away by the earlier blood pattern giant, while other smaller beasts might have been too scared to move, like the Silver King, hence they didn't flee. Just perfect, trying to avoid those tigers yesterday took quite some effort. Taking advantage of the tiger's absence, Xu Xin planned to first check where the giant vanished, then go hunt wild cats. He looked at the path of destruction carved out by the blood pattern giant. All over the path were broken poplar trees, some snapped by the giant's feet, and others smashed away by its club. He was really curious about where this blood pattern giant had gone and why it hadn't returned to the altar. On the map, the red dots around this newly opened path appeared denser. Besides the native beasts, others might have come out of curiosity. Xu Xin held his rabbit-eared crossbow, riding his wolf at a rapid pace along the path. As expected, along the path smashed by the blood pattern giant, there were many small beast carcasses and gravely injured ones, mostly crushed by the fallen trees, as well as many birds. In just a few minutes, Xu Xin had collected plenty of materials. It was a pity there were no points, but free materials were already nice enough. Reaching the hill where the blood pattern giant disappeared, Xu Xin was baffled by the unremarkable forest ahead. He had reached the outskirts of the hilly resource zone, and the path shaped by fallen trees ended here, leaving just an ordinary forest ahead with no trace of a cave nearby. What's going on? Did the blood pattern giant just vanish here? Yep. Kiki jumped off the wolf's back and ran forward. It seemed Kiki had discovered something. Silver King, follow Kiki. Kiki ran half a circle around the hill, finally stopping on an open area outside, standing up and looking around in bewilderment. Is it here, Kiki? Yep. Kiki tilted its little head, confused. Xu Xin examined the surroundings. The hill's cliff-like sides shot straight up, forming a massive wall that separated the hilly resource zone from the outside world. Xu Xin noticed a pattern formed by natural wind and sun marks on the cliff that seemed familiar. Tilting his head from side to side, Xu Xin viewed it from different angles, and for a moment, the pattern aligned with an impression in his mind. This pattern is the blood pattern giant's chest marking. Xu Xin took a sudden step back. Why was the marking on the hill where the blood pattern giant disappeared? Had the giant merged into the hill itself? Or was the hill actually the blood pattern giant? Could these surrounding hills all be made up of such creatures? Xu Xin had always wondered why a ring of hills suddenly appeared in this rather flat land. Thinking about how he'd climbed the hills more than once gave him goosebumps. No, it can't be. Perhaps the blood pattern giant tribe left a mark here. Maybe it's a teleportation device that transported the giant away. This explanation seemed more convincing, gradually calming Xu Xin down, but the previous thoughts planted a seed in his mind, altering his view of these hills. Better stay away. Xu Xin picked up Kiki, mounted the Silver King, and moved away from the cliff with the strange totem. Let's first gather the offerings. This blood pattern giant is still too distant for me. With a more potent and faster crossbow in hand, Xu Xin soon gathered more than 10 cat claw offerings, more than enough to dye the feline statue's column completely red. The carp he ate in the morning also worked wonders. Even after hunting many small beasts yesterday, not a single blue-grade material was found, yet today, just a few wild cats yielded a blue-grade wildcat skin. Time to hunt a mutated wildcat. Xu Xin took a long look at the patterned hill in the distance, then turned and ran towards the altar with the Silver King. His strategy against the wildcat was simple. Based on the experience from the previous day's sacrifice, once the sacrifice process completed, the mutated beast would need time to come back to life. Plenty for Xu Xin to run away. With a more advanced crossbow than yesterday, Xu Xin was confident it could deal significant damage to a mutated beast if he hit it. Thus, he just needed to kite it from afar, using the crossbow with poisonous arrows to impede the mutated wildcat's movements and finish it off when it was exhausted. It's easy to plan, but hard to execute. Xu Xin preemptively ate an orange, blue, to elevate his focus to peak condition. Returning to the ritual table, he glanced at the wildcat statue. Those claws deeply embedded in the stone column seemed intimidating. Taking a deep breath, Xu Xin placed the wildcat offerings on the ritual table, quickly exited the altar range, and rode the Silver King to the furthest distance his crossbow could reach. He loaded a toxic bolt and silently awaited the sacrifice completion. Shortly, red patterns covered the cat statue, beams of red light shooting through the gaps, making the altar glow like a dazzling sun. The stone sculpture shattered, revealing a wild cat with blood-red patterns and outrageously large claws, in yellow and white hues, that appeared atop the column, looking skyward and letting out a cat cry. Alas, feline cries lack the majesty of a tiger's or a lion's roar, making it high-pitched, hoarse, and unpleasant. Now's the moment. Xu Xin raised his hand to pull the trigger, and the toxic bolt flew towards the blood-patterned cat on the column at breakneck speed. The blood-patterned cat's cry abruptly stopped as its claws took a swipe that, to the naked eye, caught the bolt right in front of its nose. But Xu Xion's reinforced bolt wasn't something it could easily stop. The bolt veered slightly, then hit the blood-patterned cat in the shoulder. Meow dash! A sharp cry rang out, and the blood-patterned cat's blood-red eyes locked onto Xu Xin, holding the crossbow in the distance. Mission accomplished. Injure it to draw its hostility, and it'll pursue relentlessly. Silver King, run. Kiki, hold tight. Howl. Yip. The Silver King dashed away from the altar at top speed. Xu Xin straddled the Wolf King backward, holding the crossbow, aiming at the rapidly closing blood-patterned cat. This time, I'm taking you down, mutated beast, without a scratch. Xu Xin pulled the trigger, firing another crossbow arrow at the swiftly approaching blood-patterned cat. The blood-patterned cat, charging at full speed in his direction, saw the incoming arrow and had to dodge sideways. But the arrow was too fast, and the cat's explosive power was too strong, making it difficult to change direction forcibly. The poisoned arrow wasn't completely avoided, grazing the cat's body and leaving a real bloody streak on its skin. This shot not only slowed down the blood-patterned cat, but also injured it. As expected of the best crossbow below the purple level, Xu Xin wasn't idle either, quickly loading another arrow. Once again injured, the blood-patterned cat became enraged, emitting a hoarse, sharp cry as if it had lost its sanity, accelerating even more and rapidly closing the distance between itself and Xu Xin. Silver King, speed up. A woo! Silver King desperately sprinted forward. The arrow flew out swiftly, but this time the beast had learned its lesson. Seeing Xu Xin lift his crossbow, it dodged to the side at that very moment. The arrow grazed past the cat's fur without harming it at all. Damn, this wildcat is so fast. Seeing the distance between the wildcat and Silver King getting shorter, Xu Xin steadied himself, continued loading, and scooped a stone from the ground to throw it at the relentless wildcat. The wildcat dodged instinctively. In that instant, Xu Xin pulled the trigger. Meow. The extreme speed and force of the arrow, combined with the wildcat's own swift momentum toward him, left it with no time to react while dodging. Only a slight head tilt, and the arrow hit the upper right side of its head directly. A sharp cat scream followed, with the arrow piercing through one side of the blood-patterned cat's head, sending one ear flying with a splash of blood. Beautiful. However, Xu Xin didn't have time to reload the crossbow. The blood-patterned cat, now missing an ear, burst forth at an even greater speed, red eyes glaring viciously as it charged towards Xu Xin. Retrieving the crossbow, Xu Xin pulled out his brand-new spear. Come on, let me try my new weapon. The blood-patterned cat rapidly closed in on Xu Xin and, at the moment of near capture, suddenly leaped, rear claws kicking off from a tree trunk, darting towards Xu Xin. Its exaggerated claws gleamed like Wolverines, clawing directly at him. The claws were long, but Xu Xion's spear was even longer. Gripping the tail of the spear with both hands, Xu Xin thrust forth with force the moment the cat closed in. If it continued attacking Xu Xin, the cat's head would be pierced directly. It didn't dare go on, but its surging body couldn't stop, so it could only use its claws to block Xu Xion's spear. The friction sound of metal collision arose, and Xu Xin even saw sparks flying. This strike halted the blood-patterned cat's movement, pushing it back another dozen meters behind Xu Xin. His spear tip, like the cat's claws, was a special part from a mutant beast, thus they were evenly matched. Looks like, to harm those claws, I'll still need the altar dagger. Xu Xin contemplated while winding the crossbow. But Xu Xin didn't pull out the altar dagger. It was too small to be effective unless at close quarters, and engaging in hand-to-hand with the blood-patterned cat was suicidal. A dozen meters was trivial for the blood-patterned cat, which once again surged forward, reaching its claws out to strike at Xu Xin. Xu Xin quickly fired another arrow, using the spear to block the claws once more. The claws were blocked again, but the arrow penetrated through the right side of the blood-patterned cat's chest. The spear's resistance combined with the arrow's penetrating injury flipped it to the ground, rolling and jumping back up, giving a wailing cat scream as it lunged again at Xu Xin. Even now it won't flee. Looks like these blood-patterned creatures emerging from the altar are truly mindless. Xu Xin raised his weapon to block again, feeling distinctly that the blood-patterned cat's strength had waned significantly compared to the previous 2 strikes. Its stamina is running out. Xu Xin rejoiced. Ing. Suddenly, Kiki tugged at him twice from behind. Even Silver King's pace slowed down. What is it? Xu Xin felt a sudden sense of crisis, different from the threat posed by the blood-patterned cat, but from behind, the direction Silver King was advancing toward. He glanced at the map and was instantly startled. Silver King, turn, left turn. In the forward path of Silver King, a bright red that was motionless, less than dozens of meters away from them. It was a tiger. The tiger had returned, lurking there to ambush its prey. With the command received, Silver King made a sharp turn, making the blood-patterned cat that surged to attack miss, lunging a few steps forward, falling into the tiger's hunting range. From the brush, a large orange silhouette suddenly sprang out, pouncing towards the freshly landed blood-patterned cat. Holy shit, that tiger is enormous. It must weigh 400 or 500 kilograms at least. The less than 100-kilogram blood-patterned cat seemed like a tiny toy in front of a 400 or 500-kilogram tiger. Yet, faced with the ambush, already injured and enraged, it didn't dodge, slashing out with a claw straight away. Reckless, brother. Xu Xin was stunned, letting Silver King stop, watching from a distance as the cat and tiger battled. Despite their similarity in being felines, the predation of small cat subfamily members by muscular brothers of the pantherine subfamily was a common occurrence. They didn't care about the resemblance. The orange tiger perhaps didn't expect the little creature to resist instead of fleeing and didn't take the claw seriously, pinning the cat down with its paw, aiming to bite down on its neck. However, the blood-patterned cat's claws, empowered by mysterious forces, were mutant. Pinned by the tiger, its claws contracted, stabbing deeply into the tiger's leg, causing the tiger to leap up in pain just as it was about to bite down. Xu Xin vaguely saw several deep blood wounds on the tiger's paw and leg. These claws are really something. Xu Xin marveled. If he hadn't had the proportionately matched rabbit-eared spear to confront it, he would probably struggle against the blood-patterned cat's assault, ending up as battered as Ji Qiaoyang was yesterday. Quickly regaining its footing, the blood-patterned cat hissed threateningly at the tiger. The tiger wasn't going to indulge the little beast, responding with a roar that resounded through the forest, once more pouncing and pinning it down. Speaking of which, the blood-patterned cat's meat should be similar in nature to the rabbit meat polluted earlier, right? If the tiger eats it, won't it just keel over? Or worse, mutate? Xu Xin murmured. If it's the former, it's just a pity you couldn't gather materials from a tiger that died eating polluted meat. But if it's the latter, that would be disastrous. Just one mutant wildcat was this formidable. If the tiger were to mutate, Xu Xin couldn't fathom the thought. Yet he lacked the capability to intervene at the moment. Handling that enormous tiger with cold weapons alone was beyond him. Don't mutate. Don't mutate. Just die. Just die. Xu Xin fixated his gaze on the tiger, silently chanting in his heart. Wait, if the tiger kills the blood-patterned cat, won't he miss out on points? The tiger bit down on the blood-patterned cat's neck, snapping it. Kill the polluted mutant wildcat. Points obtained, 500. Hearing the notification, Xu Xin sighed in relief. Good, the points remained. After all, he had sacrificed materials to summon the cat, injuring and exhausting it. Counting the kill to his credit was fair. The blood-patterned cat had its neck bitten off by the tiger, and Xu Xin received a kill notification. From a distance, that tiger was seen tearing into the yellow and white wild cat covered in blood-red patterns. My beast skin. Xu Xin felt a bit heartbroken. The wild cat meat wasn't of much concern, but the beast's skin, once torn, would become a broken resource, costing him a blue-grade resource. The tiger was still feasting with no intention of stopping. Even from a distance, the air was filled with a heavy smell of blood, making the Silver King beside him restless. After all, this mutated meat was an irresistible temptation for beasts. But didn't it die? Xu Xin, looking at the still vigorous tiger, frowned. Does it have to be cut out with a boning knife for it to have that property? No way. Even if not cut out, it's still mutated beast meat. Ing. Kiki suddenly made a puzzled sound. What's up, Kiki? Kiki pointed at the tiger and then made a limp motion on Xu Xin's shoulder. You're saying this tiger is going to die? Ing. Kiki nodded its little head. Xu Xin looked over but didn't see anything unusual about the tiger. It was still eating. Just when Xu Xin thought Kiki's intuition was off, suddenly, the tiger stopped its eating motions. No struggle, no roar, no frenzy. It just staggered forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Jungle Tiger defeated, score earned, 200 points. Wonderful. The tiger's points were counted towards him. However, these points were much less than those for mutated beasts, even though it took only 2 rounds to bite the blood-patterned cat to death. It seems that the mysterious voice wants them to deal with mutated creatures as the main enemies. Of course, if Xu Xin hadn't exhausted the blood-patterned cat to the point of fatigue and caused it some injuries, the tiger wouldn't have had such an easy time. Had the blood-patterned cat struck out before dying, it could have shattered one of the tiger's legs into pieces. After all, its mutated claws could easily shred a tree trunk into several parts. Xu Xin looked at Kiki curiously. Kiki, how did you know it was going to die? Ing. Kiki kept tilting its little head at Xu Xin. Seems like asking won't get much out of this little guy. It's such a mystery. Xu Xin felt that the only thing he could completely trust now was the silly wolf beside him, eyeing the wild cat's carcass with drooling interest, seemingly forgetting it was once a wolf king. You better not eat it, or you'll end up like that tiger, dead on the spot. Xu Xin warned the Silver King, feeling that if he didn't speak up, it would charge forward to gnaw on it. Awoo. The Silver King lay down, covering its nose and eyes with its front paws. What are you, a silly dog? If you can't see it or smell it, you don't want to eat it, huh? Xu Xin tossed some meat to the Silver King to satisfy its craving, then walked up to the corpses of the cat and tiger. Being the fisherman sure is rewarding. This mutated wild cat sure helped me out with a major enemy. Xu Xin checked the map, noticing that the 3 bright red dots near the altar had reduced to 2. Unfortunately, the materials on the tiger were wasted. Xu Xin took out the boning knife and began dissecting the remains of the blood-patterned cat. He obtained shattered mutated wild cat skin, green, mutated wild cat tendons, blue, mutated wild cat bones, blue, contaminated mutated wild cat meat, gray, *30 kg, mutated wild cat paws, blue, *2. The wild cat skin was downgraded to green because it was torn, and the wild cat meat was reduced to 30 kilograms after consumption. But these didn't matter much. Xu Xin focused on the mutated wild cat's paws. Mutated wild cat's paws, blue material for crafting weapons, can replace metal pieces, making the crafted weapons extremely tough and sharp. As expected, special materials, similar function to rabbit ears, only used for crafting enhanced weapons. Xu Xin was slightly disappointed. He actually wanted to craft a set of enhanced armor. The blue-grade iron armor wasn't very effective against these mutated beasts. If he could create armor as hard as his spear, capable of withstanding mutated beast attacks, it would greatly enhance his survival. Storing the materials, Xu Xin proceeded to the tiger's corpse. Even though the tiger's material might be unusable, he still wanted to try. After cutting up the tiger with a boning knife for a while with no notification of obtaining anything, the tiger's meat revealed an ominous purplish-red color after being cut, clearly poisonous. Could this poisonous meat attract beasts? Xu Xin gestured to the poisonous meat sliced on the ground and asked Kiki. Kiki, do you want to eat this meat? Ing. Kiki shook its little head and even covered its nose with its paws, backing away a few steps as if the meat emitted an unpleasant odor. Looks like no usable materials can be obtained from beasts poisoned like this. These are just ordinary flesh and skin. Although he'd anticipated the outcome, he still felt regret as this was a tiger, possibly holding materials he never obtained before. Standing up, Xu Xin mounted the Silver King, while Kiki climbed up onto the Silver King's back. Let's go hunting first. There's still half a day left, don't want to waste it. Currently, The altar still had two pillars that weren't entirely dyed red, the pig statue pillar and the wolf statue pillar, but Xu Xin didn't plan on hunting these mutated beasts today. Both the pig statue and wolf statue were much larger than the cats and rabbits. Summoning them was out of the question until he got stronger. Most importantly, after the blood pattern giant incident, Xu Xin felt unsafe around the hills near this resource area. If unnecessary, he didn't want to stay here anymore. Before leaving, he rode the wolf through the resource area, hunting while searching for blue resources in this area. To his surprise, he found a lot, even discovering new resources. Is this an apricot tree? Xu Xin's eyes lit up as he gazed at the apricot tree glowing blue, quickly picking a ripe apricot. Apricot, blue edible fruit, tastes sweet and sour, gradually restores stamina within an hour of consumption. Oh wow, a stamina-restoring fruit. Eating red berries grants night vision, oranges restores spiritual power, and this apricot gradually restores stamina. If resources are abundant, one might never need to rest. Impressive. It's a pity that the soil beneath this apricot tree wasn't fertile soil. Xu Xin hadn't seen any fertile soil in this resource area yet. Quickly picking all the apricots from the small apricot tree, Xu Xin ended up with a total of 120 fruits. So many. I wonder how often these apricots ripen. Can't tell since it's not planted by me. Xu Xin was tempted to transplant this apricot tree to his resource area, but his shovel couldn't transplant. Wait, does the iron shovel at blue level have a transplanting function? Iron tools don't require blueprint unlocking, just like his grill and weapon crafting station, which could be made even before acquiring the gold chest. Xu Xin assumed Li Wenci had already swapped all tools for iron ones. So Xu Xin sent a message to Li Wenci. Have you made an iron shovel? Can the iron shovel transplant plants? Li Wenci didn't reply immediately, probably because she's still hunting. Ying. Kiki, who was dozing on Xu Xin's shoulder, became restless, calling out and licking his cheek in a placating way. What, you want to eat? Xu Xin waved the apricot in his hand. Kiki eagerly nodded its little head. Even the Silver King sat down with its tongue out, watching Xu Xin. Xu Xin shook his head, placed one in Kiki's lap, and tossed another to the Silver King, who caught the apricot in its mouth perfectly. Petting Kiki, who was blissfully nibbling the apricot, Xu Xin also tossed a blue-grade apricot into his mouth. A gentle warmth started flowing from his heart to his limbs and back, and although it didn't expel the fatigue from his body, it left Xu Xin feeling like he was lounging on a soft sofa, with a tangible sense of stamina recovering bit by bit. This stamina recovery speed seemed perfectly offset by the energy used for jogging. If I eat an apricot before setting out, as long as I don't engage in strenuous activities, my stamina and condition could probably stay at their peak. Refreshed by the apricot, Xu Xin resumed hunting. Xu Xin was cutting up the wild boar in front of him. This wild boar, for some reason, was alone in the jungle. He rode the Silver King and charged at it with a spear, without hesitation, taking the wild boar's head. Now, wild boars posed no threat to him at all. Wow, the effect of that koi fish is showing again. This wild boar yielded another blue-grade animal hide. Now Xu Xin had 2 animal hides, blue, and 2 animal bones, blue. He only needed 2 more of each to make a full set of blue-grade leather armor. He's aiming to gather all the materials for the leather armor set today. He wonders what effects the leather armor set might have. After storing the materials in his backpack, Xu Xin's watch vibrated. It was Li Wenci replying to him. I made a blue-level shovel. It does have the transplant function, but the success rate is low, only 50%. However, the probability of digging up seeds is now 100%. Only a 50% success rate. I wonder if the success rate can be influenced by the koi effect? However, as long as it's not a 100% success rate, Xu Xin still wouldn't choose to transplant. These over 100 fruits are enough for now, so there's no need to rush into transplantation. This transplant function is really nice. If he has a tool with a 100% success rate, he could continuously plant all sorts of fruit trees and shrubs with fertile soil. He could open a fruit supermarket to make money. Putting those thoughts aside for now, Xu Xin replied to Li Wenci. Okay, I got it. Keep up the good work. Aim for the top 10 again. Li Wenci responded quickly. Humph, with blue-level armor and a crossbow, I'm slaughtering everything. You might not even outperform me. Xu Xin couldn't help but laugh. He had killed 2 mutant beasts. So he replied, We'll see tonight. All right, I need to continue hunting. Okay, you two, keep it up. Xu Xin glanced at the number of people in the regional channel. There were only 6,154 people left. Many people have died in this event again, and another 50 will have to be eliminated. It's uncertain how long the remaining people can hold on. He looked up at the sky. The sun was already leaning to the west. Gotta gather all the materials for the leather armor before the event ends. Xu Xin resumed hunting, racing through the woods on his wolf, leaving no beast within sight untouched. His crossbow scarcely paused, and several crossbow bolts had already been damaged. As the sky turned a sunset red, Xu Xin carved out the last blue-grade animal bone from a deer, completing the materials for a set of blue-grade leather armor. Finally got all the materials. Xu Xin breathed a sigh of relief. The effect of the koi fish was indeed very evident. Besides these blue-grade hides and bones, Xu Xin also obtained a blue-grade venom sac from a venomous snake. Venom sac, blue advanced material containing all the venom of a venomous snake, used for making poison arrows or envenoming weapons, with more potent toxicity. Usages: 3. This blue-grade venom sac, compared to the green-grade, not only has stronger toxicity, but can be used 3 times instead of once. One use can envenom 20 poison arrows, so 3 uses make 60 poison arrows very deadly. This time, Xu Xin planned to try envenoming his spear. He checked the time on his watch. The event was due to end in half an hour. After 2 days of hunting, he now had over 2,000 points, with 1,000 points gained from killing mutant beasts. He wondered if these points could place him first. The only one threatening his top position was Ji Chaoyang. Xu Xin didn't rush back, but returned to the altar, not forgetting yesterday's lesson. He first sacrificed the hunted boar tooth offering, causing the progress of the boar statue's stone pillar to rise to over halfway. Then placed the altar dagger back to its original spot. Then he went back to the previous salt mine cave to mine about 100 kilograms of salt. Time to head back. Kiki was already asleep on the wolf's back, used to gripping the wolf's fur with all 4 paws, and wouldn't be thrown off even in sleep. Let's go, Silver King. Xu Xin mounted the Silver King and began to head back. A woodash, Silver King howled and quickly ran towards the treehouse. On the way back to the treehouse, Xu Xin didn't stop, leaving no beast he saw unscathed. When Xu Xin arrived back below the treehouse, he found several beast corpses pinned to the ground and trees by heavy crossbow bolts. 2 bodies on the ground had already been mostly eaten by other beasts. He did some harvesting and a mysterious voice sounded at his ear. Hunting exploration event ended. Congratulations to the survivors who returned fully loaded. You are now a mature hunter. Surely, each survivor has gained a lot of points, and the Point Redemption Mall will open soon, where survivors can select the materials needed for purchase. Now, announcing the regional leaderboard for this event. The top 100 will receive corresponding rewards. Survivors, please check the screen inside the treehouse. The last 50 survivors, you have 10 minutes left to say goodbye to the world. No time for Xu Xin to return to the treehouse. He directly swiped open his watch and opened the leaderboard. Within the leaderboard option were 2 options, one for the previous jungle exploration event and the other for this jungle hunting event. He opened the jungle hunting event, and the leaderboard appeared before Xu Xion's eyes. Nice. Seeing his name perched at the top, Xu Xion couldn't help but clench his fist. After all, Ji Chaoyang put a lot of pressure on him, and he didn't have much confidence in taking first place this time. You know the rewards for first and second place are different and concern future survival. First place, Xu Xin. Points, 2054. Second place, Ji Chaoyang. Points, 1863. Third place, Xu. Points, 1586. Fourth place, Zhao Xiaochuan. Points, 636. Fifth place, Qin Yunhu. Points, 605. 6087th place, Lu Rini. Points, 0. The top few names were familiar. Their weapons and armor were better than others, making it unlikely for others to surpass them. Seeing Ji Chaoyang lag by nearly 200 points, Xu Xin couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Ranking first in 2 consecutive events, his position as a boss was solidified, whether in the region or within their explorers. Hardly anyone would doubt his strength. But what surprised Xu Xin the most wasn't Ji Chaoyang, but Xu Xin in third place. She actually scored 1586 points? Xu Xin thought, stunned. Remember, subtracting the points from those 2 mutant beasts, he had only 1054 points, and Ji Chaoyang had only 863 points. Even if all the hunting time for mutant beasts were spent hunting other beasts, he couldn't have over 1,500 points. Below Wen Guixin, Zhao Xiaochuan in fourth had a nearly 1,000-point cliff-like gap from her. Moreover, Wen Guixin hadn't gathered 3 treasure chests in previous events and, unlike him and Ji Qiuyang, didn't have a mount contract, making her mobility less convenient than theirs. Could there be an altar near her treehouse? Xu Xin couldn't help but speculate, then dismissed it. Probably not. If altars appeared randomly within treehouse ranges, people would have discussed it in the regional channel long ago. Besides, Ji Qiuyang and I found them outside a 3-kilometer range. This woman was indeed not simple. Back in the treehouse, Xu Xin took off his gear and tossed the previously mined salt ore into the salt distillation extractor. Currently, no one was selling salt on the trading platform, and apart from Ji Qiuyang, no one else could make a salt extractor. He could definitely make a fortune from salt. While preparing dinner, Xu Xin checked the newly appeared points exchange mall. For some reason, the mall was still grayed out and couldn't be entered at the moment. Shaking his head, Xu Xin opened the regional channel. Whoa, Boss Xu has over 2,000 points. I only have 20 points. Boss Xu is worth 100 of me. Boss Xu is amazing. Boss G also has over 1,800 points. It's unbelievable. Have you guys noticed that the top 3 haven't changed since last time? It's still the same 3 people. Wow, this girl called Wen Guixin is really strong, nearly 1,000 points higher than the 4th place. What girl? Call her Big Boss. How dare you call her a girl? The gap between the top 3 and everyone else is too much. The latest batch of hemostatic herbs from Penny Savior is now available. Injured survivors can now exchange for them on the trading platform. Limited quantity, first come, first served. The timing of this ad is perfect. I just got injured and already bought some. Are you a shill? Isn't this price too high? Brothers, I'm in the top 100, I can get extra rewards. And the big boss is actually me. Big boss, please take me with you. I'm Gauze. I'm Gauze. I'm Gauze. What's going on above? Isn't that Wang Lei, the 10th on the leaderboard? Do all big bosses have such unique hobbies? This time, the regional channel had fewer spiteful comments from those in the bottom 50 of the previous event, probably because they had given up resisting. However, seeing Wang Lei's message on the regional channel made Xu Xin burst into laughter. The explorers group also became lively. Zhao Xiaochuan. Congratulations, Boss Xu, Boss G, and Miss went on once again achieving 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. I can't believe you guys are so much ahead of me. And Wang Lei, am I higher than you? Wang Lei, I've already posted that message on the regional channel. Zhao Xiaochuan. Whoa, you really posted it? So straightforward. Wang Lei, a bet is a bet. Zhao Xiaochuan. You rock, bro. But posting once is enough. Don't post it 10 times so honestly. Wang Lei, I've already posted them all. Zhao Xiaochuan. Respect, big brother. Li Wenxi. I can't believe I'm only 8th. Last time I was 4th. I even told Xu Xin I'd do better this time. How embarrassing. Ji Qiuyang. This time, all 9 of us in the organization are in the top 20, and we occupy the top 5. Our organization has truly established a reputation now. Let's strive even harder, everyone. Zhao Xiaochuan. Got it, Boss G. Wang Lei. Boss G talks like the leader of our company. Meanwhile, in a double-decker treehouse, a woman clad in blood-stained iron armor was gnashing her teeth as she looked at the leaderboard. Even though her head was encased in an iron helmet, it couldn't conceal her beautiful face. At this moment, her eye twitched, her expression somewhat distorted. Why? Hunting should be my domain. Why are these 2 guys still ahead of me? Wen Guixin repeatedly exited and re-entered, finally accepting reality, slumping onto the floor. The crisp clash of armor and floorboards slightly woke up her tired mind. Could it be, aside from contracts to make advanced weapons and armor, the golden chest contains other resources? She was unwilling, so much so that she hadn't even gone to say hi to the explorers. For the past 2 days, she used her abilities obtained upon entering this world, along with blue-grade fruit, to hunt beasts day and night. At this moment, her body was utterly exhausted, standing only by the excitement of wanting to clinch first. But seeing this result, she couldn't accept it at all. Could it be these 2 also have abilities like mine? Ultimately, Wen Guixin, exhausted to the extreme, gave up thinking and sighed. She needed to find an opportunity to ask those 2 guys. Xu Xin sat in front of the grill, petting Kiki in his arms while grilling meat. Kiki squinted comfortably, enjoying the moment. 10 minutes have passed, and the last 50 people in this event have disappeared from the regional channel. At this moment, the mysterious voice rings out again, now announcing the rewards for the top 100 on the leaderboard. First place, permanent 30% discount at the Points Exchange Mall. Second to 10th place, permanent 20% discount at the Points Exchange Mall. 11th to 100th place, permanent 10% discount at the Points Exchange Mall. The Points Exchange Mall is now open. We encourage other survivors to keep striving to break into the top 100. With this event concluded successfully, to reward the survivors who performed outstandingly, the reward activity, Dungeon Treasure Hunt event, will officially start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Survivors, please stay tuned. Well, there's not even a day's rest, and a new event starts the next day, all under the guise of being a reward event. Looks like dealing with the piranha problem will have to be delayed. However, a Dungeon Treasure Hunt event. Xu Xin is now very sensitive to the word underground, as tomorrow's event will take place in a dungeon, and Xu Xin is well aware of the kinds of monsters that lurk below the surface. This event is sure to be a mix of danger and opportunity, and it's likely to be the most dangerous event encountered so far, probably even more dangerous than the initial beast rampage. I must prepare today. Xu Xin opens the Points Mall page. He has the first place reward of a 30% discount and the most points. The items in the Points Mall surprise him. The mall actually sells functional tools. Xu Xin immediately notices a blue-grade item. Large flower pot, blue furniture, a flower pot that can hold fertile soil, blue, and can be placed inside the treehouse to accelerate plant growth. Remember to place it by the window. Points needed, 300, 210. A flower pot for growing plants inside the treehouse. It can even speed up plant growth. You should know that plants are very vulnerable during their initial growth stage, and with so many beasts outside, even a small mistake could lead to them being trampled and dying. These days, Xu Xin has put a lot of effort into protecting the not-yet-grown apple tree, frequently replacing the fence. Xu Xin plans to, when he has time, clear a circle of trees around the treehouse, then use a fence to enclose a territory of his own where he can plant his crops and materials. But currently, he doesn't have the ability to build a proper wall, and ordinary fences can't stop beasts from coming and going. So this plan hasn't been implemented yet. However, with a flower pot where he can plant inside the treehouse, he can prioritize moving the precious, fertile soil indoors. Great stuff. With 300 points, it only costs him 210 points, which is totally acceptable. Looking further down, natural organic fertilizer, blue fertilizer that can convert ordinary soil, green, into fertile soil, blue. When spread on fertile soil, blue, it speeds up plant growth. Usable once. Points, 500, 350. Fertilizer that can create fertile soil. This is simply a perfect match with the flower pot. Xu Xin has only encountered 2 patches of fertile soil so far. One is planted with his treehouse, and the other is under the treehouse, already planted with an apple tree, which has grown into a 3-meter-tall small tree entering its fruiting phase. In a few days, it will bear fruit, and he can't guarantee a successful transplant, so he doesn't want to move that tree. But with this fertilizer, he could completely make a patch of fertile soil. But this blue-grade fertilizer sure is expensive, costing 500 points without a discount. Only those in the top 10 of the leaderboard can currently afford it. Xu Xin also saw green-grade fertilizer in the mall. A bag that can be used once is 5 points, which is 1% of the price of blue-grade fertilizer, affordable for most people. Continuing to browse the items, Xu Xin saw an interesting thing. Beast statue, blue furniture, can be placed inside the treehouse. Enhances the combat strength of allied beast-type mounts and pets within the protective range of the treehouse. Not stackable. Points needed, 500, 350. Is this a statue that can enhance the strength of mounts and pets? So there's such a mystical item. Xu Xin glanced at Kiki, who was squinting and enjoying his petting in his arms. This little guy doesn't show up on the map yet, while the Silver King shows up as a blue light spot. So currently, only the Silver King is recognized as an ally. This statue might not be of much use on Kiki. However, increasing Kiki's combat strength a little more is not really necessary. Its ability lies in its keen premonition of both danger and opportunity. Besides, there's also a humanoid statue, blue, which can increase the combat strength of survivors. This item is good and a must-redeem because personal strength is the greatest guarantee of survival. Xu Xin also saw many interesting small gadgets, which are relatively strange and don't enhance survival ability, but if on Earth, they would absolutely sell well. For example, hair-growing comb, blue, which can make hair thick in just a few days. Natural whitening face mask, blue, effective with just one application. Height-increasing shoes, blue, which can slowly make you grow taller when worn. There are even items like mysterious papaya, blue, and permanent god oil, blue, and they all require a considerable number of points, mostly above 300 points, which ordinary people at this stage can't afford. Honestly, some of these things slightly tempt Xu Xin. These things aren't here just to tempt survivors into spending their points, are they? Xu Xin thought with exasperation. These items look alluring, but they basically serve no purpose for survival. Oh, there's one item that might be useful, weight loss pill, blue. It takes effect immediately, slimming you down to a standard body type, but you'll be weak for a day. This is not useful for Xu Xin, but for those who are too fat to run easily, it could be good. But in this perilous world, being weak for a day could be deadly. There are so many expensive tools, it's impossible that this is the only opportunity to earn points. Probably in future events, killing beasts or monsters will also earn points. Xu Xin pondered. Xu Xin looked at the 2054 points in his hand and felt quite affluent. First, this human-shaped statue, blue, was a must-have, costing 350 points. Just as he clicked to confirm the purchase, a prompt appeared in his mind. Please choose a placement location. Xu Xin chose the left side of the big screen, and immediately, a human-shaped statue as tall as him crashed onto the left side of the screen with a thud. Is this me? Xu Xin curiously examined the statue. The statue was identical to him, sculpted to his likeness, and was wearing the beginner's two-piece set from the start. He waved his arm, and surprisingly felt slightly more relaxed than before. Amazing! He spent another 350 points to choose the beast statue, blue, and placed it on the right side of the screen. This statue didn't resemble Silver King or Kiki, but the beast seen on the patterns of the 3 treasure chests, which was a mix between a Qilin and a hybrid creature. This statue was much more vivid than the pattern, exuding the aura of a mythical beast. Kiki, do you feel anything? Xu Xin rubbed Kiki's head in his arms. Huh. Kiki tilted his head at him, not understanding what he meant. Silver King, who was lying on the side, suddenly stood up and let out a loud bark at Xu Xin. Silver King could feel the changes in himself, but Kiki couldn't. It seemed the statue indeed had no effect on Kiki. Continuing the exchange, a large flower pot, blue, cost 210 points, and a bag of natural organic fertilizer, blue, was 350 points. Altogether, 1260 points were spent, leaving 794 points remaining. The flower pot looked very large, nearly a meter tall, about the size of a bathtub, and a portion of green-grade soil filled it perfectly. The height of this floor is a bit low. Looking at the 1-meter-high flower pot, Xu Xin felt a bit troubled. The first floor inside the house was only over 3 meters, leaving just over 2 meters of height after subtracting the pot's height. This meant fruit-bearing plants couldn't be grown indoors, knowing that apple trees, even when pruned, could reach about 3 to 4 meters tall, and if left unchecked, could easily grow over 10 meters. Xu Xin opened the previously unlocked treehouse renovation from the silver chest, which currently didn't have an option to remove the flooring. Forget it, let's plant some small plants indoors for now. Compared to what he currently had, he actually wanted to plant some unknown plants with unknown effects to enrich his variety of functional fruits and vegetables. Xu Xin said in the Explorer group, let's summarize the effects of various blue-grade fruits and vegetables and exchange resources among each other. The group quickly reacted, with Ji Qiuyang speaking first. Ji Qiuyang, I had this idea before. Everyone can share what they know about the effects of blue-grade foods. If possible, I'd like to summarize it and publish it on the regional channel. Xu, why summarize it for them? Xu Xin, the blue-grade resources on the trading platform are too scarce, and there's no food crisis now. Green-grade food doesn't last long, so they wouldn't specifically search for food. But if they're informed about the effects of various blue-grade fruits and vegetables, some people will seek them out for collection, and blue-grade resources on the trading platform will increase. Ji Qiuyang. Exactly, I agree with Xu Xin. Xu Xin and Ji Qiuyang's back and forth made others in the group more active. Zhao Xiaochuan. Boss G and Boss Sue want to grow new things in the house, right? That's great. I want to grow too, but I have few points left after buying the human-shaped statue. Wang Lei. All I have is red berries, which grant night vision ability for 2 hours. Ji Chaoyang. Oranges can enhance mental state, and apples can boost strength temporarily. Apples enhance strength? That's indeed a good thing. However, the apple tree outside Xu Xin's house still had 3 to 4 days until it bore fruit, which felt long. Given the frequency of events in this world, it would likely span across at least 2 events. Xu Xin also replied, apricots can slowly restore stamina. Mushrooms increase intelligence. Several people who usually didn't speak much also joined in the conversation. Qi Shuefe. Hemostatic grass quickly recovers wounds. Qin Yunlong. Water grass allows for half an hour of underwater breathing. Seeing Qin Yunlong's response, Xu Xin squinted his eyes. Another new resource, water grass. The ability to breathe underwater made this a strategic resource, allowing exploration underwater and potentially evading monster pursuit when necessary. He must purchase some from Qin Yunlong. He wasn't sure how much blue-grade water grass Qin Yunlong had. Ji Chuyang. Okay, I've noted it down. Qi Shuefe. If you have medicinal materials, you can trade them with me. I can make use of them. Medicinal materials? Xu Xin thought of his snake gall and deer antler. In these past 2 days of hunting, he had acquired quite a few of these items, but despite browsing through all blueprint lists, he found none that utilized them. Could it be that Qi Shuefe could make use of medicinal materials? Even Ji Chaoyang was taken aback. You have the ability to make medicine? Qi Shuefe. My grandfather was an old Chinese medicine practitioner at the city hospital. I've learned a few things from him since I was a child. Making medicine himself? Xu Xin frowned, somewhat skeptical. Traditional Chinese medicine usually has mild effects and is relatively slow but has fewer side effects. However, for someone in their precarious situation, such effects were not very practical. Herbs like hemostatic grass, which worked immediately, were the most effective. Not very knowledgeable in this area, Xu Xin thought maybe Qi Shuefe intended to create some reserved medicines for common ailments like colds. Or perhaps she had a relevant ability related to medicinal materials. In any case, Xu Xin did not wish to antagonize her. Someone with possible healing abilities was extremely valuable in this world. Xu Xin first sent a private message to Ji Chaoyang, intending to trade for some blue-grade apples. Ji Chaoyang proposed exchanging them for the apricots Xu Xin mentioned earlier, and Xu Xin readily agreed. After all, he currently had over 100 at hand, not lacking them. Apple, blue, a fruit that can be eaten directly with a sweet and sour taste. Enhances strength for half an hour after consumption. A fruit that provides the eater with extra strength, although the duration is shorter than that of restorative states, allowing someone to exert strength beyond their limits, which is immensely valuable. The little guy tugged at Xu Xin's clothes, ravenously hungry, having watched the Silver King finish its meal long ago while waiting for Xu Xin's barbecue. All right, it's done, here you go. Xu Xin placed Kiki on the dining table, gave it a small piece of barbecue and a few ordinary fruits. The little creature immediately delved into eating without a care, oil staining its mouth. Eating barbecue, Xu Xin pondered. There are still many things to be done. After dinner, Xu Xin exchanged some seeds on the trading platform using green resources, and after much deliberation, he chose strawberry seeds. He hadn't found strawberries in his resource area yet. This plant is very low-growing and fits well for indoor planting. A small plant like a strawberry can't be limited to just one per piece of soil. Xu Xin planted several strawberry seeds in the flower pot until a prompt informed him he couldn't plant more after the 5th one was planted, prompting him to open the bag of fertilizer. The soil which had not been fertilized was green-grade, so the strawberries growing were also green-grade. He wondered if fertilization would have any effect on the strawberries. Xu Xin carefully sprinkled the fertilizer into the flower pot, afraid that missing even a bit might cause it to lose effectiveness. The fertilizer gradually permeated the soil, and soon, the strawberry seeds that were just seeds started to grow rapidly, developing runners and producing strawberries. The green glow emanating from the soil transformed into a blue hue. Success! The soil had become fertile, but the strawberries didn't change. The fruits produced remained green-grade. Xu Xin had no choice but to harvest the fruits and remove these 5 strawberry plants. One strawberry plant produced 6 to 7 strawberries. Then he planted 5 more seeds. A few seconds later, tender sprouts emerged. Strawberry seedling. Blue will mature and bear fruit in just 3 days. The strawberry seedling is very delicate, so don't step on it. 3 days. Xu Xin went outside to plant a strawberry seed on random soil and found that a strawberry matured and bore fruit in 5 days. This meant the flower pot reduced the time by 40%. What a wonderful thing. Xu Xin took a bite of the freshly picked strawberry in his hand. The normal strawberry, sharp tip, very sweet, but the bottom tasteless. Having washed a bowl of strawberries, Xu Xin ate as he contacted Xu Xin, who wanted to collect medicinal herbs. I have a few snake galls and deer antlers here, but they're all green grade. Do you want them? Xu Xin responded quickly. Yes, I will trade you with green grade hemostatic herbs. I don't need green grade hemostatic herbs. Xu Xin fed Kiki a strawberry. Can you share some of the medicine you make with these materials with me? This time, Xu Xin was silent for a long time before replying. It's still in the experimental stage. It will be some time before there are finished products. If you want, I can give them to you then. Xu Xin didn't know if she was telling the truth. Could this Xu Xin really have the ability to develop medicine? Was it just ordinary medicine, or was it the kind that gets recognized by the Treehouse system and has attribute abilities? He pondered for a moment and decided to invest in this woman who seemed to have medical abilities. After all, these things were practically worthless in his hands and served no purpose. How long will it take to have a finished product? Xu Xin asked, placing the remaining half bowl of strawberries in front of Kiki. Kiki immediately buried its head in the bowl and started eating. About 3 days. The other party gave a time frame. Xu Xin thought of something, squinted his eyes, checked the trading platform, then showed an expression of as expected. Are you related to that organization called Xuanhuji Shi? Xu Xin suddenly asked. This woman was the last to join the organization among all members. She joined after Xu Xin went to sleep in the evening, and on the day she joined, an organization named Xuanhuji Shi began to become active in the regional channel. To this day, Xu Xin still saw Xuanhuji Shi advertising in the regional channel, selling hemostatic herbs, green, at a high price on the trading platform. Xu Xin always wondered how these people got so many hemostatic herbs. Didn't they know how precious resources like hemostatic herbs were? Selling them to others would leave them with less for themselves, wouldn't it? Another possibility was that they had a method for rapidly cultivating and growing hemostatic herbs. This woman called Xu Xin had quite a few hemostatic herbs, blue, in her hands. Xu Xin didn't know the exact number, but from his experience of picking wild hemostatic herbs, green, they were always solitary, with only one plant in one location. So, where did she get so many blue-grade hemostatic herbs from? She'd already sold him 3 stocks. Xu Xin just checked the transactions on the trading platform for hemostatic herbs, and in those marked with Xuanhuji Shi, there was basically a note. Prioritize materials that can be made into medicine. This aligns with what Xu Xin just posted in the group. I don't know what you mean. The other side took a long time to send this message. I have no ill intentions. It's fine if you don't want to say anything. I'll give you these materials. In 3 days. I hope you can give me a satisfying result. Xu Xin initiated the trade directly. You're giving them to me directly. The other side seemed hesitant and was slow to click the Agree Trade button. It's not a gift, just collecting the traded goods after 3 days. Consider it a gesture of goodwill for our cooperation. However, don't think about reneging. If I publicly declare, as the top in both rankings and a member of the strongest organization explorers, that your organization, oh no, that Xuanhuji Shi is dishonest in trade and deceives people for materials. I don't think you'll want to be scandalized by such a mess, right? The other side remained silent for a long time, then confirmed the trade and replied, I have no relation to Xuanhuji Shi, but I'll do this trade and provide you the results in 3 days. All right, I'll wait for your results. If you have new materials, you can come to me for a trade. I have everything from iron spears, iron swords to heavy iron crossbows. At the same time, inside another double-layer treehouse, a woman wearing a newbie 2-piece set sat on the bed, looking at the content on her watch with some perplexity. The flimsy newbie 2-piece set could not hide her extremely proud figure. Her clean, neat long hair was tied behind her. Her face was pure and elegant, and her attire was very tidy, not resembling someone who had just gone through 2 days of hunting, but rather exuding an air of elegance. No wonder he's ranked first on the leaderboard twice. Trading with him is indeed stressful. The woman sighed. revealing a slight helpless smile. It seems he noticed because of that one sentence I posted in the group. Qi Shuefei's watch suddenly vibrated. Someone else was sending her a private message. It was a message from Ji Chaoyang. Qi Shuefei braced herself. The second-ranked Ji Chaoyang was probably also coming to her to exchange supplies. She was indeed in need of materials that could be used in pharmacy right now. 5 minutes later, she became silent. She felt quite foolish, having been hiding herself for days, and even more foolish for sending that message in the group. No wonder he's ranked second on the leaderboard twice. Unexpectedly, just one sentence made these two notice something was amiss. Fortunately, Ji Chaoyang only came to her for cooperation and just casually mentioned this matter. Perhaps there's no need to hide it. I should discuss with Xiao Xian on how to handle this. Xu Xin directly sent a video call to Li Wenxi. Video calls between him and Li Wenxi were now very common, which Xu Xin did not mind. In this perilous world, where danger lurked around every corner and you rarely saw anyone, having to kill every day, being able to chat face-to-face with a cute girl was a kind of entertainment. She picked up quickly, and the video showed that she was also in a treehouse. Congratulations, Xu the champion scholar. You're number 1 again this time. Li Wenxi sat at the dining table beaming with joy, with several plates of stir-fry placed in front of her, eating dinner. Stir-fry? Have you built a kitchen? Doesn't that require a lot of logs? Xu Xin looked at the simple, unidentified stir-fried dish in front of her, swallowing his saliva. After eating roast meat for so long, he really missed stir-fry. The Points Redemption Mall can exchange fertilizer of green quality, and it's not expensive, only 5 points a bag. I got it with a 20% discount, only 4 points. I used my matured logs. Anyway, fertilizer is not a scarce resource. Li Wenxi said nonchalantly. What she said made sense too. Xu Xin had calculated that a kitchen usually required over 100 logs, equating to about 20 trees, which was quite a lot. He previously only had 50 portions of green-grade fertilizer, and using 20 for building a kitchen would be too extravagant. You really know how to enjoy life. Xu Xin shook his head. Oh well, leaving the fertilizer there is useless. Better to enjoy it earlier. Li Wenxi picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks. But without salt, the taste is indeed a bit bland. I have some. Sigh, I wish we could find a salt mine. Wait, what did you say? Li Wenxi, with a piece of meat still held by her chopsticks, suddenly slammed her chopsticks on the table, standing up, and the piece of meat flew out of the frame. Xu Xin couldn't help but laugh. Don't be so excited. I just discovered a salt mine recently. I can make a salt extractor, intending to give all survivors access. Wow, that's great. I've been eating saltless food for days and almost developed an aversion. Especially these wild beast meats. They're tough, gamey, and without salt, they taste awful. Then let's make a trade? I'll trade salt for your iron blocks. How about it? Absolutely no problem. Li Wenxi turned her body sideways, showing piles of metal blocks behind her in the camera. Hurry up and help me clear some inventory. There's too much. I've even piled it up to the 2nd floor. You could make some backpacks to use as storage, considering how abundant animal hides are now. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? Xu Xin used salt to trade with Li Wenxi for enough iron blocks, and the two chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. Chatting with this little beauty always puts him in a more relaxed mood. Xu Xin listed the salt on the trading platform, pricing it at 1 green resource for 5G of salt, available for direct trade, with a note to message him if they had blue resources. This time he didn't trade anonymously, but used the well-known name Xu Xin, which was also a form of promotion. In the Explorer group chat, Zhao Xiaochuan, whoa. I was browsing the trading platform and suddenly found that Boss Xu has listed salt. Wang Lei. Salt. Oh my god. I'm going to take a look right now. Qin Yunlong. Salt? Is it coarse salt or fine salt? Xu Xin didn't expect to be noticed so quickly. He looked at the trading platform and found that his non-anonymous salt trade was placed at the most prominent position at the top of the platform. Is this the invisible benefit of being number 1 on the ranking list? So he replied in the group, it's fine salt. If you guys are interested, you can go directly to the trading platform or bring blue-level resources to find me. Wang Lei, wow. 1 green-level resource for 5G. Boss Xu, you're ripping us off. Li Wenxi, rip off? What rip off? A person only needs around 5G of salt a day. Exchanging 1 green-level resource for a day's worth of salt is a fair price. Qin Yunlong. If it's fine salt, it's indeed not expensive. At this time, Ji Chaoyang sent him a private message. You actually found a salt mine. I've been keeping an eye out these days and didn't expect you to find it first. 2 blue-level apples for some of your salt. Okay. Xu Xin replied, then completed the trade with Ji Chaoyang. Salt is a necessity. In the short term, it might not be noticeable, but if you don't consume salt for a long time, symptoms like muscle soreness and weakness, dizziness, drowsiness, nausea, vomiting, and muscle cramps can occur. Such negative states can be deadly in this perilous world. The regional channel also exploded. Wow, Boss Su is selling something. Salt. My God, he's really making big moves. I'm in tears. I've been in this world for over a week without eating salt, as someone who loves strong flavors. It's not easy for me. Long live Boss Su. I bought some and I'm amazed. It's actually fine salt. I thought it was coarsely filtered salt. 1 green resource for 5G. Isn't that too expensive? Strongly demand a price drop. Strongly demand a free distribution. Is this even expensive? Do you know how precious salt is? You're lucky the boss is willing to sell it to you. If you don't want it, leave. To the one asking for it free, your anonymity makes it hard for me to respond. How about revealing your name? He didn't expect so many people to speak up for him. Unlike Ji Chaoyang, who posted strategies in the regional channel every day, his image seemed grandiose in many people's eyes, especially after being ranked first. Those who survived a few events up to now wouldn't be without a single green resource. Of course, some may have few green resources and are reluctant to use one for a day's worth of salt. Xu Xin's private messages were also flooded, mostly from beggars, some asking him to lower the price, and others standing on moral high ground to criticize him. He directly blacklisted this kind of person, banning them from trading with him. Getting too close to these people might lead to collateral damage when they're struck down. Of course, some people came with blue-level resources to trade with him. Xu Xin checked the names. Several non-anonymous ones were ranked in the top 100, so it was normal for them to have blue-level materials. Mostly, these were blue-grade fruits with low value, which Xu Xin exchanged for 50G each for them. 50G seems like a 10-day supply, but generally, a person can't just put the exact amount of salt. Grilling is okay, but stir-frying uses more salt, as most salt is in the sauce, and only a small portion is actually consumed. So Xu Xin didn't think he sold it cheaply. These blue fruits are always beneficial to have more, as not only does he need them, but there are 2 more mouths to feed at home. Xu Xin sent another message to Qin Yunlong. Blue-grade water plants, are you selling now? 3 water plants for 2 green-grade iron-tipped spears. Is that okay? The reply came. This price was fairly reasonable. These water plants weren't pseudo-blue-grade like apple or orange trees that could produce hundreds of fruits, but true blue-grade materials like hemostatic grass. This essentially grants the superpower of underwater breathing for a short time, far surpassing the resources that restore one's state, so trading for green-grade iron-tipped spears was appropriate. Considering that he might need to rely on cooperation with them for underwater resources in the future, Xu Xin agreed to the price and crafted 2 iron-tipped spears for Qin Yunlong in the trade. Don't you have crocodiles or other aggressive beasts in the water on your side? After the trade, Xu Xin asked. Yes, I only got into the water to find resources after killing them. Qin Yunlong replied. Do you have piranhas there? Piranhas? No, only crocodiles and a few aggressive big fish that I skewered to death. Do you have piranhas there? A school of piranhas. Currently, I'm a bit too afraid to go underwater. Do you have any advice? Xu Xin humbly asked Qin Yunlong, considering his superior knowledge of the water. With the current equipment, I don't have a good plan either. If your lake water is flowing, you could consider poisoning it, but I don't know how long it would take for the lake to self-purify. It's best to prepare enough water resources in your treehouse first. Okay, I'll consider it. Xu Xin had considered poisoning. He currently had contaminated beast meat. Throwing it in for the piranhas to feed on would certainly kill a lot of them, but the side effects are severe. The corpses of the dead piranhas would be toxic, possibly causing mass death of surrounding fish resources. Moreover, there's a chance it could cause mutations in those who consume it. Given the large number of piranhas, the probability of mutated piranhas appearing is quite high. Xu Xin didn't think that a few mutated piranhas would be easier to deal with than a school of piranhas. Forget it. The piranhas haven't spread too much yet. I'll deal with it after tomorrow's activity is over. With that, today's matters were mostly settled. Xu Xin was about to lie down on his bed when he suddenly remembered the leather material he had gathered through a day's toil. The items in the points shop were too tempting, and he almost forgot about the leather armor set. Xu Xin immediately went to the weapon and armor crafting station to make a set of leather armor using beast bones, blue, and beast hides, blue. Seeing the effect of the leather armor set, Xu Xin grinned. Leather armor set, blue, 4-piece set, enhances stealth, reducing the likelihood of being detected by enemy units. Stealth specialized outfit, a must-have for stealth. Compared to the iron armor set, Xu Xin preferred this leather armor set. This world had too many beings he couldn't contend with. Being discreet was the key to surviving better. In comparison, the leather armor set was more suitable for Xu Xin at this stage, while the iron armor set was only fit for battle. Come to think of it, without Li Wenxi's support as a rich benefactor, he couldn't have made a blue-grade iron armor set at this stage, and maybe the blue-grade iron armor set wasn't the suitable gear for this stage anyway. Eagerly, Xu Xin tried on the leather armor set. Taking a few steps, Xu Xin noticed that he barely made any footstep sounds, and the leather didn't produce any friction noise, indeed greatly enhancing stealth. I'll wear this for tomorrow's dungeon exploration event. Finally finishing all the tasks, Xu Xin lay down on his bed and drifted off into a hazy sleep. Hopefully, tomorrow's event will be a bit simpler. The next morning, Xu Xin woke up naturally. The crisp sound of birds chirping outside the treehouse, along with the calls of some small animals, gave him a sense of vacationing in a mountain resort. If only life could always be this peaceful. If it weren't for this so-called activity, Xu Xin might really be able to live peacefully in this beautiful environment, with fresh air and abundant wildlife in the jungle. The dream is beautiful, but today we must continue working hard. Xu Xin raised his hand to look at his watch. It was 7 o'clock, and the activity would start at 9, leaving 2 hours of rest time. Kiki was still cuddled up beside him, snoozing away with her fluffy brown and white bushy tail. This time, the event is called Underground Dungeon Treasure Hunting Activity, probably similar to the last jungle exploration event. It looks like this treasure hunting panda is crucial again. Last time, if Kiki hadn't pulled him along, he basically wouldn't have found the golden treasure chest. After getting up and washing up, Xu Xin began to prepare breakfast. He used a boning knife to cut the beast meat into thin slices, placed them on the grill, and sprinkled salt while grilling. The aroma of the grilled meat woke Kiki and Silver King, who both ran over to Xu Xin's side. As usual, Xu Xin gave Silver King a piece of raw beast meat, while he and Kiki enjoyed a breakfast of barbecue with fruits and vegetables. It's not that Xu Xin didn't want to grill for Silver King, but wolves maintain their wildness and combat power by eating raw meat. Otherwise, they'd truly be domesticated into a dog. Inside the Explorer, people had already started talking. Xin, boss, the leaderboard and rewards are out. Shouldn't our organization recruit new members? Ji Chaoyang, let's skip it this time. The gap from 4th to 20th isn't that big, not as clear-cut as last time. They don't have tools for immediate communication either, so let's hold off on recruiting new members for now. Xin, alright, maybe next time then. Xu Xin didn't really feel like looking at the leaderboard for recruiting purposes. Now, the 9 members of the organization have abilities others don't. Treehouse modification. Among the top 20 on this leaderboard, except for the 3 of them, the rest are pretty average. The extra points don't buy much and only offer discounts in the points mall. No need to bring them into the organization. After breakfast, Xu Xin started preparing the items he needed to take today. He donned the leather armor and packed the iron armor in his backpack. A crossbow and spear, the 2 major weapons, had to be carried. Besides that, he wanted to make a sword. Since it's an underground dungeon, there might be some narrow spaces where the spear's length could be limited. A sword would be more flexible. Xu Xin crafted an iron sword using iron blocks, blue, and made a leather scabbard with animal hide to keep the sword quiet when drawn, making him really feel like a swordsman. He packed various functional foods into his backpack and waited for the activity to start. Before long, the mysterious voice began to speak. Survivors, today's activity is about to begin. Next, the activity content will be introduced. Please listen carefully, survivors. Within the Treehouse Protection Zone, there lies a hidden underground dungeon filled with treasures left by predecessors, which can aid your survival. Now, the entrance to the dungeon is open, waiting for your arrival. This activity is Underground Dungeon Treasure Hunting. In the next 2 days, go find that hidden dungeon and obtain the treasures within. Friendly reminder, Do not explore areas outside the treehouse protection zone, or terrifying things will happen. The reward activity period is from today 9 o'clock to tomorrow 1800 hours. Do not slack off. All survivors who fail to find the dungeon entrance will permanently leave this beautiful world. We hope all survivors will reap abundantly in the dungeon. The underground dungeon treasure hunting activity begins now. The location of the dungeon is within the treehouse protection zone. It's unclear if those underground creatures might appear in the dungeon. Although the treehouse will protect the surface from monster invasions, the dungeon isn't necessarily safe. Dungeon, huh? Xu Xin looked out from the treehouse window. On the surface, there were no apparent anomalies. The jungle still looked like yesterday's jungle. His protection range was much larger than others, 4 times more, making it harder for him to find the entrance compared to others. He checked the map. Due to hunting activities, wildlife had returned, and many red dots were now scattered on the map. Even marks of herbivores drinking at the lake nearest to Xu Xin appeared as faint red dots. However, the map showed no regions marked as dungeon or any areas with a high concentration of red dots. Feeling at a loss, it was just like in the initial stage of the last exploration activity when seeking the copper treasure chest. Xu Xin looked at the little guy now perched on his shoulder, stroked its soft tail, and said, "This time, I'm counting on you, Kiki." Eep. Kiki tilted her head, clueless about what's happening, looking at Xu Xin. "Do you sense anything strange around here?" Xu Xin took Kiki down from his shoulder, letting her look outside the window. Eep. Eep. Kiki shook her head. Xu Xin sighed and glanced at the area chat, where many people were engaged in discussions. "As long as I find the dungeon entrance, I'm safe. Does that mean I don't even have to go in?" "Dungeon? Sounds dangerous. I'm not going in." "Everyone, if you find the dungeon but don't want to enter, you can come back and share the location with us. The entrance locations might follow a pattern. We'll enter upon finding it and share the dungeon's situation, so you all can decide whether to enter then." This last message was from Ji Qiuyang. He seems to want everybody to pool efforts in locating the dungeon entrance, providing direction, and minimizing the number of people who want to passively observe the situation first. But Xu Xin knew this activity couldn't be so easy. Simply finding the dungeon to survive was impossible. The first crisis might already loom outside the dungeon entrance, impending danger as soon as the entrance was found. Ji Qiuyang couldn't have overlooked this, but he didn't tell everyone about it, instead giving everyone hope. "Worthy of Boss Ji, I'm off to find the entrance. We're solid with the top 5 ranking bosses all in Boss Ji's organization, led by a boss. Let's set out quickly. With so many of us, someone will surely find it by chance. Then, if we share the location with the bosses, we'll have a strategy. Hurry, go, go, go." Xu Xin didn't bother with these affairs. Posting his thoughts on the area channel would only scare more people into hiding in the tree houses to await others' results, reducing the chances of discovering the dungeon entrance. No matter, he intended to look around first. With Silver King, he still had great mobility. Arriving beneath the treehouse, Xu Xin planned to first check out the golden treasure chest underground entrance. It's the entrance to the underground world. Perhaps the dungeon is nearby. Silver King was fast, and within minutes, they reached the underground world entrance. What was once a sea of flowers, after the death of the bloodthirsty cannibal flower, had withered entirely, becoming a barren wasteland. Xu Xin reached the entrance hole and, after a moment's hesitation, stationed Silver King as a lookout, while he and Kiki ventured inside. They arrived above the tightly closed iron door, and he looked downward. The surrounding soil was even more vividly red now compared to the last time he was here. Previously a faint red, it now seemed soaked in blood. This should have been caused by the previous red mist seeping into the soil, turning it into contaminated soil. Could the overwhelmingly foul red mist be the source of pollution? Would breathing too much of it cause one to mutate into those creatures? Both he and Kiki inhaled a bit of it, but besides the stench, it had no apparent effect on their bodies. "Kiki, do you feel anything unusual around here?" Xu Xin asked Kiki on his shoulder once more. "Ing." Kiki still shook its head. "Perhaps it is not here. Thinking about it, descending from this entrance doesn't lead to any dungeon, but to a massive underground world, which is not even in the same class. This underground world is not something they can engage with at this stage." The mysterious voice also mentioned that the dungeon entrance had just opened, so it certainly wouldn't be this entrance that Xu Xin had dug out earlier. Xu Xin glanced at the iron door and decided to release the red mist inside, just like he did the first time he came here. They'll have to go in eventually, so he might as well deal with it now. Xu Xin gripped the rusty iron handle and said to Kiki on his shoulder, "Hold tight. Kiki, get ready to run in a moment." Ing. He took a deep breath, summoned his strength, and swung the iron door open sharply. At this moment, his strength was much greater than the first time he came. The iron door was swung open directly, and large swathes of red mist spilled out. Xu Xin sprinted outward, dashed out of the underground, and leaped onto the Silver King, all in one fluid motion. "Come on, Silver King, let's take a spin around here." Whoa! Looking back from a distance, Xu Xin saw the red mist continuously emerging from the barren land, only to be dispersed by the wind. Xu Xin rode the wolf around the vicinity for half a day, constantly monitoring changes on the map, but did not find any entrance to a dungeon. Apart from trees, there was nothing, and Kiki showed no response either. Could it be not in this direction? Xu Xin pondered with a frown. This was the only place nearby connected to the underground. Xu Xin opened his watch and checked the regional channel. The regional channel was very quiet. Almost everyone had gone to search for the dungeon entrance. Just as Xu Xin was feeling disappointed, someone suddenly spoke up. "I found the dungeon entrance." Xu Xin immediately perked up and directly asked in the regional channel, "Where did you find it?" This time, he didn't post anonymously. "Whoa, it's Boss Xu. Boss, I found it in a cave near my house. I originally wanted to chip some stones to repair my weapon before setting off, and then I heard strange noises coming from deep within the cave. I walked all the way to the end of the mine and discovered an additional path, a very narrow, small hole. The strange sounds were coming from the entrance. This hole never existed before. I've explored the entire cave thoroughly and remember it very clearly. This path has newly appeared. It must be the dungeon entrance. When you discovered that entrance, did you encounter any danger?" This question was from Ji Chaoyang. It seemed he was keeping an eye on the regional channel all the time. "Boss Ji Chaoyang. No danger. I heard strange noises inside, so I didn't dare go in. There might be something dangerous inside." In the cave, Xu Xin suddenly recalled the Black Bear Cave he first encountered. He had entered the Black Bear Cave several times and could always hear strange wind sounds inside, as if there was a cavernous space underground emitting a wailing sound. But he had searched many times and never found where the sound came from. It really seems to be the Black Bear Cave. Xu Xin slapped his palm. "Such an obvious thing. I actually overlooked it." Xu Xin replied in the regional channel. "Thanks. After I enter the dungeon, I'll let you all know what's inside." No need to thank me, Boss Xu. I'll just wait for the guide. You go ahead." Riding the Silver King, Xu Xin first returned to the entrance of the underground world, where the red mist had completely dissipated. He descended in front of the iron door, took a look inside, and it was still that seemingly endless passageway. The ladder and iron walls were rusted beyond belief. Xu Xin noticed that the rust on the ladder and iron walls in the passage was visibly more than last time. Is it because of the red mist? Xu Xin pondered. Could it be that this passage has a limited number of uses? After being corroded by the red mist multiple times, it will become unusable. Forget it. It's not the time to consider this right now. At least for a long period, Xu Xin doesn't have to descend and face those giant underground creatures. Before leaving, Xu Xin closed the iron door. He felt that if he didn't close it, some weird things might come out from inside. And in case the red mist, as he speculated, really could cause wildlife mutations. If this place continued to periodically emit red mist, that would indeed be a blunder. Riding the Silver King, Xu Xin swiftly maneuvered through the jungle, occasionally using the crossbow in his hand to shoot down a wildcat. Killed a wildcat, earn points, 1. Indeed, you can still earn points, though during the previous hunting event, wildcats were worth 5 points. Now it has dropped to just 1. Upon dismantling and storing the wildcat carcass into his backpack, Xu Xin suddenly remembered that the spot where the giant crocodile lurked was precisely in the creek at the entrance of the Black Bear Cave. He had always wanted to try and see if he could ask Brother Crocodile to come to his lake and resolve the issue of the piranhas in the lake waters. For the gigantic terror crocodile, the piranhas probably aren't a big deal at all. The piranhas might not even be able to break its defense, and it might be able to devour a herd of them in one bite. Although he couldn't see the terror crocodile's red, Its power level was very likely on par with the lake giant pythons. Currently, it seemed not to have any hostility towards him, so why not attempt to build a good rapport with it? Meanwhile, Xu Xin first returned to the treehouse, carried out 200 kilograms of wild boar meat left from the previous hunt. Although it might be trivial for the giant crocodile, it was a token of goodwill, in case he really needed to ask for its help. Soon, Xu Xin arrived near the creek at the entrance of the Black Bear Cave. Despite the turbulent rush, the creek remained crystal clear. If Xu Xin didn't already know that the creek bed, resembling a rock, was actually the back of the crocodile, he wouldn't have been able to tell anything unusual. Xu Xin tentatively called out along the creek, "Brother Crocodile, are you there?" The moment his words fell, the creek responded. A tiny whirlpool appeared in the center of the creek, seemingly greeting him. "It's still here." Xu Xin glanced at the map. There was still no red dot displayed, indicating that this crocodile wasn't considered a hostile force. Feeling slightly reassured, Xu Xin placed the 200 kilograms of wild boar meat on the creek's edge and chuckled. "Brother Crocodile, I said last time before leaving that I'd bring you something tasty when I pass by. Although this might be a little meager for you, it can at least serve as a snack." Two eyes slowly emerged from the water, glancing at the pork on the ground. Soon after, a giant terror crocodile emerged from the water and slowly approached Xu Xin. To say it was swimming, it was more like wading due to the shallow stream compared to the crocodile's massive size. Xu Xin's facial muscles twitched briefly as he resisted the urge to step back. The gigantic body indeed exerted an overwhelming presence. But since the map didn't show red, it meant it bore no hostility towards him. Retreating might displease the other party. The Silver King didn't cower in fear as it did when it saw the blood-patterned giant previously, though it clearly seemed a bit frightened, pressing its body tightly against Xu Xin. Kiki, on the other hand, wasn't afraid at all, even Ying greeting the crocodile. The crocodile grabbed the boar meat on the creek's edge with its colossal mouth, tilted its head back, and swallowed the entire 200 kilograms of pork in one gulp. That mouth was indeed huge. Keek's eyes widened at the sight, pausing its little claws that were waving a greeting. After swallowing all the pork, the crocodile let out a low growl towards Xu Xin and Kiki. The call was mellow, and Xu Xin could sense a hint of goodwill in it. Then, the giant crocodile retreated to the creek bottom and submerged, leaving the stream to resume its usual appearance. Xu Xin waved towards the creek, saying, "I'm leaving, Brother Crocodile. I'll come to see you again next time." Kiki also waved a greeting. Another whirlpool appeared on the water surface. This crocodile responded to them again. Does this mean it gained a bit of the giant crocodile's favor? Once this event is over, he'll ask it to try dealing with the piranhas. Moving on, it was time for the main event. Xu Xin turned back toward the entrance of the Black Bear Cave. As he approached the cave, he could already hear the wind sounds inside, much louder than before. Looks like the entrance really is inside this cave. Accompanied by Silver King and Kiki, Xu Xin cautiously stepped into the Black Bear Cave. It was very dark in the cave, but Xu Xin, who had stepped into it, could clearly hear the sound of wind coming from deep within the cave. After eating a red berry, everything became clear before his eyes. This Black Bear Cave wasn't very deep. You could see its end at a glance. Now, at the deepest part of the cave, there was a change Xu Xin had never seen before. It was a narrow crevice, only a few dozen centimeters wide and about 2 meters high. Stones were scattered on the ground outside the crevice, as if something from inside had poked it open. The eerie woo-woo wind sound came from inside there. This must be the small cave entrance mentioned by someone in the regional channel. From the sound of it, mysterious and secretive, it indeed seemed like the entrance to a dungeon. Although no red dots appeared on the map indicating danger ahead, Xu Xin didn't let his guard down. He was well aware that those underground monsters wouldn't appear on the map until they emerged from below. Even though he was within the treehouse's protection range, and those monsters wouldn't survive a few seconds if they came out, he couldn't guarantee he'd remain unscathed in a surprise attack. It was better to be cautious. Before entering, he filled up on buffs. Xu Xin took out an orange and a plum, ate them, feeling the dual buffs in spirit and stamina, took a deep breath, and walked towards the entrance. Yelp! After just 2 steps towards the crevice, Kiki on his shoulders suddenly cried out, "There's danger!" Xu Xin immediately became alert. He was all too familiar with Keek's cry. After days of cooperation, He recognized that it signaled danger ahead. But danger or not, he had to go. The crevice was too narrow for his spear, so Xu Xin drew out his newly made iron sword from its leather sheath. If any monsters crawled out from the crevice, Xu Xin would slash them with a single stroke. The crevice was so small that Xu Xin had to turn slightly sideways to enter. He glanced inside. It was deep and had a bend, beyond which he couldn't see. Howl! Silver King howled, sitting helplessly on the ground. With its shoulders much broader than ordinary wolves, it couldn't squeeze into the crevice. Great! I've just lost my only warrior. Xu Xin was also helpless. If it was just the entrance being narrow, he could try chiseling it open. But with the entire passage being this narrow, there was no way. He couldn't chisel his way through the entire passage. Who knows how long that would take. Xu Xin could only leave Silver King at the crevice entrance, and he and Kiki proceeded first. Then they'd look for another opening to bring Silver King in. If not for the backpack's inability to hold living creatures, Xu Xin would have loved to pack Silver King inside and take it along. After comforting Silver King and leaving it a piece of meat to guard the entrance and howl if anything happened, Xu Xin entered the narrow crevice with Kiki at his side. This newly appeared passage couldn't be called a cave anymore, just a small slit. As soon as he squeezed into this crevice, the strange woo-woo wind sound became more apparent. In such a confined space, one never feels safe, especially when danger could lurk at any moment. Xu Xin was highly alert, turning his body sideways as he advanced. Only the entrance of this crevice showed signs of recently being broken open, while inside, dust was thick, and the stone walls bore all sorts of traces of time. It was clear this couldn't be a newly formed crevice. The crevice had always been here. The entrance had just been blocked. Upon entering, Xu Xin realized this passageway slanted slightly downwards, meaning the further he went, the deeper he delved underground. Yelp! Suddenly, Kiki jumped off his shoulder, tugged at the leather pants of Xu Xin's armor, then ran forward along the crevice. Kiki, don't run. It's dangerous. Kiki vanished around a bend in an instant, and Xu Xin called out instinctively. But then he remembered that this little creature could sense danger. If it dared rush ahead, it meant there was no danger it could perceive up ahead. Was this little guy trying to test the waters for him? Clenching his teeth, Xu Xin quickened his pace to follow. The crevice-like cave became narrower as he advanced, and after merely a few dozen meters, he had to walk sideways all the time. Goodness, any fatter, and I might not have squeezed through. Xu Xin struggled through the crevice. Yelp! A small head poked out from a bend a few meters ahead of Xu Xin. After a few steps, Xu Xin understood why Kiki had stopped there. At the bend, there were 3 paths to choose from. They were more crevices than paths. One continued forward, one went left, the other right. 3 directions? Xu Xin narrowed his eyes. He had a guess in his mind. Among these 3 directions, perhaps only one was correct. Choosing the wrong path could lead to a trap, an abyss of no return. In this narrow crevice where he could only turn sideways, Xu Xin could handle a single monster. But if creatures emerged from all directions, he'd likely be meeting the king of hell soon. He couldn't choose so rashly. Xu Xin observed the 3 directions. Each crevice bent after only a short distance, making it impossible to see what lay ahead. There weren't any special marks at the crevice entrances, either. He checked the map, but it showed no maze, just the above-ground Black Bear Cave and the jungle. After investigating for a while, Xu Xin still found no obvious clues. Is it really all based on luck? Or does it not matter if we take the wrong path? Xu Xin knitted his brow. Kiki ran back and forth before the 3 paths, occasionally glancing inside, also unable to decide. Kiki, didn't you just sense danger inside? Can you tell which direction the danger is in now? Xu Xin asked Kiki softly. Yelp! Kiki paused in its movements, then pointed towards the left path. Then it pointed to the middle path, lastly to the right path. There's danger in all directions? Yelp! Which one is the most dangerous? Yelp! Kiki shook its head, indicating it didn't know. Xu Xin took a deep breath to calm himself. What was this? Danger in every direction? Might as well try one at a time, since there's danger in all of them. No, he couldn't be so reckless. Thinking it over, Xu Xin messaged Li Wenxi. Did you find the entrance? Li Wenxi had once told him that there were mine shafts around her treehouse, and if the entrances appeared in caves, she had a good chance of finding one. Li Wenxi replied in seconds. Found it. I followed what that person in the regional channel said, and went into a mine with strange sounds, and sure enough, I found a new small entrance. Xu Xin quickly sent a voice message, which was instantly answered. Did you go inside? Xu Xin asked softly. Yes, I'm inside. But there are so many forked paths, I got lost. Li Wenxi's voice sounded a bit embarrassed. Lost? Xu Xin was a bit shocked. You just went in casually? What do you mean casually? I left marks. But there are so many forks. I ended up getting lost. Li Wenxi muttered. Many forked paths. Xu Xin looked at the 3 paths ahead. So, there wasn't just this one fork, it was a cave maze. This is not just a choice, it's a maze. Haven't you encountered any danger so far? Xu Xin asked Li Wenxi. Does a rat count as dangerous? It's as big as a kitten, with red patterns on its body, glowing red eyes, and it bites me on sight. But I'm in full blue-grade iron armor. It couldn't bite through me, so I just speared it to death with one shot, Li Wenxi said casually. You really have a big heart. Xu Xin was speechless. How is this even possible? With blood-red patterns on its body, glowing red eyes, isn't that the kind of polluted mutant beast Xu Xin had killed earlier? Indeed, mutant beasts have started appearing in this event. In the last event, mutant beasts could only be summoned through sacrificial altars. This time, they appeared directly and start attacking survivors. Let me tell you, you can actually earn points now. I killed a strange big rat like this and got a full 20 points. Li Wenxi's tone became excited. I knew there were still ways to earn points. Points? Judging from the previous reduction of wildcat points from 5 to 1 point, if it were during a hunting event, this blood-patterned rat Li Wenxi killed should be worth 100 points. And both the blood-patterned rabbit and blood-patterned cat are worth 500 points, indicating there is still a strength gap. Actually, from Li Wenxi's description, one can sense the disparity. The blood-patterned rabbit directly pierced through his blue-grade armor, whereas the rat couldn't break Li Wenxi's defense. Perhaps, the mutant beasts summoned from the altar are somewhat special. Haven't you found the entrance yet? Look in the cave. I found one in a cave, so chances are the entrance is in a cave too. Seeing Xu Xin silent for a while, Li Wenxi thought he hadn't found the entrance and was a bit downhearted, quickly reassuring him. Already found it. Just wanted to ask you what's going on before going in. Oh, then you should go in quickly. I'll continue to wander around and see if I can find a way out. After hanging up, Xu Xin felt his fear of the unknown ease slightly. Compared to him who knows about the underground creatures, the oblivious Li Wenxi seemed bolder. Xu Xin chose the left path, deciding to try walking down one path first. Using an iron sword, he carved a deep mark on the edge of the left crevice as a sign, then sidled into the crevice. According to Li Wenxi, there are indeed dangers inside, but the danger shouldn't be too great since this is just the entrance. Perhaps he was too cautious before. Hiki followed him into the passage, but Xu Xin still picked it up from the ground and placed it on his shoulder. There are mutant rats and such mutant beasts here. Usually, a part of their body is enhanced, and some skill is particularly strong, so this little guy is safer on his shoulder. The cave was very silent. As he wore light armor, Xu Xin could only hear the faint sound of his armor rubbing against the stone wall, pebbles falling off the wall, and his own breathing and heartbeat. Slowly advancing, Xu Xin kept a firm grip on the iron sword, alert to any possible danger. But until he reached the next fork, he hadn't encountered any danger, and nothing appeared as red dots on the map either. Xu Xin doubted whether his map still worked within this passage. To make an analogy, it felt like he was in a dungeon now, and the map was a larger overworld map. At this point, he was definitely below the surface, considering how far he had already walked. He was underground, but the map could only show the surface terrain and enemy units. It seemed he couldn't rely on his map exploit in this so-called dungeon. The map didn't show the structure of the dungeon or even enemy units. At this moment, Xu Xin longed for that voice, the one which unlocked creator privileges. But that voice wouldn't chime in timely. He would have to rely on himself. Leaving a mark in one direction, Xu Xin continued forward. Yep. Halfway while sidling in the crevice, Kiki on his shoulder suddenly cried out. Monsters are coming. With a tight grip on the iron sword, Xu Xin tensed up in the narrow stone gap. Advancing slowly, he reached the corner of the gap. Back to the corner. This way he could see both left and right without turning his head. In the limited space, Xu Xin took out the crossbow that had already been loaded, securing the trigger with his left hand and holding the iron sword with his right. Before long, He heard squeaking sounds coming from both directions. Habitually looking at the map, there were no red dots displayed, failing me at the crucial moment. Although he had anticipated it, he couldn't help but gripe. As the squeaks grew nearer, two large rats covered in blood-red patterns appeared, darting towards Xu Xin from both sides. They were just like Li Wenxi described, as big as a cat. No, even bigger than a cat. Cats are slender while these similarly sized rats are much heftier than a cat. Without hesitation, Xu Xin pulled the trigger on the crossbow towards the blood-patterned rat on his left. The bolt flew with incredible speed and force. In this confined space, the cat-sized blood-patterned rat had no room to dodge, and with a shrill scream, it was nailed to the ground by the bolt, struggling and screeching madly. Yip! Kiki jumped off Xu Xin's shoulder towards the rat pinned on the ground. Meanwhile, the rat on the right had already leapt at him. Xu Xin swung his sword and slashed at the fat mutant rat, the sharp iron sword cleaving it cleanly in half. Killed mutant rat. Points earned, 20. This week. Xu Xin couldn't quite believe it. This mutant rat was surprisingly weak. Of course, it was because he reacted early thanks to Keek's warning, found a tactical position for attack, and used two blue-grade iron weapons, that he managed to kill them so easily. For most people, it wouldn't be so effortless. But, compared to those summoned from the altar, these were rather underwhelming. The blood-patterned rat pinned by the bolt was still struggling madly, extremely tenacious, while Kiki occasionally slapped at it, but to no effect, instead spurring it into more frantic struggles. Xu Xin ended its misery with a single sword stroke. Killed mutant rat. Points earned, 20. The notification sounded again. Xu Xin easily racked up 40 points. These points are quite easy to earn. Given this, he could go back and spend points to accelerate the growth of some pine trees, obtaining timber to refurbish the treehouse, and build a planting chamber for blue-grade plants. Xu Xin took out a boning knife, intending to dissect the mutant rat's body to see what materials he could get. Obtained mutant rat skin, blue, *1, mutant rat tail, green, *1, mutant rat meat, green, *8 kg. Wow, a full 8 kilograms of rat meat. This mutant rat was quite fat. However, only the skin was blue-grade. The tail and meat were green-grade. Xu Xin knew the use of the rat skin, and then looked at the tail and meat. Mutant rat tail, green if you're not bothered by its source. It's surprisingly delicious and can be used to make soup. Mutant rat meat, green meat developed after mutation, firm and fatty without any off flavor. A barbecue essential. Edible? Why is it edible? Isn't it poisonous? Xu Xin discovered something different from the rat's name. The rabbits and cats that jumped out from the altar's stone carvings earlier all had a prefix, polluted. The blood-patterned rabbit was a polluted mutated hare, and the blood-patterned cat was a polluted mutated wildcat, but this time, the rat's name had no mention of being polluted, simply called mutated rat. Is it not completely tainted by the blood patterns? Looking at the rat meat in his hand, Xu Xin noticed that there were no patterns on the meat. Only on the rat's skin were there blood-red patterns. Previously, with the rabbit and cat meat, those blood-red patterns were deeply embedded into the flesh, even reaching the bones. It seems so. These rats are just low-level mutated creatures, not yet completely eroded by the bizarre blood patterns, only tainting their fur. Hence, the material grade is relatively low. While stronger than ordinary rats, they are much weaker compared to fully corrupted alter-mutated beasts. Xu Xin held up a piece of mutated rat meat in front of Kiki. Kiki, do you want to eat this rat meat? Kiki pushed the meat away with its paws, looking a bit disdainful. Not like the craze for rabbit meat or cat meat, nor the aversion to the tiger meat from a tiger that died eating polluted mutated meat, just simple disdain because it was rat meat. It seems this meat should be fine. He can try it when he gets back. He hasn't tasted rat meat before. Packing the dissected materials of the two mutated rats into his backpack, Xu Xin placed Kiki on his shoulder and continued forward. Soon, Xu Xin arrived at another fork. He marked it again and continued to move forward. Just like that, he passed several forks without encountering any danger again. As he continued to explore forward in the narrow space, suddenly, he heard the sound of rocks cracking beneath his foot. Then his footing dropped, and his body fell. Oh shit! Fortunately, the passage was narrow, and his sideways body slammed upright, getting stuck in the crevice, preventing further fall. Meow! Kiki, on his shoulder, was startled. Xu Xin, with a racing heart, took a step back. There's even a trap here. Looking at the place he had just stepped on, Xu Xin couldn't help but take a deep breath. It turned out to be just a thin layer of rock surface, which collapsed under his foot, revealing a hole larger than his foot. Looking down through the hole, it was incredibly deep, as if it led straight to hell. Even though he had night vision, he still couldn't see anything below, only darkness. Is there another underground world down there? Picking up a nearby piece of rock, Xu Xin forcefully threw it below. After a long wait, he didn't hear the sound he expected. How deep is this? Xu Xin looked at the road ahead, not daring to proceed, and took a stone from his backpack, throwing it forcefully to the unexplored area ahead. Crack! The road's surface in the narrow crevice shattered into a large piece. This section of the road was like a ground fissure formed after an earthquake. Looks like this path is a dead end. Xu Xin slowly retreated and sent a message to Li Wenxi. Be careful, the ground might collapse, and you might fall down. Li Wenxi quickly replied, I just encountered that. I'm sitting on the ground calming down now. Almost fell. Did you encounter any other dangers? Xu Xin asked. Not really, just a few rats, almost falling this time. But nothing else dangerous, though getting lost is sure annoying. Leave marks and don't walk the same route repeatedly. That way, you won't easily go in circles. I'll ask the group about their situation. All right. Xu Xin retreated to the previous intersection and marked an X at the crevice to indicate that it shouldn't be explored again. Then he didn't rush forward, but asked in explorers, have you found the entrance? Within a few seconds, several replies appeared in the group. Zhao Xiaochuan. Found it, a small crevice with strange noises. Wang Lei. I found it too, right in the cave. Wen Guixin. This crevice is too small. It gets tighter as you go in, and there are rats. Qin Yunlong. Are you all in a labyrinth? How should we get out of here? Has anyone gotten out? Qi Shuefei. I encountered a giant centipede. If you kill a centipede, you can sell it to me. It can be used in medicine. Even Qin Yunhu, who usually doesn't speak, chimed in. Qin Yunhu. I just killed a centipede. It's huge, like a snake. Li Wenxi. Be careful. Some parts of the ground here are unstable. I nearly fell down just now. It's so deep below. Zhao Xiaochuan. Could be unstable. We really need to be careful. I was rushing just now. Almost courting death. Centipede? Did the centipede you encountered have blood-red patterns on its body? Xu Xin asked. Qi Shuefei. Yes, strange patterns, probably a special species. Did you encounter a centipede too? Wen Guixin. That dead rat also had red patterns. Looks creepy. Points are decent, 20 points for each, called mutated rat. It seems everyone is encountering similar creatures. At least they are all mutated beings. Has anyone gotten out of the maze yet? Ji Chaoyang suddenly asked. I haven't, still wandering. I haven't either. Just got in. Looks like everyone's still trying to figure out the maze pattern. They'll have to explore on their own for now. Xu Xin continued exploring in the untraveled direction, marking each turn he made on the wall in that direction. He encountered several rat attacks along the way, but he handled them easily. Soon, he saw the mark he had made earlier at an intersection. Did I circle back? Xu Xin frowned. There was no choice. Xu Xin had to take another crevice, entering it sideways. Meow. Just a few steps in, Kiki, perched on his shoulder, suddenly called out again. Each time they encountered a mutated rat before, Kiki would notify Xu Xin in advance. Another danger. Xu Xin tightened the string of the crossbow in his left hand, his sword tightly held in his right. Meow. Kiki pointed to the corner about 10 meters ahead. There's danger there. Is something waiting to ambush me at the corner? Xu Xin approached the corner slowly, his crossbow always aimed there. The closer he got, the more he felt a sense of danger, a premonition he had about threats. This hadn't happened with mutated rats, possibly because they were too weak. This implies that whatever lurked around the corner was at least stronger than a mutated rat. Xu Xin decided to test. He stopped about 8 meters from the corner and tossed a stone in that direction. As the stone flew into the corner, a thin, bright red tongue shot out suddenly from the corner, wrapping the stone and pulling it into the corner. Meow. Kiki weakly whimpered. What was that? Xu was also startled, stopping in his tracks. Was that a tongue? Maybe realizing it was discovered, from the corner appeared a figure as wide as the passage itself. Its bulky body squeezed the passage edges, with a bumpy, grotesque skin that gave an uncomfortable sight, and its crimson eyes emitted a bizarre glow. It was a toad. Most notably, its dull green, dust-covered toad body was covered in blood-red patterns. Blood-striped toad, another mutated creature. The toad seemed somewhat inconvenienced due to its bulky body, unable to move easily in the cracks, so it did not advance, simply staring silently in Xu Xin's direction, completely still. Its two extraordinarily large red eyes bulged out, appearing somewhat creepy. However, Xu Xin wouldn't be intimidated by its appearance. Compared to the lake giant python, the creek bottom giant crocodile, and blood pattern giant, this toad even seemed a bit cute. Isn't this just a target? Xu Xin thought humorously to herself, aiming the crossbow at the blood-striped toad and pulling the trigger. The bolt shot swiftly towards the toad, and just when Xu Xin thought one arrow would settle it, a bright red tongue suddenly shot out from the blood-striped toad's mouth, wrapping around the bolt nearly a meter away and gulping it down. Huh. Xu Xin was a bit stunned. This crossbow was made with mutated rabbit ear, the strongest below violet level, yet it was intercepted so easily? Could it be that the green level bolt wasn't strong enough? Unwilling to accept defeat, Xu Xin stared at the completely stationary blood-striped toad, loaded a poison bolt into the crossbow, and aimed to pull the trigger. The same scene played out again, with the poison bolt similarly being swallowed into the toad's mouth, and then nothing further happened. The fat toad still motionlessly blocked the corner. If the snake venom doesn't enter the bloodstream, it has no effect. Ingested, it would be destroyed by digestive juices and not work at all. It seems the crossbow doesn't pose much threat to this blood-striped toad. Speaking of which, that tongue just extended more than a meter. It's too long. Wait, toad? Isn't this species supposed to live in the water? Where does the water come from in this eerie gap maze? Could it be an underground river? Xu Xin squinted, contemplating. If he scared away the toad and pursued it, might he be able to escape this maze and find the underground water source? The mutant creatures here aren't deeply contaminated. They probably won't lose sanity and only know how to attack once injured, like the previous mutant rabbit and cat, right? Toad. Xu Xin wasn't very knowledgeable about toads, or rather, bullfrogs, just knowing that they had poor eyesight and only had stereoscopic vision for moving objects, unable to see still objects. Wild toads eat various flying insects. Perhaps that's why mutant toads have such strong intercepting abilities for flying bolts. What if I use a spear? Xu Xin slowly sheathed her sword, took out her specially made sharp spear from the backpack, and aimed the tip at the toad. Xu Xin's spear was nearly 3 meters long, enough to stab the toad before its tongue reached him. Although the spear couldn't swing in such narrow cracks, it could certainly be thrust straight forward. Kiki, stay nicely on my shoulder. Xu Xin quietly warned Kiki, who liked jumping around, and slowly approached the toad sideways. Ing. Kiki responded softly, even stopping the tail that was always wagging. Wearing leather armor, Xu Xin made nearly no noise, yet the toad's blood-red protruding eyes turned slightly, seemingly noticing Xu Xin's approach, pushing its bulky body slightly forward. It noticed his movements. It seemed though the toad had poor eyesight, it possessed night vision. Generally, organisms living underground have degraded sight, but this toad appeared different. Xu Xin didn't believe such large red eyes were merely for show. Moving around here is quite inconvenient. Xu Xin muttered in dissatisfaction, then abruptly quickened her pace, thrusting the sharp spear fiercely towards the toad. The blood-striped toad shot its crimson tongue from its mouth the instant the spear moved, aiming to coil around the spearhead. But Xu Xin's spear was made from high-grade materials, and based on her assessment, that blood pattern rabbit's level was higher than the mutant creatures here. Thus, the spear merely faced slight resistance before slicing through the toad's tongue. As she wanted the toad to lead the way, Xu Xin subtly redirected the spear tip, forcefully stabbing the toad's right side, penetrating half a spearhead before stopping. Gwadash! The blood-striped toad let out a harsh, raspy croak, and Xu Xin withdrew the spear, stabbing its body again. The toad tried using its injured tongue to block her actions, but it was of no avail. It seemed the tongue was more effective against flying objects. For Xu Xin's spear, at most, it was a hindrance. As Xu Xin retracted the spear for a third stab, the blood-striped toad retreated. It emitted another harsh croak, rapidly shrinking back around the corner. Sooner or later, fear does set in, unlike the mutant rabbit and the cat who lost their senses in an instant. This is a good opportunity, let's follow it. Xu Xin put the spear back into his backpack, drew his iron sword, and rushed forward. The spear was too long. Holding it in hand would cause it to get stuck at the corners and not pass through. As he turned the corner, Xu Xin saw the huge toad squeezing into the depths of the crevice, its blood-striped skin rubbing against the uneven walls, which made Xu Xin feel a bit uncomfortable for it. Due to its size, the toad's speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Since the passage was narrow, Xu Xin had to walk lightly, sidestepping to increase his pace, barely staying 3 or 4 meters behind the toad. This distance was fairly safe. After all, its tongue couldn't stretch so long. Soon they reached the next fork in the path. Xu Xin followed the blood-striped toad into one of the crevices. Of course, he didn't forget to carve a mark on the wall, just in case the toad couldn't lead him out. The blood-striped toad noticed Xu Xin following behind and sped up. Damn, why is it moving so fast? Xu Xin struggled to keep up. Yep. Kiki suddenly jumped down from his shoulder, its small body able to move agilely within the crevice. It darted forward and swiped at the back of the toad, then quickly retreated. The toad was clawed by Kiki and turned to shoot its tongue behind, but Kiki had already retreated nimbly several meters, escaping the attack. This paused the toad, allowing the lagging Xu Xin to catch up. Well done, Kiki. Xu Xin praised fiercely. Yep, Kiki chirped with pride. Thus, with Kiki's harassment, Xu Xin stayed right behind the toad. Wherever the toad went, he followed, traveling for an unknown duration, until gradually, the crevice became wider, and he no longer needed to sidestep frequently to pass through. Indeed, my thoughts were correct. This toad can lead me out of this underground maze. Kiki, come back. There's no need to continue harassing it. Though the toad no longer squeezed between the walls, moving faster, the now freed Xu Xin kept pace with its movements effortlessly without Kiki's help. Yep, Kiki responded, climbing back onto Xu Xion's shoulder. The road seemed to be the last path. They walked for a long time without encountering any forks. Instead, the passage widened even more, gradually resembling a corridor with increasing height. The once uneven stone walls around them became smooth. Xu Xin felt as if he entered a man-made passage. Slowing his pace, he no longer hurriedly chased the fleeing toad ahead, because he could hear the faint sound of flowing water ahead. This place was so eerie, there might be some mechanism. He couldn't advance recklessly any longer. Cautiously proceeding forward, the sound of water flow became more distinct. Huh. Xu Xin squinted. Not far ahead, something seemed to be emitting a faint bronze light. Continuing forward, the area suddenly became even more spacious, inducing a feeling of revelation, and the source of the water flow sound appeared. Indeed, it was an underground river. Like a waterfall, water flowed out from an opening atop the passage, falling into the riverbed. The underground river was crystal clear, with various fish and shrimp swimming within, accompanied by some subterranean creatures Xu Xin couldn't name. The injured blood-striped toad had long disappeared. Not killing this toad was a pity, but it didn't matter much. Since you led the way for me, I'll spare your life. Following the river path, getting closer, Xu Xin saw what was emitting the bronze light. At the end of the walkable passage in the tunnel, there was a gigantic copper gate. The underground river veered left past the gate, continuing further, but unless Xu Xin waded through the river, this was as far as he could go. Standing before the gate, Xu Xin began inspecting the copper door in front of him. The door was about 5 meters tall, with a fan-shaped top, a double-leaf design, complete with door rings, truly giving one the sense of a dungeon entrance. Congratulations, survivor, for discovering the dungeon entrance. Next, enjoy the thrill of treasure hunting. Is this the entrance to the dungeon? Xu Xin forcefully scraped the door with the iron sword in his hand, but didn't leave any marks on it, only creating a harsh, grating sound. What kind of special metal is this? If it were made of bronze, his blue-grade iron sword would definitely leave a mark on the door. Moreover, this entrance is too hard to find, isn't it? If he hadn't had the idea to follow the toad just now, who knows how long he would have spent in the maze or what unknown dangers he might have encountered. Xu Xin thought about the rules of this event. All survivors who do not find the dungeon entrance will forever leave this beautiful world. It seems now that even this first step might be too challenging for many people to complete. He just knew that mysterious voice wouldn't be so kind. First, let him tell the group how to find the dungeon entrance. Going in alone to explore is too dangerous, and helping others get in can at least lead to experience exchange. Everyone, I found the dungeon entrance. The explorer chat immediately erupted. Wang Lei, damn. Boss Su got out of the maze so quickly? I'm still wandering around. Li Wenxi, what? You got in even later than I did. I'm a loser. I don't want to try anymore. Quick, quick, tell me how you found it. Ji Chuyang, you got out? My path here has already widened. Maybe it's up ahead. Su Xin. Then it should be right. The correct path is indeed very wide. Wen Guixin, how did you find it? I've been going in circles here, but I've killed quite a lot of mutant animals. Su Xin told them his method. Qin Yunlong, is there an underground river below this? Li Wenxi. So that's it. Ah, I should have kept a monster earlier. Zhao Xiaochuan. But the mouse I encountered ran too fast. Letting it go means I couldn't catch up. Wen Guixin. So stupid, couldn't you injure it badly, preferably its leg, and then follow it? But mice might not lead you in the right direction. It's best to find an aquatic animal like Xu Xin did. Xu Xin. I've told you everything I should. Do your best. Xu Xin also sent this experience to the regional channel and warned those people that finding cracks in the cave doesn't mean finding the dungeon entrance. One must navigate through the crack, maze inside to reach the entrance. He also briefly explained the dangers within the maze. As for how many people are still in the treehouse and how many can see it, that's not his concern. Looking at the dungeon door in front of him, Xu Xin first took out various fruits from his backpack to recover his condition. He had spent a long time in the maze, and his positive status had almost worn off. Feeling revitalized and full of strength, Xu Xin reached out to grasp the doorknob. Kiki, is there danger behind the door? Xu Xin turned sideways, avoiding standing directly in front of the doorway, in case something suddenly appeared. Kiki shook its head to indicate it didn't sense any danger. Taking a deep breath, Xu Xin exerted force with both hands, pulling the door ring hard outward. A teeth-grinding metallic friction sound arose as the door was slowly being pulled open, and a slew of dust fell on Xu Xin and Kiki. PFF, PFF, PFF. Xu Xin spat out a mouthful of dust, but didn't stop his actions. Instead, he increased his strength, pulling one side of the door open to the maximum. A mysterious stench wafted from behind the door, different from the smell of the red mist. This odor was like a long dampened blanket, a musty, moldy smell. Looking inside the door, a long stone staircase lay ahead. The stone staircase pathway descended into seeming infinity. The steps were exceedingly damp, and droplets of water occasionally fell from the rock walls above, making crisp water sounds on the wet stairs. The sides of the passageway were lined with neat gray stone bricks, and every few meters, there was a device resembling a candle holder, seemingly for lighting up the corridor. But at the moment, these holders were unlit, and the passage remained pitch dark. It seems this staircase would lead deep underground. Kiki shivered in fear. The pitch-black environment, combined with the musty scent and the sound of dripping water, was indeed terrifying. Honestly, after his previous experience in the underground world, Xu Xin felt a tinge of fear for this direct descent into the earth. He even thought, since he's already found the entrance and wouldn't die, why not just go back? Of course, this thought only lingered for a moment, overshadowed by his curiosity and desire to explore the unknown. That mysterious voice also mentioned that the dungeon was filled with resources left by predecessors that would greatly reduce survival pressure if obtained. Calming himself, Xu Xin first threw a stone inside and confirmed there were no traps before resolutely stepping through the door. He stepped onto the slippery stairs, making a splashing sound as he moved. These steps are too slippery. I must be careful, or I'll fall and roll down. This long staircase wouldn't allow me to stop. Xu Xin proceeded cautiously, taking each step with care. Kiki realized Xu Xin's difficulty, leaping down from his shoulder and slowly descending the stairs beside him. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from the depths of the staircase, and a reddish-orange light flared up at the dark end of the corridor. What's going on? Xu Xin stopped cautiously. That reddish-orange light started spreading upwards from the distant end, and Xu Xin realized that the candle holders on both sides of the passage were being lit one by one. Within a few seconds, the candle holders on both sides of Xu Xin were lit, bringing a damp and musty breeze that almost blew Xu Xin off balance. Then came the sound of the door behind him slamming shut. Kiki jumped in fright, clinging tightly to Xu Xin's leg. What happened? Xu Xin quickly turned around to check, only to find that the door he had just opened was now tightly closed. The door's shut? Can't get out. Xu Xin's eyelid twitched. He walked back to the door, which had no ring on the inside, forcing him to use all his strength to push the door he had just opened. As expected, the door that could be opened moments ago wouldn't budge, not even an inch. They're trying to cut off our escape. Xu Xin gritted his teeth and glanced toward the depths of the staircase. In these circumstances, the only option was to continue forward without turning back. So, one person and a panda cub gradually continued down the staircase. The interior of the passage was silent. Only Xu Xin's faint footsteps splashing in the stair puddles, the intermittent dripping of water, and the occasional crackle of an unknown fuel burning in the candle holders creating sound. After descending at least 100 steps, the corridor still seemed endless. Xu Xin dared not walk too fast. The damp stone steps were indeed quite slippery. He almost slipped once and now had to step sideways on the stairs to avoid slipping. Occasionally, water dripped onto Xu Xin's head and body, wetting his hair. Kiki seemed unaffected. It would dash 10 or so steps ahead, tilt its head to wait for Xu Xin, and after he caught up, it would dash 10 or so steps further. After about 10 minutes, Kiki, who had run a few steps ahead, suddenly turned around and returned to Xu Xin, tugged at his pant leg, pointed to the corridor, and softly called out, Was there some danger up ahead again? Xu Xin squinted into the depths and noticed something seemed to be hanging over the edge of the stair corridor ahead. The distance was a bit far, making it hard to make out. Kiki, stay by my side. Don't run too far ahead anymore. Kiki obediently stopped running ahead. Xu Xin steadily continued down the steps, advancing further until he finally saw what was hanging above the corridor. Such large bats. And there's such a huge group of them. Looking at the large bats hanging down from the passage above, Xu Xin's teeth were chattering a bit. At this moment, the distance between him and the bats was not too far. Fortunately, the candelabras burning on both sides did not wake up the bats. They remained hanging motionless in groups above the passage. Each of these bats had faint blood-red patterns on them, lighter than the toad that had previously guided Xu Xin, but there were too many of them. This quantity, even if they were not mutant bats, would be intolerable for Xu Xin. Not to mention that blood-patterned creatures have a strong desire to attack. Now Xu Xin had two choices: sneak past without disturbing the bats, or put on iron armor and charge directly through, possibly killing a few bats to earn some points and materials. After just a moment of thought, Xu Xin opted for the former. Whether his iron armor could withstand them was another matter. If these bats relentlessly pursued him, the likelihood of accidents in this damp and slippery passage was too high. The little one had no defensive capabilities, and although Kiki had not been actively targeted so far, who knows about this time? Even if not, so many bats might accidentally hurt her. Moreover, if any of the bats managed to bite him, even lightly, the virus on the bats. He absolutely couldn't wake up this group of bats. Fortunately, Xu Xin was clad in a blue-grade leather armor set, and he was rather confident in its stealth capabilities. To reduce the chances of being discovered, Xu Xin lifted Kiki onto his shoulder and whispered, "Kiki, don't make a sound, we'll sneak through." "Ing." Kiki mimicked Xu Xin, lowering her voice, then obediently lay on his shoulder. Xu Xin slowed his breathing, moving quietly, step by cautious step, downward. The surroundings were silent, with only the occasional drip of water echoing with a tick-tock sound. After descending several dozen steps, Xu Xin was directly below the hanging bats, only a few meters from those overhead. At close range, these blood-patterned bats appeared even more terrifying, their sharp claws dug into the crevices above. Each one wrapped itself in its wings, exposing only its furry head, with eyes tightly shut. Xu Xin no longer breathed through his nose, switching to mouth breathing, trying to minimize the noise, advancing gently, step by cautious step. The number of bats was immense. At a glance, at least 100 meters of passage were filled with bats. As the only mammals capable of flight, bats carried many viruses and bacteria harmful to humans, with extremely high fatality rates from Ebola and rabies viruses, as well as various coronaviruses with lower fatality but high transmission rates, and even some ancient viruses never discovered by humans. These viruses didn't affect the bats themselves, but could cause severe disasters to other mammals. Xu Xin didn't want to be bitten by such a poison. If he caught a virus in this desolate jungle, he would only be left to die. Siding down the steps, Xu Xin chose positions without water to avoid making noise with his leather armor. Quickly, Xu Xin found himself in the middle of the entire bat colony. Looking slightly upward, the bats hung overhead like an oppressive force. On his shoulder, Kiki had already buried her head in fear. Suddenly, a bat right above him moved, its claws scratching the stone wall with a slight sound. Xu Xin gritted his teeth, not daring to breathe loudly. Fortunately, that bat merely stretched its wings before continuing to hang motionless. Breathing a sigh of relief, Xu Xin cautiously continued moving downward. Because he had been too tense earlier, he hadn't noticed that he could now actually see the exit of the stairway passage. The exit was less than 100 meters ahead, a door similar to the entrance to the underground city, tightly closed as if waiting for someone to push it open. Xu Xion's breathing hastened slightly, but he quickly controlled it. Now, he was in the middle of all the bats. If he alarmed them now, he'd be directly engulfed into a ball of bats. Continuing to advance slowly and gently, Xu Xian drew closer to that door, moving to the periphery of the bat group. Almost out of the woods, Xu Xian couldn't help but speed up his pace slightly. Just as he accelerated, stepping forward more quickly, suddenly, a crack sounded beneath his feet. Xu Xian's body stiffened, and he stopped in his tracks. He felt as if his right foot had pressed a step down by a few centimeters. Is this a trap mechanism? Xu Xian froze in place, with a premonition that if he lifted his right foot, something bad would happen. On his shoulder, Kiki suddenly raised its buried little head, looked up at the bats hanging upside down above. It didn't dare make a sound, simply tugged at Xu Xian's clothes, and pointed upwards with its little paw. Kiki meant that danger was about to strike from above. Xu Xian glanced at the exit only 100 meters away, turned back to look at the bats hanging all the way, took a deep breath, and suddenly charged forward. The moment Xu Xian's right foot left the step, there was a click sound, and it returned to its original position. At the same time, the entire passage began to shake violently. With such a huge disturbance, the bats were alarmed. Behind him, countless bats spread their wings, making noises like mice. The sound was sharp and piercing, possibly mixed with ultrasound, making Xu Xian's head feel swollen. Run. Run fast. Slipping didn't matter anymore. He had to get out of this passage immediately. Before the bats could react and come off the cave walls, Xu Xian had already dashed out of their range. At this moment, he used his body weight to speed up his sprint. The bats' calls behind him merged into chaos, and Xu Xian could hear the flapping of wings. He slightly turned his head and glanced with his peripheral vision. Countless bats had spread their wings. The blood patterns inside their wings were clearly visible, like lines of blood vessels. They were swooping towards Xu Xian. In swarms, they were swooping towards him. Xu Xian sprinted down the stairs at high speed, unable to stop due to his own momentum. Human ears can't hear ultrasound, but not being able to hear it doesn't mean it's not affecting them. Xu Xian's head was aching as if it would explode. He grabbed small pieces of mutant rabbit meat from his backpack and threw them back without looking, trying to distract the mutant bats. The pieces of meat did indeed catch some of the bats' attention, but they were too small. A swarm of bats quickly devoured them, slightly slowing the pace of the bats, but making them even more frenzied. The mutant bats ate this meat and didn't die. Damn! Xu Xian threw another piece of meat back to distract the bats, running wildly. The candlelight in the stairway passage flickered due to the airflow from the bats' movements, and amidst the tremors, not only water dripped down, but small stone fragments also hit Xu Xian's face, leaving a few blood marks. Xu Xian didn't care at all, still rushing towards the half-open door. Just as the bats' squeals resembling mouse squeaks approached him, Xu Xian slammed into the tightly closed door. Using his current mighty strength as a buffer, he didn't suffer any injury. Instead, the door was forced open, creating a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. The bats' screeching and flapping sounds nearly stuck to his back. Xu Xian kicked off and slipped through the gap in the door. Countless bats slammed into the door, producing thump-thump, dull sounds, and sharp bat screeches. Struggling at the door, Xu Xian slammed it shut. After 3 bats squeezed through the gap, even crushing a few bats in the door gap, thin blood streaks seeped through. Outside the door, the constant banging and bat screeching continued, but Xu Xian no longer cared. He panted heavily, enduring the headache, pulled a crossbow from his backpack, and shot at a bat trapped on this side of the door. The crossbow bolt penetrated the bat's head, instantly killing it. Killed mutant bat, gained points, 10. The 2 remaining bats, seeing their companion killed, shrieked and charged forward, their sharp calls intensifying Xu Xin's headache. Xu Xin swung his iron sword fiercely in the direction of the charging bats, slicing them into 4 pieces instantly. Killed mutant bats *2, gained points, 20. Having dealt with the 3 that slipped through, Xu Xin leaned against the door still under continuous impacts, clutching his throbbing head as he slowly sat down. Xu Xin's heart was pounding violently, and he was constantly gasping for air. Gradually, his headache lightened significantly, and upon realizing that he had escaped, he couldn't help but laugh. He pulled over Kiki, who had jumped down and was looking at him with some concern, and gave her a vigorous rub. Ing. Kiki protested, but in vain, her fur getting all ruffled under Xu Xin's assault. This trap is too insidious. Xu Xin was still shaken. The sight of the entire passage being filled with a swarm of dark bats rushing at him was enough to fuel several nightmares at night. What was most terrifying about these bats was the virus they carried. Even a few scratches on his body could be fatal. This was what he feared the most. However, fortunately, these blood-patterned bats could not get through this door. Xu Xin began to survey everything inside the door. The scene before him now fit the definition of an underground dungeon. He was in a stone chamber the size of a living room, with uneven stone walls lined with torches that were still burning. They seemed to have just ignited along with the wall sconces. The air was filled with a musty and putrid smell. On the wall directly in front of him was a passageway corridor extending straight ahead, where he could see a dilapidated wooden door every few meters on both sides of the corridor. The corridor was long, and it was unclear how many such doors there were. It seemed that the treasure should be behind these doors. The heavy door behind him no longer emitted the frequent sounds of banging, as it seemed the bats knew they couldn't crash through the door and gradually dispersed. I wonder if there's another way out. I don't want to walk this path again. Xu Xin shook his head and stood up. Before exploring further, he needed to dismantle the bats' corpses to see if there was anything useful. Holding a boning knife, Xu Xin performed a dissection on the 3 blood-patterned bats. Obtain mutant bat skin, green, *3, mutant bat meat, green, *2.5 kg. Not even a single blue-grade material, worse than mice. The mutant mouse was worth 20 points, but the mutant bats were only worth 10 points. The blood patterns on these bats were faint, with only the insides of their wings having a more vibrant color. It appeared these bats were a level lower in the hierarchy of mutant creatures compared to the mice and toads he'd encountered before. Mutant bat meat, green, a special delicacy that is edible, but be cautious of viral infection. It must be cooked thoroughly. Wow, bat meat. Xu Xin dared not eat it. Though once cooked, it might not differ much from other wild animal meat. The risk of a heat-resistant virus was too great. Following the might-be-useful principle, Xu Xin decided to collect these materials. Xu Xin decided to share and discuss the current situation here with the members of the Explorer. But as he swiped his watch, his mechanical watch did not display the familiar small projection, showing no reaction at all, only the hands slowly moving to show the current time. Did this watch lose its function in the dungeon? Xu Xin wanted to curse. What did this mean? Not in the signal area. In the end, he would have to explore on his own. No choice, time to take action. Xu Xin began to survey the stone chamber he was in. Apart from the burning torches on the walls, everything here appeared old and decrepit. At the entrance to the corridor ahead was a stone table, and as Xu Xin walked over, he found some crooked text carved into it. This is Chinese characters. Xu Xin wiped the dirt off the table with his leather armor sleeve, fully revealing the carved characters before his eyes. The handwriting was very ugly, like it was drawn by a child who just learned to write with a paintbrush. Xu Xin scrutinized closely and relied on his imagination to find 2 relatively coherent sentences among the many writings. Devil, they are all devils. Xu Xin mumbled to himself. Kill me, I want to die? And this one, you guys, will not die a good death. These strange, crooked carvings exuded a profound hatred between the lines. Were these words carved by someone in a state worse than death? Xu Xin swallowed hard, feeling a bit uneasy. What could that person have experienced here? He turned to look at the pitch-black corridor beside him with no end in sight. Although the torchlight illuminated this stone chamber, the passage was completely dark without any torches. If not for Xu Xin's current night vision ability, he wouldn't be able to see what was inside at all. The treehouse could produce torches, but they would only illuminate a few meters ahead, combined with the engravings on the table, making this passage exceptionally eerie and terrifying. Kiki, see those doors? Xu Xin pointed to the decayed wooden doors in the corridor. Kiki, who was scratching at the engraved marks on the stone table with her paws, looked up to peer into the corridor upon hearing Xu Xin's words. Can you sense any danger behind the doors? Kiki jumped down from the table, moved to the corridor's entrance, stretched her neck to glance inside, then shook her head. Xu Xin breathed a slight sigh of relief. He trusted the little creature's instincts, which had been very helpful on the journey here. But even so, he couldn't let his guard down. Xu Xin placed Kiki onto his shoulder, grasped his stone sword, and stepped into the corridor. The nearest decayed wooden door was only a few meters away. Xu Xin approached the door and gently pushed against it. But there was no movement. It seemed to be locked. Kiki suddenly cried out, and Xu Xin could discern that it wasn't a call of danger, but rather, is there treasure? Xu Xin's eyes lit up. Not rushing to open the door, he walked further along, inspecting a few doors and finding them all locked. No other option. He would have to break them down and hope the noise wouldn't attract something strange. Returning to the first door, there wasn't any lock he could break. Xu Xin could only raise his foot and kick the decayed wooden door. With a bang, the door swung open with a single kick, releasing a moldy, unpleasant odor as two broken wooden pieces fell to the ground. The door was bolted from the inside with a wooden latch. Xu Xin looked inside the room and his eyelid twitched. Inside this first room was only a table, a chair, and seated on the chair was a stone statue shaped like a human. What does this mean? Why is there a statue sitting on the chair? Xu Xin warily observed the statue. In his identification ability, the statue emitted a green glow, indicating it was a green-grade item. The statue featured an Asian male face, intricately sculpted to appear as if the person was writing, yet there was no pen in his hand. It felt as if a real person had been abruptly turned to stone while writing. Surely it wouldn't come to life like the altar statues did before. Xu Xin noticed that although the statue's right hand was in a writing posture with no pen, the left hand held down upon 3 paper-like items, and those 2 sheets of paper also glowed a green light. He stepped forward, gently pulling the 3 sheets of paper from the statue's hand. Mutant Beast Contract. Green allows you to contract 1 low-level mutant beast, making it obedient. So it's a contract to tame mutant beasts. Is this the treasure of this dungeon? Mutant beasts are not necessarily stronger than ordinary beasts, like the mice, toads, and bats he encountered here. Likely, in terms of strength, they were inferior to the Wolf King as a mount, yet they possessed special abilities that regular beasts did not. Xu Xin hadn't identified the special ability of the mutant mouse, but he clearly had with the mutant toads and bats. The toad's tongue could intercept flying objects, easily halting even a near-purple-grade crossbow arrow. The cries of mutant bats contained ultrasonic waves, with the calls of a swarm enough to make Xu Xin, even in a spiritual power-buffed state, feel like his head was about to explode. The 2 in the altar were even more mutated, visibly altered in their bodies. Although these mutant creatures may not be overwhelmingly strong, they could play unexpected roles in certain situations. But still, Xu Xin looked at the human-shaped statue. The situation before him suggested that the statue might have written the contracts. Carefully observing the stone statue in front of him, his attire is luxurious and neat, as if he were an elite of high society. His body is in a writing posture, just as if that contract was penned by him. Xu Xin observed the surroundings of the room. Aside from the stone statue, wooden table, and chair, the room contained nothing else. It was a closed stone chamber with just 1 door and no windows. Other than the stone statue in front of him emanating a green glow, there was nothing else of note. Hesitating for a moment, he reached out and touched the lifelike stone statue. Humanoid stone statue, green, a mysterious statue that seems to harbor an eerie life force. Upon hearing this introduction, Xu Xin quickly withdrew his hand. Harboring life force. Does that mean this humanoid stone statue could come to life? Kiki was startled by Xu Xin's sudden action. It turned to look at the statue, then at Xu Xin, and suddenly jumped onto the statue's head, scratching it with its paw, and then tilted its head towards Xu Xin as if to say, "See, there's no danger." Xu Xin picked it up directly. "Don't mess around. This thing might come to life." Kiki was puzzled. Could this big stone really come to life? Xu Xin thought of the broken door bolt. The bolt was inserted from inside the door, and inside was only this stone statue. So who had inserted the bolt after all? Feeling a chill upon reflection, he pursed his lips and slowly backed out of the room. Having destroyed the bolt, Xu Xin could only leave the door ajar. Just now, he thought this statue was the same type of tool as the statue in his tree house, which could be taken away. But he remembered clearly, the statue in the tree house was called humanoid statue, whereas this one was humanoid stone statue. He just tried to put this thing into his backpack, but it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Because it has life force? Because the backpack can't store living things? But is this thing really alive? Xu Xin got goosebumps. Taking a deep look at the door he just closed, Xu Xin proceeded to the next door. Xu Xin walked a few meters along the passage and arrived at the second door. This time, he didn't kick it directly but placed his foot on the door and pushed hard. This would make less noise. Sure enough, the decaying bolt inside the door was directly pushed off, and the door opened. Seeing the situation inside, Xu Xin frowned tightly. Another statue? Inside this room, there was only a bed, and on the bed lay a stone statue of a woman with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep, and directly facing the doorway, Xu Xin entered. It was an Asian female face. Even as a statue, Xu Xin could still feel her beauty. The female statue lying on the bed wore luxurious pajamas, and although she lay on a simple and somewhat decaying wooden bed, she exuded an aura of elegance and grace, undiminished by the gloomy and dilapidated surroundings. At this moment, beside the female statue's pillow, there was a ring, sparkling and emitting a blue glow. Xu Xin walked gently to the bed and cautiously picked up the ring. Mutated Beast Ring. Blue can store 5 tamed low-level mutated beasts. Remember, it can only store mutated beasts. Don't forget to feed them, or the mutated beasts inside will starve to death. A ring that can store mutated beasts like a pokeball. Before entering, Xu Xin was thinking that if there was a tool that could store living things, he could bring Silver King in. Unexpectedly, he found such a tool here. However, it can only store mutated beasts, so it's of no use to Silver King. Xu Xin touched the stone statue in front of him with his hand. Humanoid stone statue. Green, a mysterious statue that seems to harbor an eerie life force. The description was the same as the previous male statue. 2 enigmatic stone statues. 2 kinds of tools related to mutated creatures. What was this dungeon originally? Why are there some unpolluted mutated beasts here? And why is a mutated beast contract found here, along with a ring that can store mutated beasts? And who was the person at the stone table at the corridor entrance, carving words about a fate worse than death? Could it be that this place was once an experiment site for rearing mutated beasts? Xu Xin did not store the ring in the backpack to take up space. Instead, he wore it on his hand. If we encounter mutated beasts later, we can try to tame them. There was nothing else in this room, so Xu Xin exited and closed the door. Just at the moment he closed the door, he saw something that suddenly made his hair stand on end, and he gasped. Kiki, when we first went in, the statue's eyes were closed, right? Xu Xin asked Kiki on his shoulder at the door. Kiki nodded its little head affirmatively. Indeed, the eyes were closed, but just now, how did he see the woman's statue's eyes open? Was it an illusion? Clenching his teeth, Xu Xin drew the iron sword from his waist. All fear stems from the unknown. All fear stems from the lack of power. He didn't want this anxious feeling to continue. He directly thrust open the door he had just closed. The stone statue woman was still lying sideways on the bed, eyes closed, looking lazy yet elegant. Did I really see it wrong just now? Xu Xin stared at the statue with some doubt. The stone statue's posture and facial expression were exactly the same as when he first came in. Glaring firmly at the statue's expression, Xu Xin closed the door once more. This time, he didn't see the stone statue's eyes open. Maybe it's a hallucination due to stress. Xu Xin consoled himself this way. He really hoped the statue wouldn't actually come to life. However, he still remained cautious, constantly aware of the doors behind him left ajar. At the third door, Xu Xin entered again using a push. Another statue. This time, it was the stone statue of a boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old. The room was empty, without any furniture. The boy's statue held a small windmill, posed as if running. The windmill in his hand was not part of the statue, but a real, existing red windmill. The boy's appearance seemed somewhat similar to the previous male and female statues, suggesting they might be the child's parents. This kind of setting. Xu Xin still found it hard to believe these statues were once real people. He approached the boy's statue and took the windmill from the boy's hand. Small windmill. Blew the special airflow and scent produced when turned will attract the attention of low-level mutated beasts. Perhaps mutated beasts also like to play with windmills? Another tool related to mutated beasts. This seemed to be a whole set of tools: attraction, contract, and then storage. But Xu Xin noticed that in the descriptions of these three tools, it was clearly stated that their target was low-level mutated beasts. Of course, this might be related to the grade of the items. But how low exactly was low-level? As low as blood-pattern bats? As low as blood-striped toads? Or perhaps, were the blood-pattern rabbit and cat summoned in the altar also low-level? Leaving this room, Xu Xin continued to walk deeper into the corridor. The first three rooms were somewhat far from the other rooms. Xu Xin walked over 10 meters into the corridor before reaching the fourth room's entrance. Although this room's door was wooden, its style and texture seemed much more rudimentary than the previous three rooms. He gently pushed the door, which wasn't locked, and it opened directly. This door wasn't locked. A gentle push opened it. Xu Xin looked inside the stone house, relieved to find no humanoid stone statues this time. He didn't want to see another humanoid stone statue. It was too eerie. This room was much smaller than the previous three, empty except for an old box in the center, with a rusty lock hanging on it. The whole room has just one box. Why does it look so much like a trap room in a game? Xu Xin cautiously refrained from entering right away and tossed a stone inside, but nothing reacted. Kiki, perched on his shoulder, didn't sense any danger. Seeing Xu Xin so cautious, it jumped directly into the room and turned around to whimper at Xu Xin, indicating the room was safe. This little guy. Xu Xin shook his head and stepped into the room. The box was locked with a rusty lock, and Xu Xin didn't have a key. Though he didn't feel like searching for one, he drew his iron sword and slashed at the fragile-looking lock. Crack! The lock snapped and fell to the ground. Who needs a key when brute force does the trick? Xu Xin habitually moved to the back of the box, always afraid something might suddenly jump out. The box was wooden, emitting a strong decaying odor. Xu Xin intended to lift the lid, but as the box was old and neglected, with a crack, the lid broke off entirely. The items inside the box came into Xu Xion's view. Huh? Is this a green-grade beast skin backpack? Xu Xin was a little surprised to find something here only craftable in a survival treehouse. He picked up the backpack, and indeed, it was a bag, green. Underneath the backpack was a neatly folded set of clothes. Xu Xin picked it up. It was a green-grade leather armor set, but it was almost completely damaged and broken. The contents of the backpack also startled Xu Xin. A stone pickaxe, stone axe, stone spear, bow and arrows, various rotting fruits, wood, stones. This really is a survivalist's backpack. Xu Xin emptied the backpack, revealing basic tools and materials. Could these be the relics of a survivalist who died in this dungeon? Judging by the degree of damage to the armor, its owner must have been attacked violently, with virtually no chance of surviving. Xu Xin suddenly recalled the mysterious voice's words. Countless treasures left by predecessors in the city. Could these predecessors refer to past survivalists? And those dead survivalists, did they leave no remains? But if they truly left no remains, who neatly folded these tattered clothes, placed them in the backpack inside the box, and even locked the box with an iron lock? The green-grade backpack didn't contain anything valuable. The only usable items, the bow and arrows, were mostly wooden and were already quite rotten, easy to break with a snap. Xu Xin took nothing and left the room. The fifth room was directly opposite this one. Xu Xin pushed the door open and entered. Sure enough, this room also contained a wooden box. Xu Xin once again slashed the rusty lock with his sword and opened the box. A green-grade backpack lay atop a broken iron armor set. This was probably another survivalist's relic. The backpack, too, didn't contain any valuable items, just basic materials that Xu Xin found cumbersome to carry but wasteful to discard, truly tasteless. Continuing forward, the subsequent rooms were the same story, a locked wooden box, easily severed lock, containing a backpack and a broken armor set. Until the 10th room, the room finally changed. The door was locked again from the inside, and Xu Xin used his old trick to force it open. Another humanoid stone statue. Xu Xin noted as he looked at the stone statue of a female servant holding a broom. The maid statue was of a middle-aged woman with incredibly lifelike wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She held a real broom. poised in a sweeping motion, focused, her eyes directed at the ground as if genuinely sweeping. It was too lifelike, far too lifelike. These statues resembled actual residents of this dungeon. The first room housed the dungeon's male owner, the second room, the female owner, the third room, their child, while this room statue portrayed a maid handling chores. These statues seemed to live genuinely in this dungeon, carved so lifelike that even their postures appeared natural. Xu Xin increasingly sensed that these statues might actually come to life at some opportune moment. Chills ran down Xu Xin's spine, but fortunately he wasn't alone. Beside him was a little panda that could sense danger. "Kiki, if there's danger, you must warn me." Xu Xin patted Keek's head and stuffed a blue-grade berry into its mouth. "Whimper." Still munching the berry, Kiki replied indistinctly. The broom in the maid's hand emitted a blue glow, clearly a blue-grade tool. Cautiously, Xu Xin extracted the broom from the maid's hand, afraid that excessive force might indeed bring the statue to life. Special broom, blue, a tool feared by mutated beasts, used to repel low-level mutated beasts with a simple wave. So mutant beasts are afraid of brooms. It was yet another tool related to mutated beasts, used to repel them, opposite to the little windmill, blue. It truly was a complete set of tools to handle mutated beasts. It seemed there should be captive mutated beasts somewhere in this dungeon. Xu Xin packed the broom into his backpack. This broom should prove very useful in this dungeon. Leaving the maid's room, Xu Xin continued down the corridor. The subsequent rooms were similar to before, all with locked wooden boxes. After searching several rooms, he found nothing valuable. Entering a new room yet again, Xu Xin skillfully cut through the lock and opened the box. Huh? Good stuff. A blue light shone. It was a blue-grade backpack and a blue-grade set of severely damaged leather armor. Even someone equipped like this died here, Xu Xin murmured. He also wore blue-grade leather armor and carried a blue-grade backpack. Did this mean the backpack's owner was at his level? Xu Xin took out the blue backpack and checked its contents. Wow, so many blue-grade fruits, and they're still intact. Inside he found blue-grade berries, apples, and oranges, with dozens of each, perhaps preserved by their blue grade, ensuring they were still edible. This is logs and fine woods. So many. Why did he bring so many logs and fine woods? But lucky for me, coincidentally lacking logs and fine woods, Xu Xin gladly accepted them. He even found weapons inside. Blue-grade iron dagger, blue-grade iron spear, blue-grade crossbow. Iron weapons. The backpack's owner could make iron weapons, likely a top-tier survivalist familiar with the secrets of this world, like Xu Xin. Of course, it was also possible this person had developed in this world for a long time as a regular survivalist. Regardless, their comprehensive abilities weren't vastly different from his own. Even someone like that died in this dungeon? What danger did this dungeon conceal after all? Wait, what's this? Xu Xin picked up the last two cards. It was the Mutant Beast contract, green. There were actually 2 Mutant Beast contracts in the backpack. Perhaps he had looted them from here and put them in his backpack, only to die here for some unknown reason, leaving such items in the backpack. Xu Xin didn't think much of it, and directly placed the 2 contracts into his backpack. Now he had 5 contracts, which perfectly matched the number the ring could hold. After packing the other items back into this blue-level backpack, he slung the backpack over his shoulder. The backpack was actually very small. Although carrying 2 was a bit awkward, it wasn't a big issue. The only heavy items in the backpack were round logs and fine sticks, but the blue-level backpack reduced the weight to 1/10. Combined with his now much stronger strength than before, he felt no pressure. As for the tattered blue-level leather armor, Xu Xin decided to take it. He remembered that the weapon and armor crafting station had a repair function. Although he wasn't sure how much material it would consume, it would certainly cost less than crafting anew. With these round logs and fine sticks, I can completely renovate the inside and outside of the treehouse once I get back. Xu Xin was quite pleased, but he only enjoyed the moment for an instant before calming down. After all, talking about going back to remodel the treehouse in this dangerous underground dungeon was still too early. Xu Xin exited the room and gently closed the door. Looking deeper into the corridor, he still couldn't see the end. But there were only a few rooms left. Only 3 doors remained unexplored, and as for the corridor further in, there were no doors on either side. It was unclear where such a long corridor led. Xu Xin approached the first remaining door. The door wasn't locked, and just as he was about to push it open, Kiki on his shoulder suddenly reacted. "Meep!" Kiki made a noise. Danger! Xu Xin squinted his eyes, and the hand that was about to push the door paused in midair. This was Kiki's first warning of danger since they entered this corridor. Based on Xu Xin's judgment, there's likely a mutant beast confined in this room. He took out a broom, holding it in his left hand while his right hand tightly gripped the sword, and pushed the door open a crack. The decaying wooden door emitted a creaking, unpleasant noise, and a rotten smell wafted through the gap. It wasn't the ever-present damp and decaying odor since they entered, but a putrid, rotting scent. Indeed, the smell of decaying corpses. Xu Xin had never smelled decaying corpses, but he had experienced the stench of spoiled meat, and that's what this odor was. Through the small opening, Xu Xin peered into the room. This room was very large, much larger than any room Xu Xin had entered before, akin to a hotel's conference hall. The hall was filled with towering, rust-laden iron cages. The densely packed cage bars made Xu Xin feel like he had entered a prison. In every cage, there was a beast roughly the size of a wolf, either lying still or completely motionless. On each beast's fur, there was a faint blood-red pattern. Is this a mutant beast? Are they already dead? Xu Xin opened the door and quietly stepped inside this massive room. Compared to the small stone chambers he had entered before, this room was much larger, with a height of 7 or 8 meters and at least 1,000 square meters in area. In such a vast space, only a few narrow paths about a meter wide were left between the cages, with the rest occupied by these rusted iron cages. Xu Xin reached out and pinched the bars of a nearby cage, and the long-term erosion had made the bars extremely fragile. With just a gentle squeeze, they deformed. The mutant beasts inside the cages didn't move, but they didn't look like dead animals. Although the air was saturated with a putrid stench, these beasts seemed normal, showing no signs of decay. Alive. Xu Xin became more vigilant. If these beasts were indeed alive, these flimsy cages would be utterly incapable of restraining their movements. Xu Xin further lightened his steps. Tiptoeing around this room, he found nothing apart from the group of mutant beasts. There are so many mutant beasts here. Were they specifically bred? Xu Xin pondered. I wonder if the contracts I just obtained could control these mutant beasts. The cages contained a wide variety of beasts, including carnivores like wild wolves and wild cats, omnivores like wild boars and bears, and even herbivores like deer and rabbits. After some thought, Xu Xin decided to temporarily refrain from testing it. There were still 2 rooms he hadn't explored, and if using the contracts inadvertently awakened all these beasts, these rusted cages wouldn't even hold ordinary animals, let alone mutant ones. He retreated from the room. The next door was directly opposite this one. Xu Xin walked to the door and reached out to push it. Meep! Kiki suddenly called out again, tugging at Xu Xin's clothes. This time its reaction was much more intense than in the previous room, pulling at Xu Xin's collar as if it absolutely didn't want him to enter. Xu Xin gently pushed open a crack and peeked inside. The scene through the door's gap made Xu Xin's pupils contract sharply, and he covered his mouth to stifle a gasp. What is that monster? On the room's floor, there lay a dozen human bodies, each in different postures, as if someone had simply tossed them there. If they were merely dead, Xu Xin would not have been so frightened. Since arriving in this world, over 4,000 people in their area had died. Though Xu Xin had never seen their corpses, he no longer held fear toward the dead. But the things lying in this room probably couldn't be considered humans anymore. Most of them wore not a scrap of clothing, yet their bodies were covered with dense red and white striped fur. The fur was short, about the length of a short-haired cat's, and the red fur formed a pattern very familiar to Xu Xin. Among them, a few still wore very tattered leather armor or even newbie sets, while others he could only identify through their hands, feet, and worn accessories, suggesting they might once have been human. What is this? Mutant humans? And they were survivors too. Xu Xin recalled the words engraved on the stone table when he entered. They are all demons. Kill me, I just want to die. None of you will die a good death. The more Xu Xin thought about it, the more he felt short of breath. Not only are they breeding mutant beasts here, but they're even experimenting on survivors. He suddenly turned, looking back towards where he came. The corridor remained pitch dark, except for the dim firelight flickering in the stone chamber at the end of the corridor where he had come from. The doors he had opened were still as they were when he closed them, showing no signs of monsters emerging. Meep! Kiki softly called out, tugging Xu Xin's clothing backwards, clearly indicating it didn't want him to enter this room. Are the things with fur on the ground alive? Xu Xin whispered to Kiki. Meep. Kiki nodded its little head. Taking a deep breath, Xu Xin slowly closed the door again. There was still one last room unexplored. It was best to get a clear understanding of the situation first. The door closing produced a grating creak sound, and Xu Xin hesitated at the doorway for a moment, not relaxing until there were no sounds from within. He then turned his gaze to the final door. The last door was actually made of metal, and although it looked somewhat old, it surprisingly had no signs of rust, remaining spotless. Xu Xin tentatively turned the handle and found that this uniquely metal door was actually unlocked and easily opened. Kiki on his shoulder didn't react, indicating it hadn't sensed any danger inside. Xu Xin gently pushed the door open. Inside this door that looks completely different from the others is a space resembling a storage room, but what's inside made Xu Xin's eyelid twitch. The room's facilities appeared to be very complete, with a wooden table, wooden chairs, a wooden bed, and a wooden cabinet. The cabinet's door was tightly closed, leaving its contents a mystery. Of course, these were not what most captured Xu Xin's attention. In the corner of the room was a metallic facility resembling a workstation, with a round tabletop, and the entire contraption resembled an hourglass. The most special thing about this facility was that there was actually a small screen standing upright on the tabletop. Xu Xin was very familiar with such a type of workstation. A treehouse crafting station? Xu Xin didn't expect to see a treehouse workstation here. Whether it's a synthesis table or a weapon and armor crafting table, each tabletop had an upright screen for checking the crafting list, which matched the workstation before him almost perfectly. The room contained neither statues nor mutant beasts. Xu Xin carefully stepped inside, approaching the workstation he'd never seen before, reaching out to touch it. Mutation Potion Synthesis Table. Blue can synthesize potions that cause beasts to mutate. Is this for real? Xu Xin had actually found a tool that could turn beasts into mutant beasts. He immediately tapped to open the small screen. A familiar screen appeared, yet the entire synthesis table had only one crafting project. Mutation Potion. Blue, a potion that can 100% turn a beast into a low-level mutant beast, requiring 5 kilograms of polluted mutant beast meat and 1 glass bottle. Using polluted mutant beast meat, a potion could be synthesized that would make a beast mutate with 100% certainty. This polluted mutant beast meat was not referring to the meat of bats or rats outside. Xu Xin had only obtained such meat from the blood-patterned rabbit and blood-patterned cat he killed earlier. This meat was enormously attractive to beasts, but extremely poisonous. Beasts that consumed it were highly likely to be poisoned to death, with only a tiny possibility of mutation. Yet this synthesis table turned that mutation possibility into a certainty. Although it only mutated into a low-level mutant beast, the previously uncontrollable ability of the polluted meat became controllable, and he could completely use this ability to create mutant beasts to serve him in a contract. Good stuff. Except for the glass bottle, which he seemed not to have seen before. Glass is made by melting sand, but he hadn't seen any tools capable of glass making. Wait, a furnace. A furnace might be able to make glass. He should try it when he gets back. Xu Xin turned his head to look at the tightly closed wooden cabinet nearby. Next to the synthesis table, inside this cabinet, could it be? Xu Xin habitually turned sideways to open the wooden cabinet. Whoosh! Whoa! Yikes! 3 crossbow bolts shot out from the opened wooden cabinet, flying past Xu Xin, with a neat clang, as the iron bolt heads embedded into the stone wall at the back. Xu Xin broke into a cold sweat. There was actually a mechanism here. Fortunately, he was cautious and instinctively opened the door sideways, or else he would have been hit by these crossbow bolts head-on. There were no traps earlier, only here. If he hadn't been cautious every time, he would really have fallen for it here. Kiki, why didn't you notice the danger this time? Xu Xin rubbed Kiki's little head. Kiki tilted her head and then shook it. It seemed the little one could only sense danger related to living beings, unable to detect purely mechanical anomalies like this. Previously, when Xu Xin almost fell in the maze, Kiki didn't notice, but whenever mice or toads appeared, she always sensed the danger in advance. Looking inside the wooden cabinet, it had 3 layers, each with a crossbow mounted in the middle, attached to the cabinet with a string. As soon as the cabinet door was opened to a certain distance, the string would pull the trigger, firing the 3 bolts just as it happened. A very simple mechanism, not a professional trap, looking more like something set up by a survivor. However, Xu Xin's attention was quickly attracted by the resources in these three-layer cabinets. This is mutation potion. On each layer of the cabinet, there were 2 bottles of faint red potion, stored in glass conical bottles, with a ground stopper sealing the mouth. Xu Xin reached out and picked up a bottle of potion. Mutation potion, blue, a potion that can 100% turn a beast into a low-level mutant beast. Indeed, it was the mutation potion. There were 6 bottles of mutation potion in this cabinet. Xu Xin immediately placed all 6 bottles into his backpack, along with the 3 green tier crossbows. Then, he went to the mutation potion synthesis table, intending to put the workstation into his backpack as well. Although the synthesis table was made of an unknown type of metal, it was relatively small in size, so not heavy, and placing it in the backpack wouldn't affect Xu Xin's movements at all. But the moment he lifted the synthesis table off the ground to place it in his backpack, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him vibrate. He looked at the original position of the synthesis table, where a stone had protruded. It seemed that it had been pressed down before. No way. Could it be that I've triggered another mechanism? Xu Xin's eye twitched. Yikes! Originally feeling drowsy, Kiki suddenly cried out sharply, leaping from Xu Xin's shoulder towards the door to peer into the corridor. Xu Xin also peeked outside. The ground vibrations grew more intense, much like the stairway passage earlier. The mutant beasts and humans, could they have awakened and come to life? What? Xu Xin widened his eyes, staring at the end of the corridor where he had entered. There was the first door he opened, the room with the male statue writing. At this moment, under Xu Xin's gaze, the male statue actually walked out from the door. That's right, the statue walked out. It truly came to life. Besides its body still being gray stone, from its movements, it was impossible to see it as a rigid statue. Rather, it seemed no different from an ordinary human, natural and fluid. The male statue turned its head, looking in Xu Xin's direction. Xu Xin's pupils contracted, and before he could react, the second door opened, and that elegantly postured female statue also walked out from the room. She glanced at the male statue, and then also turned to look in Xu Xin's direction. Gargoyles, Xu Xin blurted out. In his sight, the 2 statues emitted a blue glow. Clearly, they were previously green-tiered humanoid statues. Green suddenly became blue-tiered after being awakened. His identification ability surely couldn't be used on living beings. He could only infer the strength of those beasts and monsters from the size of the red dots on the map. Yet these statues, which could move, were surrounded by a tier representing glow. What exactly were these 2 statues? Kiki had climbed back onto Xu Xin's shoulder, baring her fangs at the gargoyles in the distance. But the 2 gargoyles didn't attack him as Xu Xin had imagined. The 2 statues glanced at each other, slowly approaching Xu Xin. Xu Xin pulled out his crossbow, ready to fire at the gargoyles ahead. Don't attack, we are not hostile. In the corridor, even from afar, Xu Xin could still clearly hear the female statue's voice. The sound was gentle and soothing, like a warm current, surprisingly easing Xu Xin's tension. The gargoyle could speak, could communicate. The 2 stone statues continued to slowly approach Xu Xin. At this moment, the male statue spoke as well, his voice carrying a hint of laziness, as if he had just woken up. Did you take the contract card I made? So the contract card was indeed made by this statue. Xu Xin raised his crossbow, pointing it at the statue. I don't know what you're talking about. The male statue laughed. I'm not testing you. I can feel that my contract is in your backpack. Also, the male statue pointed at Xu Xin. You're wearing the ring I gave her. Xu Xin glanced at the mutated beast ring on his hand, pressing his lips together. Although the situation was unclear, he felt a bit embarrassed. The female statue made a gesture with both hands pressing down. Keep calm. We mean no harm to you, at least not now. Your crossbow isn't even of the purple grade, it won't work on us. She actually knew the tool's grade and could even discern the grade of the weapon in Xu Xin's hand. Their stone bodies were blue grade now, and using a blue grade crossbow with green grade bolts really shouldn't work on them. Who exactly are you? Xu Xin put away the crossbow and took out the rabbit ear spear from his backpack, pointing the spearhead in the direction of the 2. The first shot below purple grade might stand a chance against these 2 things. Oh, the male statue made a surprised sound. Your spear is actually made from the materials of an intermediate mutated beast. His crossbow too, the female statue added. Ah, the crossbow was too small for me to notice. The male statue humanly rubbed his nose. By this time, the stone statues were already very close to Xu Xin, and the surrounding vibrations were gradually fading with each step of the statues. Xu Xin caught information from their conversation. It turned out the mutated beasts that appeared after the altar sacrifice were intermediate mutated beasts. At this moment, a small boy statue from the third room also ran out. Seeing the two statues, he happily ran while shouting, "Daddy! Mommy!" It was indeed a family of three. Xu Xin's expression was strange. He really couldn't wrap his head around it. "We." Kiki pointed with a small paw at the family of three stone statues opposite them, letting out a soft cry, then pointed at the two doors Xu Xin had entered through before. "We." Xu Xin could understand Kiki's meaning. Kiki was indicating that these three were not dangerous for the moment, but the things inside the two doors had become more dangerous. That meant the mutated beasts and the mutated humans had come back to life. Sure enough, howls and the sounds of something hitting a cage came from the two doors. "The monsters in these two rooms have come alive. Aren't you going to do something?" Xu Xin tried to make his voice sound calm. He pointed to the two doors. "Those things." The male statue's voice was full of indifference. He stopped in front of the two doors, lifted his stone foot, and then stomped heavily on the ground. Bang! An invisible wave of vibration spread from beneath the male statue's foot, shaking the ground under Xu Xin and causing him to stumble and almost fall. Meanwhile, the sounds from the two rooms also disappeared, becoming very quiet. "How about that? Pretty good, huh?" The male statue spread his hands, smiling. "Daddy is amazing." The little boy's statue clapped his hands, creating a sound of stones hitting each other. "Don't scare them." The female statue playfully slapped the male statue's shoulder, also making a stone collision sound. What the male statue demonstrated left Xu Xin a bit shocked. He hadn't expected that just one stomp from the statue could make the entire passageway tremble. Everything in front of him was so bizarre, leaving Xu Xin without a sense of reality. The stone family approached Xu Xin. One more step forward, and Xu Xin's spear would pierce their stone bodies. "Put down your weapon. Can't we have a good talk?" The female statue's voice was gentle and soothing, making Xu Xin almost instinctively want to lower his weapon. But just for a moment, his mind cleared up, and he tightened his grip on the stone spear, watching the stone family ahead with more vigilance. Her words could influence my mind. "We." Kiki also bared its teeth at the female statue, probably sensing a threat. "Oh, this little beast is quite fierce, just right for a test subject." The male statue made a gesture to scare the snarling Kiki. "We." Kiki hid behind Xu Xin, poking out its head to continue baring its teeth. No matter how amiable their attitude seemed, Xu Xin couldn't trust them. If they wouldn't harm survivors, then how could the group of mutated survivors in that room be explained, or the carvings left at the entrance? "No need. You can just say whatever you have to say." "Hey kid, don't be so ungrateful." Chang'an, the female statue, pulled the male statue by the arm. "Okay, fine, not going to stoop to the level of a mere survivor." The male statue, his expression lively, pouted. This male statue, called Chang'an, had an outstanding noble air like a high-ranking superior when sitting inside the room writing. But as soon as he opened his mouth, his air was completely destroyed. "What on earth do you want to say?" Xu Xin asked. Now Xu Xin could return the way he came, as he had a broom that could drive away low-level mutated beasts, which should be able to handle those bats. But with this family of three blocking the only path, Xu Xin wasn't sure of their strength and didn't dare to act rashly. Of course, he had another option, to walk backward. Although there were no rooms behind him anymore, the corridor was incredibly long, leading forward. But Xu Xin didn't know what lay behind it. It might just be a dead end, so the most prudent method was still to go back the way he came. "You came to our home and stole so many things, and now you ask what we want to say?" The male statue crossed his arms, looking at Xu Xin with an expression of disbelief. "He also took my little windmill." The little boy hugged the male statue's leg, pointing at Xu Xin and shouting, all right, Dad will help you get it back soon." The female statue patted the little boy's head, making the sound of stone rubbing against stone. Everything in front of him was so bizarre, Xu Xin didn't know what to say. He could only grip the spear in his hand tightly. He was really curious. What exactly were these statues? It's a pity the map couldn't be used underground. Otherwise, it could show if they were enemies. If it showed a red dot, then yes. If they didn't show up like Kiki or the crocodile, maybe not. Seeing Xu Xin silent for a while, the other side spoke first. Since you've seen everything here, you must know what we're doing, right? The male statue named Chang'in seemed to still be wary of the rabbit-ear spear in Xu Xin's hand and didn't continue to approach. You're breeding mutated beasts here. That's right. Chang'in spread his stone hands open, his stone eyes widening and seemingly glowing with a faint red light, turning the flesh and blood of enemies into potions to enhance our side's strength. That's what we're doing. How is it? Isn't it strong? Enemies? Xu Xin squinted his eyes. This statue referred to those mutated beasts as enemies? If you're willing to cooperate with us, you're very welcome. Chang Yin's stone face revealed a smile. The last guy who cooperated with us died accidentally, and we're short of a survivor to cooperate with. Oh, you're wearing his backpack. The last one died. Xu Xin suddenly thought of the 2 mutated beast contracts in this backpack. The owner of this backpack was actually a collaborator of these statues. So how did he die? Xu Xin didn't ask this question. How do you plan to cooperate? If they want to find a survivor to cooperate with, then he must be able to do things these stone statues cannot. Let's sit down and discuss the cooperation. You can come to our room. The female stone statue suggested. Xu Xin wasn't foolish enough to follow them. He lifted the spear in his hand, pointing it directly at the 2 stone statues, and said coldly, "We can talk right here. You have no choice." The male stone statue, Chang'in, suddenly stomped his foot, and the ground instantly began to tremble. Following that, with a boom, 2 stone walls at least 10 centimeters thick rose from the ground in front and behind Xu Xin, crashing into the stone ceiling of the corridor with a bang, trapping him in this narrow space. Even the spear in his hand was slanted and stuck between the 2 walls. These stone statues had such power. Xu Xin immediately drew his iron sword and struck the stone wall. Stone chips flew, leaving deep marks. But the stone wall was thick, and these few centimeters of marks were of no use. Instead, the walls seemed to be closing in, as if trying to squeeze him to death. I advise you not to talk to her like that, or I will kill you even if I have to wait another 12 years. Chang Yin's voice turned cold, coming from the other side of the wall. Damn, a wife-protecting fanatic. But 12 years, what does it mean? It seems like if he kills me, he has to wait another 12 years? The worry in Xu Xin's heart eased a bit. It seemed that these 2 stone statues wouldn't act against him for now. Xu Xin heard the female stone statue's voice outside the stone wall, urging him to stop. The 2 walls slowly descended, sinking back into the ground. The surface returned smooth, making it completely impossible to tell that 2 stone walls had emerged from those spots. And Chang'in had regained that lazy smile. How is it? My strength is quite impressive, so I have no need to deceive you. If I wanted to kill you, I would have already acted. Xu Xin took a deep breath and also smiled, reaching out his hand. Weren't you going to talk about cooperation with me? Lead the way then. Might as well follow their lead for now. He didn't have the capability to fall out with these 2 stone statues at the moment. The 2 stone statues asked Xu Xin for the small windmill and handed it to a small boy stone statue, telling him to return to the room to play by himself, while they led Xu Xin to the first room, which was Chang Yin's study. The wooden chairs and table were almost decayed. Chang Yin swept them aside, stomped his foot, and a stone square table and 3 stone stools rose up in the room. Have a seat like this for now. It's been 12 years. This place is almost all rotten. Chang Yin was the first to sit down heavily on a stone stool, the stone body making a crack sound against the stone stool. The female stone statue was gentler, lightly sitting beside Chang Yin. Xu Xin's stone stool was opposite them. He glanced at it and finally sat down. Let me introduce myself. I am Chang Yin, and this is my wife, Shuelan. Chang Yin said. They both had an oriental appearance, but surprisingly even had Huaxin-style names. I'm Xu Xin. How do you want to cooperate with me? With their strength being so formidable, Xu Xin couldn't imagine how he could help them. First, we want you to lead us out of this underground city. We've been here long enough, and we want to see the sunlight. The male stone statue looked up, appearing somewhat wistful. Lead you out? You want to go to the surface? Xu Xin was puzzled. Weren't they living in this underground city? Weren't they conducting experiments here? That's right. This year marks the 49th year we've been trapped underground. Trapped underground? Then, this stone statue named Chang Yin told him a story. 49 years ago, there was a prosperous world, which according to Xu Yin's description, was technologically on par with Earth. But a cataclysm changed everything. An unknown red light shone like sunlight on half the planet, and although it lasted only a short 5 minutes, it caused a massive transformation in half the world's life forms. Whether it was the land's plants and animals, or the ocean's creatures, they became abnormally large and grotesque, losing their will, and started an offensive driven only by instinct, attacking each other. The other half, untouched by the red light, still had half of its human population surviving, and they began a strong resistance with their technology. Initially, it was the mutated marine creatures attacking. The mobility of marine creatures was high, and before humans could respond, countless mutated marine creatures had landed on the coast, starting a massive slaughter of everything alive. Huge sea turtles the size of houses, giant octopuses only seen in movies, giant shells that could bite humans in half, and massive killer whales swimming everywhere. Humans' warships seemed like nothing when facing the hordes of mutated killer whales and other oceanic behemoths. Humans lost all control over the seas. After paying a heavy price, humans finally drove most of the landing mutated marine creatures back into the ocean, protecting their land territories. But then, as if receiving an order, mutated birds and mosquitoes collectively flew across the hemisphere, launching attacks on human cities. The single combat power of mutated birds and mosquitoes wasn't actually strong. Compared to the mutated sea creatures, they were much smaller since if they were too big they couldn't fly. But the overwhelming quantity was impossible to block, and in populous cities, large-scale weapons couldn't be used. If just 1 or 2 cities were attacked, maybe they could sacrifice some to save the rest, but there were too many cities being attacked. In the end, humans collectively hid in underground air raid shelters out of desperation. When humans emerged again, everything had been razed to the ground, and before the thought of rebuilding homes could arise, mutated beast hordes on land arrived. Countless gigantic beasts charged into human domiciles, as if entering an all-you-can-eat buffet. Yet, what harmed humans most weren't the gigantic beasts, but the gigantic humans. These massive mutated humans were impervious to blades and bullets, and with even a shred of intelligence left, they targeted densely populated areas, specifically destroying weapon bases and air raid shelters. Humans deployed their most powerful weapons again, but with little effect. The mutated beasts were too numerous to kill them all, and in the end, inevitably, humans suffered a total defeat. Xu Xin and Wasteland's family were among the few survivors, and they had no choice but to live underground. The story after that they didn't tell, not revealing how they became their current form, just that they wished to return to the surface where they once lived. As a sign of sincerity in our cooperation, I've told you the truth as I know it. We were once just like you, human, so you don't need to be too hostile towards us. Xu Xin concluded with a final remark. Xu Xin was silent for a moment. Although he felt they had no reason to deceive him, he still held some reservations. In Xu Yin's story, those gigantic mutated monsters were mutated due to exposure to light on the surface, taking over the land and sea. But Xu Xin found them underground, while above ground were mostly ordinary beasts. As for the giant creatures he saw on the surface, there were only 3. The lake giant python, the streambed giant crocodile, and the blood-pattern giant. None of them attacked him, and all had their own consciousness. The giant communicated with gestures, and the crocodile even showed great goodwill towards him. The python and crocodile didn't have blood patterns, but the giant did, similar to mutated beasts. However, the underground monsters Xu Xin encountered seemed to have truly lost their sanity, constantly fighting each other. Moreover, this world was eerily similar to Earth, making Xu Xin question the connection between the two worlds, if what they said was true. So far, except for the gigantic monsters underground, all the creatures on the surface had corresponding species on Earth, just slightly larger. Even the stone statue in front of him spoke the same language as he did. As long as you can take us back to the surface, you are free to take anything you want from here, said the Xu Xin family. Xu Xin was silent for a moment before asking. Taking you back to the surface won't be that simple, will it? That's right. The Xu Xin family tapped the stone table with their index finger. It's impossible for you to return the way you came. The path you took here is already blocked. If you want to return to the surface, you must keep moving deeper into the corridor. Oh, Xu Xin frowned. Wasn't it you who blocked it? The dungeon entrance automatically shut and locked after he entered. Of course not us, Xu Lan spoke up from the side. You're the third person we've cooperated with. During the previous 2 times, that path was always locked. The third time? You mentioned that the last person you cooperated with was the owner of this backpack? Xu Xin gestured to the backpack on his back. That's right. He was a survivor who came here 12 years ago. 12 years ago. Once again this 12-year period. Speaking of which, the fruits in the backpack have lasted 12 years without rotting. No wonder they are blue-tier fruits. The Changyin family seemed to notice Xu Xin's confusion and offered an explanation. Every 12 years, a batch of survivors from other worlds arrives in our world. As far as I know, you are the 5th batch. I'm the 5th batch. What happened to the previous 4 batches of survivors? I'm not sure. The Changyin family shook their head as if to indicate they didn't know. I've only come into contact with the survivors who came here. You treat the survivors who arrive here as experimental subjects. By now, they've all become mutants, haven't they? Xu Xin narrowed his eyes at the Changyin family and asked. The Changyin family was momentarily stunned, then shook their head. It's not what you think. Those dozen or so mutants you saw were the first batch of survivors, Xu Lan spoke again. Her voice always had a convincing tone, but Xu Xin disliked the feeling of being led by the nose. He frowned and took an orange from his backpack, as the orange could reduce mental effects from the opposite side. Kiki, who had been quietly perched on Xu Xin's shoulder, suddenly made a noise and tugged at his clothes. Xu Xin had to hand an orange to Kiki, who jumped onto the stone table and began eating the orange. Neither the Changyin family nor Xu Lan paid any attention to what Xu Xin was eating. Xu Lan continued. They arrived in groups, intending to destroy everything here. At that time, the Changyin family and I were not yet statues. Xu Lan, you don't need to explain this to him. Xu Xin, all you need to know is that we haven't killed innocent people indiscriminately. The Changyin family interrupted Xu Lan. Then how do you explain the carvings on the stone table outside? Xu Xin asked. Such carvings could only be made in a state of utter despair. The Changyin family fell silent. The room was quiet for a while, until Xu Lan broke the silence by gently holding the Changyin family's hand. You're referring to the carvings on the stone table outside, right? Those were not left by the group of survivors. What do you mean? Xu Xin didn't immediately understand what Xu Lan meant. I carved those words. The Changyin family suddenly spoke, a flash of red glinting in their stone eyes, then disappearing. Do you wonder how we ended up in our current form? Xu Xin fell silent once more. He hadn't expected to receive such an answer. Silence descended upon the room again. The Changyin family suddenly slapped the table with a crisp crack. All right, we've said enough. Now, let's discuss the collaboration. What we want you to do is simply take us away from this place, back to the surface. To tell you the truth, it's very difficult. 24 years ago, a survivor was torn apart by the mechanisms. 12 years ago, a survivor chose to stay after failing to leave, but on the 3rd night after staying, he suddenly stopped breathing. You may not believe it, but we had nothing to do with his death. Up until now, none of you survivors have been able to walk out of this corridor alive. The first batch was our fault, but we left the second batch alone, and they still perished. The 3rd and 4th batches of survivors came alone. We chose to cooperate, chose to help them, but ultimately it all ended in failure. And you're the 5th survivor to arrive here. Xu Xin could probably guess how the survivor died. It was likely due to being unable to complete an activity. If that's the case, why do you still choose to cooperate with me? Xu Xin was puzzled. Haven't you tried to leave on your own? Your bodies are much sturdier than mine. Isn't there a mysterious voice that speaks in the minds of you survivors from time to time? The Changyin family pointed at Xu Xin's head. You really do know a lot about survivors. That mysterious voice also speaks to us. The words from the Changyin family made Xu Xin's eyelids twitch, and he stood up. You can hear that voice too? If that's true, could this voice be the deity mentioned in the altar? The Changyin family signaled for Xu Xin to sit down, and only after he sat did they say, yes, that voice told us before the 3rd group of survivors arrived 24 years ago that following the survivors is the only way to leave this underground city. We also tried to leave on our own, but the path upwards is sealed, and venturing deeper into the corridor gets blocked by large metal doors, which only you survivors can push open. We can't open them no matter what we try, Xu Lan said softly. Then why don't I just help you push them open? No, there are at least 3 doors within the passage. The survivors 12 years ago were stuck at the 3rd door and couldn't get out. So we had to return here, Xu Xin explained. If there hasn't been any change, we know the mechanisms for the first 2 doors and can handle them, but pushing the doors open relies on you, as we can't open them no matter what. Xu Xin organized everything they said in his mind, about this world, about the various matters concerning the survivors. At the same time, he also realized that the voice is not only connected to the survivors, but also intricately linked to other creatures in this world. What will you do after you get to the surface? Xu Xin asked the question he most wanted to ask. What happens on the surface can be dealt with after we get there. Right now, we want to verify what that voice told us. What did it say? If what it said is true, you'll know once we reach the surface. Xu Xin didn't ask further questions. Although the words of these 2 stone statues didn't seem to deceive him, he didn't completely trust them either. Some things he needed to verify himself. All right, I agree. I'll take you out, but all the supplies we take from here will belong to me. If you truly can take us out, I can even help you make a bunch of contract cards, on the premise that you really can get us out and not die midway. To prove his claim, the Changyin family unexpectedly pulled out a blank piece of paper and a pen that looked very special from somewhere. In just a few dozen seconds, he produced a contract on the spot. Under the Changyin family's pen, the blank paper gradually filled with peculiar characters, emitting a green glow. Once completed, the Changyin family handed the contract to Xu Xin. Don't you survivors see the attributes of items when you touch them? Xu Xin took it, and indeed, it was a mutant beast contract, with some characters he couldn't understand, a bit like ancient oracle bone script, similar to the previous contract. How is this made? Xu Xin was puzzled. Could it really be completed with just a few strokes? Secret. Oh, no need to return it to me. If you can get us out, these naturally belong to you. One thing he didn't say was that if they couldn't leave, these things would naturally remain in the underground city. Xu Xin decided to return the way he came and take a look. The Changyin family had told him that the original path was sealed, but he still wanted to check it out himself. The Changyin family and Xu Xin didn't follow Xu Xin. According to them, this side was definitely sealed, and Xu Xin would have to return anyway, so they didn't follow him. He opened the room door and stepped out, only to find a middle-aged maid statue standing not far from the door. This statue hadn't appeared since the beginning, and its sudden presence near the door startled Xu Xin. Hello. Xu Xin greeted the maid statue. Hello. The maid statue also bowed to him, just like a servant greeting a guest. According to the Changyin family, this maid statue was supposedly once a human. Seeing that the maid statue made no subsequent moves, Xu Xin nodded to her and turned to leave. Exiting the corridor, Xu Xin and Kiki returned to the stone chamber at the entrance of the corridor. The table inscribed with words of resentment was still there, and Xu Xin once again approached it, closely examining the writing on it. The writing, though crooked and hard to decipher, indeed resembled the script on the mutant beast contract that the Changyin family had just made, not exactly the same script, but with some identical pen stroke habits. It seemed the Changyin family hadn't lied. These words were likely carved by him. Confirming this point, Xu Xin felt a slight sense of relief. Although he was very curious about how the Changyin family became stone statues, Xu Xin didn't have the habit of uncovering people's wounds, and seeing the Changyin family's attitude, he certainly wouldn't tell Xu Xin. He got up and walked to the large door, tightly closed by him to avoid the mutant bats, and gently pulled it open. A bat, crushed to death when Xu Xin closed the door, fell to the ground with a splat. The 2 rows of candlesticks along the wall of the stairwell passage were still burning, illuminating the whole staircase. Ing! Kiki chirped softly, pointing to the densely packed bats hanging upside down not far above the steps. Xu Xin took the broom capable of repelling beasts from his backpack. As soon as he took out the broom, the bats suddenly started moving. The bats hanging upside down above did not become agitated as Xu Xin imagined. Instead, they collectively shrank, all wrapped tighter and smaller in their wings. The power of this broom is surprisingly evident. As he walked upward, the closer Xu Xin got, the more tightly sealed the bats became. Some even began to tremble slightly. Until Xu Xin completely passed this section filled with bats, the swarm of blood-streaked bats showed no intention of attacking him. Great. It feels like they could be hung at the door to ward off evil. Having passed the bat area, Xu Xin looked at the exceptionally long staircase passage. He rolled his eyes, for a moment considering turning back. The passage was as long as climbing a mountain. But Xu Xin had clearly marked the way back in the maze, so if this path was still walkable, returning would be an easy task for him. He didn't want to give up on this possibility and also wanted to verify the words of the Chang'in family and Xu Lan. So he continued walking upward. Fortunately, there were apricots to restore energy, so climbing the stairs didn't consume much of his energy. Kiki, walk on your own. Xu Xin rubbed Kiki's head. The little guy was at most 5 kilograms, but Xu Xin still wanted to conserve energy. He had quite a lot of stuff in his backpack and didn't feel safe leaving it below. Oink! Kiki was a bit displeased but obediently got down from Xu Xin's shoulders. The staircase was still extremely slippery, and the sound of water droplets falling echoed around. Xu Xin climbed step by step, and Kiki, like before, would sprint up dozens of steps, then look back at Xu Xin, waiting for him to catch up before sprinting up another dozen steps. With the effect of the apricot, blue, Xu Xin felt his energy consumption was very slow, almost negligible. After about half an hour, he finally reached the entrance to the bronze-glowing door. The door was tightly closed, unchanged from before he went down. Xu Xin tried pushing the door with force, but it didn't budge. He looked around, but found no mechanism or anything that could open the door. He used his spear and iron sword to attack the door with force, but it didn't leave even a trace. Kiki ran back and forth in front of the door, finding nothing of value. It seems this is indeed a dead end. Xu Xin sighed, leaning against the closed door. A wasted trip. Suddenly, Xu Xin's mechanical watch vibrated. Can I use the treehouse watch here? Xu Xin hurriedly raised his left hand. The mechanical watch vibrated continuously, instantly sending all the information from the day. Li Wenxi and Ji Chaoyang had both sent him private messages. Ji Chaoyang only sent him messages twice, 2 hours apart. Xu Xin, I'm in the underground city. How are you doing? Are you unable to receive messages? On Li Wenxi's side, there were over a dozen messages. I found the entrance. Your method really works. This corridor is so long, and it's so slippery. Did you encounter anything on your side? There are so many boxes in my underground city, all resources left by survivors. Xu Xin, are you still there? Where are you? You haven't met with an accident, right? There are mutated beasts in the underground city. Xu Xin, are you still alive? Your name hasn't turned gray. You must be alive. Can't receive messages? Meanwhile, the explorers group chat was filled with communication records. Xu Xin furrowed his brows. They weren't forbidden from using the watch for communication in the underground city. Could it be that only he was special? He browsed through the content in the explorers group, and everyone was exchanging information. Within minutes, Xu Xin pieced together their intelligence, deepening his doubts. None of these people encountered bat swarms in the passages of the underground city. In addition to being wet and slippery, their passages had no other dangers. There weren't any eerie statues or various tools related to mutated beasts in the underground city they entered either. However, there were many high-level resources in the boxes in the underground city, even more than what Xu Xin had found. The only common factor was that plenty of mutated beasts existed in their underground city. These mutated beasts would hide in some rooms, launching attacks once the door opened. In short, ordinary treasure rooms and trap rooms. It seems that the underground city I'm in has become more special than others due to the Chang'in family's influence. Xu Xin replied to Li Wenxi, who sent him many private messages. I'm fine, don't worry, and then sent a message in the explorers asking, have you found a way out? The group quickly responded. Wang Lei, whoa, it's Boss Xu. Boss Xu finally spoke. Zhao Xiaochuan. Boss Xu, you hadn't spoken for so long. We thought something happened to you. Wen Guixin, so you're all right after all. Li Wenxi, you finally made some noise. I thought you. Qin Yunlong, you finally spoke. Xu Xin didn't expect one sentence to trigger so many responses, but he was too lazy to explain, so he just replied, I don't know why there was no signal in my dungeon earlier, but it has just restored. Xu Xin didn't plan to tell them about his encounters. It was pointless and a waste of time, plus he needed to keep some strength in reserve. Isn't Boss Su's watch purple level? Yet it's worse than our signal, so tragic. How could it be worse? Surely Boss Su's dungeon is more advanced and has found many resources. Xu Xin didn't expect these people would actually start chatting away, so he helplessly sent a message. Are you guys that idle? Have you already gotten out of the dungeon? Wang Lei. Yeah, I'm out, heading towards the treehouse now. Zhao Xiaochuan. Almost there. I can already see the ground exit. Xu. You're all too slow. I'm already back at the treehouse. I wonder what they were thinking with this event, giving 2 days for something so simple. Qin Yunlong. You can't say that. Others spend a lot of time just searching for the dungeon entrance. If it weren't for Xu Xion's method, how could we find the entrance so quickly and get out of the maze? So, they really have gotten out of the dungeon? Did you follow the corridor to get out? Yeah, there were some traps and mutated beasts in the corridor, but they were child's play for us. I just dashed through boldly. Although the mutated beasts were stronger than ordinary ones, they were small, really weak, just big rats after all. But the points rewarded were quite a lot. The chat was chaotic, so Xu Xian directly sent a message to Li Wenxi. Have you gotten out too? Li Wenxi replied quickly. Yes, I'm heading to the treehouse now. You really scared me, being quiet for so long, because of poor signal. Xu Xian made a voice call. Can you tell me how you got out? Xu Xian asked. The speaking signal, poor. The voice from the other end was stammering. Xu Xian tried several positions, finding that only pressing the watch against the door improved the signal a bit. You're still underground? I really believe you had no signal now. Li Wenxi's voice became clear. I've encountered some minor trouble here. Can you tell me how you got out? Xu Xian asked again. No problem. Then, Li Wenxi recounted her process from entering the dungeon to returning to the surface to Xu Xian. Just as Xu Xian expected, Li Wenxi followed the stairs down to the dungeon without facing danger. Her dungeon also featured a long corridor with dozens of wooden doors, each containing a choice of treasure, trap, or mutated beast. But wearing blue-level iron armor, she was unharmed by the simple traps and mutated beasts and easily collected all the resources. After exploring all the doors, she continued along the deep corridor, which led her up directly to the surface, despite encountering many traps and beasts that she overcame one by one. Xu Xian hadn't expected their dungeons to be so easy, though easy only for them. The traps Li Wenxi faced included crossbow arrows shooting suddenly, spiked traps, walls that spurt flames, and even rolling stones as wide as the passage. For most people, one misstep could mean death. You're quite skilled, not even getting a scratch with all those traps. Xu Xian couldn't help being surprised. Hee, just lucky, just lucky. How is your situation? Is it different from mine? Yeah, it's a bit different. I'll tell you once I'm out. Oh, okay, good luck. After hanging up, Xu Xian leaned against the metal door, pondering. The traps on his side are probably not as simple as what Li Wenxi experienced. If it were so simple, the survivor 12 years ago couldn't have stayed here until death without escape. Xu Xian then messaged Ji Chaoyang, asking about his situation. He waited several minutes without reply from Ji Chaoyang. Earlier, he hadn't spoken in the group chat, but he did participate in the previous discussion, indicating he had signal and could communicate in the dungeon. Maybe he's dealing with something. Xu Xian didn't intend to continue wasting time here. After giving the door a final shove to no avail, Xu Xian left the metal door and headed down the steps. Passing through the bat swarm, Xu Xian picked the largest bat, crushed the mutated beast contract in his hand, and easily formed a contract with the blood-marked bat, trembling in fear. The contracted blood-marked bat no longer feared the broom in Xu Xian's hand, landed on his shoulder, and clung to his leather armor with its claws. Eek! Kiki felt its territory was invaded, and quickly crawled onto Xu Xian's other shoulder, baring teeth at the bat, paws waving. Finally, Xu Xian tapped the bat with his ringed hand, taking the bewildered bat into the ring, ending the farce. This bat can fly, and I can use it to explore places out of reach. Soon I'll contract a few ground-walking beasts to scout ahead. As the Chang'an family can create contracts, I can have them make more once I'm out. If I can't get out, keeping them is pointless, better to use them up. Xu Xian returned to the dungeon, pushing the door open to enter the first room in the corridor. Inside the room at this moment, Chang'an and Xuelan were sitting at a table, while a little boy and a maid were playing on the side. As Xu Xian pushed the door open and entered, the gaze of several stone statues all focused on him. Being stared at by the seemingly vacant eyes of the 4 stone statues made Xu Xian feel a bit creepy. He quickly said, "The path above is indeed closed. It seems the corridor is the only way we can go." Chang'an shrugged. "I told you, but you wouldn't believe me. Wasted so much time." Xu Xian didn't feel the time was wasted. At least he managed to contact everyone in the exploration group and gathered some information. Then let's set off. Let's try to get out of this underground by tonight. Xu Xian didn't sit down, leaning against the doorway as he spoke. Leave now. Xu Xin looked at Xu Xin somewhat unexpectedly. Aren't you going to rest for a bit? Those mechanisms are quite frightening. Having been eating oranges and apricots, his spirit and physical strength so far were full, with no need to rest. No need. Before leaving, I'll first contract a few mutated beasts. Xu Xin and the 4 stone statues arrived at the entrance of the room where the mutated beasts were confined, and Chang'e directly pushed open the door to enter. In the vast underground stone chamber, the gaze of a group of mutated beasts that had already broken out of their cages immediately concentrated on Xu Xin and the others. Sure enough, they were all awake. With a few roars, a dozen or so mutated beasts at the front rushed towards them first. Xu Xin was just about to draw his broom when he saw Chang'e stomp his foot, causing the entire ground to tremble instantly, and then he roared, "Get back!" All the mutated beasts were shocked into place, then slowly retreated, and in less than half a minute, all the mutated beasts had returned to the cages they had damaged, obediently lying down. So powerful? All right, choose according to your preference. Want some suggestions? Chang'e didn't seem to think what he did was remarkable, turning his head to Xu Xin. Is there anything very fast and aggressive? Xu Xin inquired. Follow me. Xu Xin, the child, and the maid did not enter. Chang'e led Xu Xin through the gaps between the cages. Looking at the already damaged cages around them and the mutated beasts that could jump out at any moment, Xu Xin would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. The distance was too close. With the explosive speed of these beasts, it would be difficult even to dodge. But each time Chang'e approached, the beasts in the cages either shrank their heads and lay down or huddled in the farthest corner of their cage, trembling like wronged puppies. Are they so afraid of you because they've already signed a contract with you? Xu Xin asked curiously. No, they're just afraid of my strength, plus I've done many experiments on them. It's normal they're afraid of me. Soon, Chang'e brought Xu Xin to a cage, which amazingly was not made of iron but another metal. The cage wasn't rusted nor damaged, but because its color was a dark reddish rust color similar to the surroundings, Xu Xin didn't notice the difference in this cage the first time he came. Inside the cage was a cheetah covered in blood-red patterns. Unlike other mutated beasts that trembled, this cheetah bared its teeth at Xu Xin and Chang'e outside the cage, growling lowly. Kiki, perched on Xu Xin's shoulder, also bared its teeth at the cheetah in the cage. How does this cheetah seem to you? Xu Xin's eyes lit up. It's a cheetah. What a find. Cheetahs are very familiar to Xu Xin. Though like leopards they have leopard in their name. Cheetahs are not the muscular big cats of the Panthera genus, but slender cats from the Felidae family, called leopards only because they resemble leopards. Compared to tigers, lions, and leopards, cheetahs are much weaker, often seen as the underdogs of the savanna, bullied by hyenas, leopards, lions, and even vultures would dare to snatch the cheetah's food. Despite their weakness and strength, cheetahs have a powerful side. On Earth, cheetahs are the fastest land animals, with a top speed that can reach 130 kilometers per hour, 3 times Usain Bolt's speed. Their acceleration to 100 kilometers per hour takes just over 2 seconds, outpacing most top sports cars. Because of their speed, cheetahs have a hunting success rate of nearly 60%. Astonishing considering the hunting success rate of tigers is not over 30% and a lion pride is less than 20%. However, success in hunting doesn't mean they never go hungry since their food is often stolen due to their lack of strength. After all, they are the underdogs of the savanna. But the mutated cheetah in front of them didn't look weak at all. This cheetah was very large, looking to weigh close to 200 kilograms, even larger than some tigers. Had it not been for its still slender form, Xu Xin might have mistaken it for a leopard. Moreover, this cheetah had very distinct red patterns on its body, almost comparable to the blood pattern rabbit and blood pattern cat Xu Xin had summoned from the altar. This cheetah is my most successful experiment. Its grade is just shy of reaching the intermediate mutated beast level. Chang'e pointed to the 2 front paws of the cheetah. Only then did Xu Xin notice that the cheetah's 2 front paws had an appearance change similar to the blood pattern cat's, with the claws extended being incredibly sharp and akin to Wolverine's claws. It's just a pity. It's the limit of what I can achieve. The reagent extracted from the flesh of intermediate mutated beasts might not be able to mutate ordinary beasts into intermediate beasts. Chang'e shook his head with some regret. This will do. Xu Xin took out a mutated beast contract and directly crushed it on this cheetah. Hey you. Contract failed. Please try again. Huh. Can contracts fail too? Xu Xin felt a bit awkward. I told you, this one is almost at intermediate level. Even if it isn't quite there yet, you can't just forcefully make a contract, can you? You need it to feel some sense of subjugation towards you first. Changyin looked at Xu Xin, lines of worry crossing his face. Xu Xin awkwardly rubbed his nose, thinking that these contracts could be enforced directly. Thinking it over, it really seemed to be the case. Up till now, he had only formed contracts with the Silver King and the bat within the ring. When the contract with the Silver King was made, it was already in a dying state. If it didn't agree to the contract, it could drop dead at any moment. Xu Xin told it that if it wanted to continue living, it should sign the contract, and only then did the Wolf King agree with its strong desire to survive. While contracting with the bat, it was so scared by the special broom in Xu Xin's hand that it didn't dare move, trembling in surrender, so the contracting process went smoothly. Xu Xin immediately took out the broom from his backpack. The moment it was revealed, the beasts in the surrounding cages shrank back in unison, away from Xu Xin. Even the cheetah in the cage in front of him took a step back, hissing at him threateningly. Since he kept cats at home, Xu Xin knew this threat carried a hint of fear. Your broom is really useful. Xu Xin couldn't help but say to Changyin. Of course, it's been coated with. Why am I telling you this? Just hurry up and sign a contract with it. We still need to leave. Changyin began to say half a sentence before stopping, urging Xu Xin. But Xu Xin caught a bit of information. This broom had been coated with something, which is why low-level mutant beasts were afraid of it. Could it be the blood of some higher-level mutant beast? Kiki, are you afraid of this thing? Xu Xin waved the broom in front of Kiki, causing the surrounding beasts to shrink into the corners of their cages instantly, and the cheetah in front of him puffed up in fear, letting out a meow and scratching at the metal bars in front of Xu Xin. Luckily, the metal bars were specially made and weren't broken by its claws. Whimper. Kiki shook its head and then glanced disdainfully at the cheetah in the cage, as if saying, Imagine such a big guy reacting so strongly to a broom. Cheetahs, being part of the cat family, let out meows instead of roars like tigers or lions. Xu Xin found this amusing, never expecting that even a large cheetah could sound so cute. At this point, Changyin helped Xu Xin by stomping his foot, striking fear into the caged cheetah, making it tremble. He then urged, Hurry up, poke it a few times with that gun, and it might just submit. But Xu Xin didn't do that. Changyin's contract didn't have the ability to heal injuries. Xu Xin squatted down to meet the cheetah's gaze, holding a contract, and started with mouth artillery. I bet you don't want to stay in this cage. Would you rather run out in the wide world? We're about to leave. This is your last chance. Once we go, this place will be sealed, and you'll stay in this cage until you die. The blood-striped cheetah seemed to understand Xu Xin's words, gradually closing its mouth that was ready to hiss, its expression becoming less fierce. After forming the contract, you'll be my partner. I'll provide shelter and food, and you'll live without worries. Whimper, whimper. Kiki jumped to the front of the cage, patted its chest, indicating that Xu Xin was telling the truth. Maybe Kiki had an effect, for the cheetah's tense body gradually relaxed. Striking while the iron was hot, Xu Xin tossed a large red berry into the cage. Tempted by the smell of the red berry, the cheetah sniffed it a couple of times, glanced at them, and finally couldn't resist, eating the red berry. At this time, Xu Xin once again crushed the contract in his hand. This time, the cheetah only symbolically struggled a bit before giving up resistance, being enveloped by the contract fragments. That was quite easy, wasn't it? Contract with mutant cheetah, points earned, 90. Calculating at a ratio of 5-to-1, this cheetah had scored 450 points in the last hunting event, while the blood pattern rabbit and blood pattern cat scored 500. Surely, it was just a notch away from intermediate-level mutant beasts. Changyin pressed a mechanism nearby, and the specially made cage slowly began to open. The contracted blood-striped cheetah became much more docile, but unlike the Silver King, it didn't come and snuggle with Xu Xin, instead, standing coldly by his side. When Xu Xin reached out to touch it, it sidestepped away. Maybe that's the difference between felines and canines. What material is this cage made of? Xu Xin was a bit envious of the metal, able to remain unharmed against the cheetah's claws. Don't even think about it. I don't know either, It's been here underground from the start. Xu Xin tried to reclaim the cage, but it didn't work, so he gave up. After subjugating the cheetah, Xu Xin felt much more confident. With a panda like Kiki sensitive to danger and treasure, a mutant bat that could fly ahead and scout, a mutant cheetah with rapid speed and strong attack, and outside there is a silver king with such strong stamina that it can run long distances without tiring. His beast team was gradually growing stronger. "All right, let's go," said Changyin. "Now there shouldn't be any issues. Take us out from this eternally dark underground." Xu Xin still wanted to contract a few beasts to use for scouting, but was stopped by Changyin. Changyin said that if it was just for scouting, he could directly command the beasts to move forward, so there was no need to waste a contract. The ring must actually touch the mutant beast's body to be able to contain it. Xu Xin tried all sorts of methods, coercion and inducement, but still couldn't touch the speedy mutant cheetah. Although the cheetah had already signed a contract with him, it still wouldn't let Xu Xin touch it. With no other choice, he had to give up the idea of putting the cheetah into the ring and let it follow behind him. When Xu Xin and Changyin came out of the room, Xuelan, a little boy, and a maid were still waiting outside. Seeing the cheetah following Xu Xin, Xuelan was a bit surprised. "You actually subdued this cheetah. We put in a lot of effort to catch it back then." Xu Xion's heart skipped a beat. "You caught it? Weren't you always underground? Where did you capture them from?" "Some of these beasts were brought down from the surface, and some were bred later. This cheetah was one of the beasts initially brought down. So that's how it was." "Wait." Xu Xion's eyes widened. Weren't you underground for 49 years and never went out?" "Yeah." Changyin was also followed by a few sturdy-looking mutant beasts, intending to use them for scouting. Maybe the lifespan of mutant beasts is relatively long. We don't know much about the mutant beasts outside, but these man-made mutant beasts have shown no signs of aging for so long and have only gotten stronger over time. "Whoa, seriously?" Xu Xian was shocked. "Isn't this eternal life?" He was tempted to try a bottle of mutant beast potion. After all, humans could mutate too, as proven by those hairy people in the other room. Changyin seemed to see through Xu Xian's thoughts and said irritably, "Don't even think about it. Most beasts that drank this potion lost their will and only retained instinct. Only a few, including this cheetah, still have some memories from before they mutated. As for humans, they all turned into madmen without exception. Do you want to become a lunatic and live forever?" "Oh, I see. Then never mind. It's a pity. If growing fur all over could grant eternal life, he could accept it. Isn't there hair removal cream or something? Having too much hair isn't a problem. Losing hair is the real pain." Xu Xian pointed to a room full of mutated humans. "What do you plan to do with them?" "Them." Changyin looked at the concealed wooden door, his tone complex, filled with hatred and sadness, as if gritting his teeth. "They will remain here in this sunless underground forever." With that, he stomped his foot fiercely, and a heavy stone wall emerged from under the door, smashing the door plank to pieces with a cracked sound, and with a bang. The stone wall completely sealed off the room. Changyin's emotions were a bit unstable. Xuelan stepped forward to hold his arm, and the little boy stood by his side, looking at Changyin with concern. "Dad." The middle-aged maid stood behind them like a statue, saying nothing. Xu Xian just felt a bit regretful. He had considered if he could contract with a mutant human since tasks like planting and mining could only be done by humans. But seeing Changyin's demeanor, he wisely chose not to mention it. Once Changyin's emotions returned to normal, Xu Xian gestured towards them. "Come on. Didn't you say you have experience with the first two doors, so you would handle them? Lead the way then." Changyin's stone-like eyes couldn't blink, but it seemed like he was rolling his eyes at Xu Xian. "You have no empathy at all. Let's go." Then he started walking into the depths of the corridor. After passing through the last metal door, the corridor no longer had doors on either side, leaving only a deep, dark, stone corridor without any lights. Due to knowledge of the previous mechanisms, there was no need for mutant beasts to scout for now. Changyin used some tool to store away the mutant beasts, and the group proceeded into the depths of the corridor. The path was long, and the only sound in the corridor was the footsteps of a few statue-like figures touching the ground. Kiki, who had helped Xu Xian all day, was now asleep on his shoulder, emitting faint snores. The mutant cheetah followed 2 meters behind Xu Xian silently, and if not occasionally looking back, Xu Xian would have thought it didn't keep up. Gradually, Xu Xian noticed that the corridor seemed to be getting wider and taller. "Is this corridor widening?" Xu Xin voiced his inner suspicion. It's wider further up, and we're still far from the first door, Changyin said without looking back. Xu Xin felt something was amiss. He thought he had already walked quite a distance. Recalling the unused map, Xu Xin willed it in his mind, and the long-neglected map surfaced in his thoughts. The map still only showed the terrain above ground, and his current location was getting further from the Black Bear Cave entrance and his treehouse, even approaching the boundary of his normal 3-kilometer protective range. Fortunately, the protective range of his treehouse was larger than the average person's, spanning 6 kilometers, so he wouldn't face the risk of stepping out of the protective range and encountering underground creatures for now. As he continued forward, the corridor's width and height increased, turning into a tunnel-like expanse. Even the floor turned slightly sloped upward. Though the incline was slight, it gave the impression of heading towards the surface. Even as the corridor became an upward-sloping tunnel, it remained empty, presenting a vast and profound emptiness. After walking forward for a few minutes, Xu Xin suddenly felt the ground trembling slightly, and the vibration became increasingly intense. From the depths of the tunnel, the sound of something hitting the walls could be heard. What's going on? He became alert. The 4 stone statues seemed quite calm. Changyin casually said, "Don't worry, the first trap mechanism is coming." Xu Xin squinted ahead with a frown. When he saw what was approaching, his eyes widened in disbelief. A rolling boulder. It was a massive rolling boulder, with a diameter slightly smaller than the tunnel's width. As it rolled downward, it constantly crashed into the stone walls on both sides. The slope caused the boulder to gain speed, and it was only seconds away from hitting them. He had to catch the boulder's rhythm as it hit the walls, and dodge to the other side when it struck. While Xu Xin was focused on dodging, Changyin suddenly slapped the wall in front, causing a section to indent inward, creating a small opening that was 2 meters high and less than a meter wide and several meters deep. "Get in and hide." Changyin pulled Xu Xin inside, followed by the 4 stone statues. Isn't this a bit of a cheat, directly digging a hole in the wall to avoid the trap? A few seconds later, the rolling boulder passed by the entrance with a loud crash, hitting the opening and continuing downward. Stone debris flew everywhere, hitting Changyin at the entrance, though he seemed unaffected, merely brushing off the stones. Is it over? Not yet, just wait. At this moment, the little boy beside Xu Xin tugged at his clothes and said, "Uncle, we've played this game before. There will be several rolling stones one after another. Just hiding is difficult. It's better to wait in the hole until all the stones pass." Several consecutive rolling stones. Xu Xion's mouth twitched. If he were doing this alone, dodging one might be fine, but dodging several in succession would be too hard. But, "Uncle? Who's your uncle?" If you consider the age, this little boy stone statue must be at least 50 years old. "You should be my uncle instead." Xu Xian grumbled inwardly. Xu Xian suddenly felt something was missing. "Wait, where's the leopard?" "The leopard is still outside." Xu Xian realized the leopard that had been following them did not enter the hole and got a bit anxious. He admired the leopard a lot. "Don't worry about it. It's fine. If it can't even dodge, then this trap doesn't want anyone alive. This is just the first trap, not that strong," Changyin said calmly. Xu Xin peeked out from between the stone statues and saw the mutant leopard unharmed, even lying down, licking its fur. It glanced at the cramped hole with a few people inside, not intending to come in. Seeing its relaxed demeanor, Xu Xin also felt relieved, leaning comfortably at the back of the stone cave, even pulling out an ordinary apple to munch on. While eating, he regretted not bringing some grilled meat, considering how long they had been out. He really craved meat. The loud noise from the back of the tunnel indicated the rolling boulder got stuck as the path got narrower, causing it to jam eventually. Soon, the ground started trembling again, and sounds of rolling and crashing from above became more frequent, sounding like 3 rolling stones. Though Xu Xin used a cheat method to evade the trap, he had already devised an optimal strategy. After dodging the first boulder, he should continue forward as much as possible, since the tunnel gets wider and provides more space to maneuver, making it easier to dodge these rolling stones. "Run forward, there's more space to dodge ahead," Xu Xin shouted to the leopard outside. The leopard seemed to understand and sprinted swiftly out of sight. It was incredibly fast. Soon, 3 rolling stones passed by the opening, followed by 3 loud crashes from behind. "Don't rush, there's more." "More indeed, this trap is really deadly." "Oof, Kiki on Xu Xion's shoulder woke up startled by the loud crashes, rubbed its little eyes, checked the situation, found no danger, and lay back down to sleep. The ground trembled again. The noise grew more frequent, and soon 5 boulders rolled one after another past the entrance and got stuck behind. There should be no more. Changyin peered into the depths of the tunnel. Just in case, let's wait a bit more. All right, as you say. Changyin shrugged. After a few minutes, there was no sound of rolling stones. Xu Xian and the 4 stone statues crawled out of the small hole. Changyin patted the wall again, and the originally concave hole gradually became shallow, eventually returning to its original flat state. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. I can't stand leaving a hole in the wall, Changyin explained, shrugging. Xu Xian pointed behind them, where a few giant rolling stones had blocked the way. Looks like we can only move forward. What? Do you still want to go back? Changyin glanced at the stones behind him and said indifferently, If you really want to go back, I can take you. A stone can't block my way. Xu Xian understood. Changyin's ability seemed to be controlling rocks. While he might not be able to stop a rolling stone, he had no problem smashing a stationary stone into pieces. Are there any more mechanisms ahead? Xu Xian asked. No more. Xuelan held the little stone boy's hand. Last time, until the first door, there was only this type of mechanism. The rolling stones only appeared 3 times. They continued forward and soon caught up with the mutated leopard lying on the ground, waiting for them to catch up. As Xu Xian passed by the leopard, he instinctively wanted to pat the big cat's head, but it easily dodged again, then followed silently 2 meters behind him. There was no other way. Xu Xian could only satisfy his itching hands by patting Kiki's little head, who was sleeping soundly on his shoulder. Kiki gently wriggled, making a whine sound like sleep talk, and continued to sleep sweetly. The tunnel became increasingly wide. Xu Xian could already see a large door not far ahead. It was a door similar to the entrance of the dungeon, but larger, like the gate of a castle. The group soon arrived at the door. Changyin tried it first, but no matter how hard he pushed or hit, the metal door remained unmovable. Xu Xian looked up and found a hole above them, similar in size to the rolling stones, likely where the stones came from. This was when the bat from the previous pact came into play. Xu Xian rotated a ring with his thumb, and the mutated bat appeared before him. You've got a bat under contract too. Changyin looked at the large bat in surprise. Go see what's in that hole up there that you can bring down. Xu Xian instructed the bat to fly up into the hole before responding to Changyin. Having a flying bat is much more convenient. Well, indeed, but this bat's individual strength is very mediocre. It needs many of them to actually have some combat power. Xu Xian learned upon inquiry that these bats were actually failed experiments of Changyin and Xuelan. The current mutated beast elixir was the final version developed through various experiments by Changyin and Xuelan. The initial effects were very weak, and the bats in the staircase passage were originally test subjects. After absorbing the initial experimental elixir, the bat group did indeed undergo mutations and gain some special abilities, but each bat's ability was too weak. Only by grouping them could their abilities be showcased. Xu Xian had suffered from the bat swarm before, and recalling the experience made his head throb slightly. The ability of the bat swarm is an ultrasonic wave that can affect people's mental state. Xuelan, well acquainted with the experiments, explained to Xu Xian, but a single bat is useless, only bigger and longer-lived than ordinary bats. Before Xu Xian could say more, the bat returned from the hole above, flapping its wings, holding a walnut-sized red stone in its claws. See, it still has some use, doesn't it? Xu Xian caught the round red stone, focusing on it, noticing it emitted a blue glow. It was actually a blue-grade stone. Polluted radiation stone, blue emits special radiation, affecting a radius of 10 meters. Mutant beasts subjected to it long-term will become stronger. Don't worry, this radiation is harmless to normal people and animals. Seeing the word radiation, Xu Xian almost threw the stone away, but the rest of the description reassured him. Understanding the stone's use, Xu Xian couldn't help but smile. A tool that could make mutant beasts stronger. It's exactly what he needed. The mutated leopard was just on the verge between low and mid-level. A little strength boost would upgrade it directly to a mid-level beast. And a stronger bat could play a bigger role. Who would have thought he'd find such an unexpected surprise here? What? Is this stone useful? Changyin asked, examining the stone in Xu Xian's hand. Nothing much, Just a stone that can make weapons, Xu Xin said, putting the stone into his backpack. Weapons? Huh, not interesting. My body is a weapon. All right, let's open the door. Changyin motioned toward the door ahead. Xu Xin walked up to the door and touched it. A familiar feeling arose from within him. A feeling of the treehouse? It's as if I've grasped the treehouse's roots, that feeling of seemingly merging with it. Could it be that the roots of the treehouse are affecting the door here? With a gentle push, the huge double doors slowly opened inward. Xu Xin quickly dodged to the side, afraid that something might come out from inside. Behind the door, there was still a corridor as spacious as a tunnel. Unlike the previous section of the path, the ground ahead was paved with alternating black and white stone tiles. Each tile was a square with sides about 1 meter long, presenting a scene filled with mismatched black and white squares. Traps. Xu Xin voiced his assumption. Exactly. Longyin pointed to the differently colored tiles on the ground. Each tile could be a trap, but it could also be safe. Xuelon also spoke up. There are many types of traps, and it's basically impossible to predict which type they are. So even if you're prepared, it won't be much help. 24 years ago, one of our partners wouldn't heed our warnings, thinking he understood all the traps and recklessly proceeded. He did get through a long distance, but in the end, he fell into something like a meat grinder, and then... Xuelon didn't finish, but Xu Xin could imagine the scene at that time and felt a shiver run through him. What triggers these traps? Is it weight? Xu Xin asked. If it were weight, it would be easier, but it doesn't seem to be. I've tried using stones similar in weight to humans, but they don't trigger the traps. Maybe the condition requires life force. Longyin replied. So, are you planning to use mutated beasts to step on the mines? Xu Xin guessed Longyin's intention. That's correct. Longyin waved his hand, releasing a trembling mutated blood pattern wolf. Why not release a few more? Release more so the traps can kill several at once. Longyin snapped. I only brought a dozen or so, but it's enough. Most tiles are safe. Only a small portion will trigger traps. Last time, only 7 died and we made it through. This trap-filled path really requires lives to pave the way. Xu Xin turned his head. The leopard was crouched about 2 meters away. Don't run around later. Only step on the tiles we step on. Do you hear me? Since he couldn't put it into the ring, Xu Xin could only warn it. The leopard glanced at him, licked its fur, and it was unclear if it understood. All right, let's go. With its speed, it might be able to avoid a trap even if it steps on one. Longyin commanded the mutated blood pattern wolf to step on one tile as it walked forward. Once it had walked 7 or 8 meters, Longyin then stepped onto the black and white tiles. Xu Xin was just about to move forward, but was blocked by the maid statue. We can block off the mechanisms for you up front. There will be some traps involving exploding crossbow arrows and fire, which have a large range. Walking in front would be dangerous for you. The middle-aged maid statue suddenly spoke, having been silent until now while watching over the little boy statue. Oh, all right, thank you. Xu Xin let Xuelon, the maid, and the little boy go first. The leading blood pattern wolf seemed to be controlled by Longyin, not running around randomly, but walking straight ahead. Be careful not to accidentally step on the adjacent tiles and trigger exploding crossbow arrow traps. We don't mind, but be careful not to harm yourself. Xuelon warned Xu Xin. The little boy statue, originally fond of running around, was now very obedient, following along the path the wolf had tread. Hearing Xuelon's words, he nodded vigorously. Yeah, Uncle, don't run around. It's very scary. Seems like the previous incident left him with some trauma. All right, thank you. Xu Xin thanked them, followed behind these statues, and stepped onto the tiles. As soon as he stepped on one, Xu Xin found the tile sank about half a centimeter and emitted a slight stone grinding noise. His body instantly became tense. What's going on? Why did it sink? It's like that. The maid stepped onto the tile in front, and it sank as well. Some mechanisms are instantaneous and some are delayed, such as spike traps and meat grinders which trigger immediately, causing you to fall straight down. Delayed ones are like this, sinking the tile, and once you lift your foot, the mechanism triggers. Saying so, she walked a tile forward, and the tile bounced back up to its original state. This mechanism makes even ordinary tiles act like trap tiles, lulling those who pass into a false sense of security. Xu Xin couldn't help but marvel. This trap-filled path is indeed quite difficult to navigate, far more challenging than those Li Wenxi mentioned. In the tunnel, the sound of statues walking and tiles sinking and rising echoed continuously. Xu Xin glanced behind him, finding the leopard following him with perfectly measured feline steps, progressing along the path Xu Xin had tread. Given the situation, rather than worrying about the leopard, he should worry about himself possibly tripping and falling to the side. Suddenly, the mechanical sound of a mechanism being triggered and a pitiful wolf's howl came from ahead. The mechanism has been triggered. Xu Xin turned his head to look. The blood-patterned wolf had already vanished. Where it once stood, the tiles were gone, and Long Yin, who was originally 7 or 8 meters away from the wolf, quickly moved forward, going to the trap tile and looking down into the trap. How is it? What kind of trap is it? Xu Xin asked from behind. Spike trap, the wolf is dead. Long Yin waved his hand again, and a blood-patterned cat appeared. He retreated a few steps and let the cat bypass the triggered trap and continue forward. Walking to the trap that killed the blood-patterned wolf, Xu Xin glanced at it before diverting his gaze. A bit disgusting. This trap was excessively brutal. He thought it was the kind that spikes upward, but unexpectedly, spikes shot out from all directions, turning the blood-patterned wolf into a pincushion. The passage was long, and after 8 mutant beasts died stepping on traps, Xu Xin finally saw the second door not far away. Along the way, besides the initial spike trap, they encountered traps like the crossbow arrow trap, high-temperature flamejet trap, abyss trap, explosive trap, and a series of others. The mutant beasts leading the way were all tragically killed by the traps. These traps were not as simple as imagined. The crossbow arrow trap involved countless arrows shooting out from the walls and the ceiling around the stone block, covering a vast area, leaving no room to hide. Even Chang'an, who was closest, was affected, although the arrows didn't harm him. Xu Xin casually stuffed all the crossbow arrows he could find along the way into his backpack. The high-temperature flamejet trap spewed fierce flames from the ground, and not just from the trap brick, but all blocks within a 5x5 range, rendering escape impossible. The leading beast turned to ash instantly. The abyss trap looked like a crack in a maze, appearing pitch black and deep when looking down. Stepping on the trap brick caused all surrounding blocks in a 5x5 range to vanish, and the mutant beast wailed as it fell into the bottomless abyss. The explosive trap was quite straightforward, not only with a fearsome explosion range, but the massive blast left Xu Xin temporarily deaf. The fire blazed before his eyes, leaving him blind momentarily after getting used to darkness. Countless stone fragments shot out in all directions, as if a huge fragmentation grenade exploded in the tunnel. If not for the statues in front blocking them, he might have been done for. Finally, after countless trials, they made it out of the black and white tile area and neared the second door. No danger now. Everyone can relax a bit. Chang'an retracted the beasts leading the way. Are you sure? Better have the beasts lead to the door. Xu Xin was cautious. The traps were terrifying, and without caution, one wouldn't even know how they died. That trap route has been passed, and the ground no longer sinks. Chang'an stomped the smooth ground. Relax, it's fine. I'll lead the way. As they proceeded toward the second door, Chang'an recounted the story of the second group of survivors who came to the dungeon. Although Chang'an didn't assist the second group directly, he observed them closely from behind. He told Xu Xin that the group of survivors totaled nearly 30 people, a large number, but they all ended up dead on the trap-filled path. If a small fraction was willing to sacrifice themselves, most could have made it out, but human nature being what it is, no one wanted to sacrifice themselves for others. Not only did they fail to cooperate, but they even turned on each other. The strongest in the group forced the weakest to test the traps, and others not only didn't stop them, but fueled the fire. Ultimately, after several deaths, the last person forced to lead the way was driven mad, running wildly attempting to bring everyone down, triggering explosive mechanisms among the crowd. Needless to say about those caught in the blast. Even the survivors who hung far back and weren't directly affected by the explosions ended up pierced and injured by the countless fragments, culminating in the complete annihilation of this group on the trap-laden road. Xu Xin remained silent. The result wasn't really surprising. People are inherently selfish and, unless it's for family, loved ones, or due to a special sense of duty, the vast majority won't sacrifice themselves for strangers. After the story concluded, they reached the second door, with Xu Xin giving a gentle push, and the door slowly opened. The scene behind the door surprised Xu Xin. It was still an upward tunnel, the walls and ceiling stone-made, but the floor was soil. Soil in this dungeon, indeed. You survivors are truly remarkable. What is this power? Though Chang'e had seen it many times, he admired it each time, unable to budge the door that Xu Xin opened with ease. Not as remarkable as you. All right, tell me what's behind this second door. You guys were stuck at the third, right? Xu Xin eyed the soil, activating his discernment ability. He was amazed to find this soil wasn't contaminated, but rather graded and natural. A glow of green emerged in his eyes, even a few blue dots. Fertile soil. Xu Xin's eyelids twitched. There's actually fertile soil blue here. Good thing he brought the shovel. This door has some oddities. Last time we were here, the final stretch was simply impassable, Chang'e lamented. Before that it was normal, just some mutant plants like vines and cannibal flowers attacking, which is manageable for us, but the last several meters were peculiar. Mutant underground creatures? Xu Xin suddenly recalled something, began analyzing the map in his mind. The last few meters can't be called mutant plants. They're mutant beasts, all intermediate or above, with some even reaching high levels. You must know high-level mutant beasts are something we can barely handle ourselves. Impossible to lead the survivors to the next door. Chang'e grew increasingly frustrated. Maybe this damned place simply doesn't want us to leave. After reviewing the map, Xu Xin felt slightly relieved. He had a conjecture about why the last stretch was particularly tough for the previous survivor. The area Xu Xin was currently in was long beyond the 3-kilometer range, with most of the trap-filled path already outside it. If his protection radius is the same as others, I'm afraid that stepping onto this soil will attract powerful underground monsters emerging from the ground. The survivor's treehouse location isn't the same as his, but it's probably similar, all within this area. The last few dozen meters must be outside of his treehouse protection range, which is why so many difficult monsters appeared. Anyway, let's give it a try first. Xu Xin put on the iron armor suit from his backpack, grabbed his spear, and stepped through the gate onto this soil. The path wasn't very long. At a glance, the gate ahead was only over 200 meters away from Xu Xin. No plants were growing on this soil. After all, it's underground, without sunlight, where most plants can hardly thrive. On Xu Xin's shoulder, Kiki woke up. Lying on Xu Xin's shoulder, she rubbed her eyes. Woo! Suddenly, Kiki cried out and poked Xu Xin's face. Xu Xin knew that this was the sound indicating impending danger. He stepped back, and a vine as thick as an arm, covered in red thorns, emerged from where he had just been. Having anticipated it, Xu Xin impaled it with his spear, piercing the vine through. The vine struggled a bit after being pierced by Xu Xin, and then suddenly became brittle, shattering all over the ground. Just like on the surface, within the treehouse's protection range, even underground, those attacking the treehouse's guardians must pay with their lives. That's right, that's how it was last time too. It shattered as soon as it emerged, but the last few dozen meters were practically impossible to traverse. Just as Chang'e strained against a vine that had sprouted at his feet, he easily tore the vine out, ripping it into two. Xu Xin looked at the little leopard following behind and pointed forward. Go ahead and handle these mutant plants. The mutant leopard trailing behind, Xu Xin nodded without hesitation, then sprang forward, sprinting rapidly as mutant vines and flowers emerged from the soil in its wake. But the leopard was too fast. By the time these mutant plants emerged, the leopard had long gone ahead. Woo! Kiki was startled by the leopard's speed. As the fastest running animal, it took less than 10 seconds to reach the door 200 meters away. Behind it, a line of mutant plants had been alarmed, emerging from the soil, unable to find a target of attack, merely circling in place. Xu Xin couldn't help but laugh at this sight. Before he could make a move, the leopard began to run back. These mutant plants started attacking the leopard, but the leopard was too quick and agile, deftly dodging all attacks, returning to Xu Xin's side in just a few seconds. Well done, Xu Xin praised. The leopard raised its head proudly and lay back down at Xu Xin's feet. Looking ahead, Xu Xin noticed that those plants that had attacked the leopard remained frozen in their attacking poses, reminiscent of how the copper box vine attacked him during jungle exploration, turned into onion rings. Xu Xin pulled out a crossbow and fired at the nearest mutant plant. The crossbow arrow precisely hit the stem of this giant pitcher plant, snapping it with a crack. The arm-thick stem broke instantly, and the huge leaves used for trapping prey fell to the ground in pieces. Is this settled? Why aren't any high-level mutant monsters appearing near the gate? This is different from last time. Chang Yin's voice was full of surprise and a faint quiver of joy. Xu Xin reloaded, firing at a vine in the distance, which, too, shattered immediately. Little leopard, run again. Xu Xin told the leopard behind him. Unhappy with the nickname Little Leopard, the mutant leopard grumbled but still followed Xu Xin's command, dashing back and forth. This time, only a few stray mutant plants emerged, which the leopard swiftly crushed with its paws. Looks like there's no danger. Let's go. Xu Xin smiled. To him, this third stage was a breeze. This. The Changyin family looked at each other, puzzled, but still followed Xu Xin forward. Passing by those completely brittle mutant plants, Xu Xin used his iron sword to cut them all apart. It's always wise to finish them off, just in case they somehow revive. Using his identifying ability, Xu Xin shoveled 2 fertile plots of soil, blue, within the area, packing them into his backpack. Unexpectedly, the dungeon had soil resources. This was an unexpected delight. Ultimately, without any danger, Xu Xin and his group reached the third door. The door was already in front of them. Damn, the head of the Changyin family couldn't help but curse. This, it came over directly? Quick, push the door, hurry up and see if we can get out. Xu Xin helplessly reached out to push the door. The door slowly opened, revealing a stone staircase corridor leading upwards. It was obviously a corridor to the surface. This is the closest we've been to the surface in nearly 50 years. Xuelan's voice also trembled slightly. Mom, can we reach the surface? The small boy statue asked, looking up. We can, this time we definitely can. Xuelan held the boy's hand. Xu Xin had already stepped into the staircase passage. This staircase passage was similar to the one they descended, with a damp, moldy smell and unlit candlesticks on both sides of the passage. Once everyone entered the corridor, as expected, there was a bang sound behind them. They turned to see the door had closed, followed by a gust of wind blowing from both sides of the door. One by one, the candlesticks along the corridor were lit up, extending to a place above that could not be seen. Xu Xin always felt something was wrong, as a sense of crisis gradually became apparent in his heart. Yi. Kiki on his shoulders suddenly became restless, pointing at the walls on either side and above, gesturing frantically at Xu Xin and the others before jumping off Xu Xin's shoulder and pulling him to run upwards. Xu Xin keenly noticed that the surroundings seemed excessively damp. It was no longer just about dripping water, but the entire wall was seeping water. There is danger. There must be danger, and it is related to water. Run! Xu Xin shouted to the stone figures behind, taking the lead to run upwards, while shoving various blue-grade fruits into his mouth, with Kiki closely following him. What's wrong? Although the head of the Changyin family and others did not quite understand Xu Xin's actions, they quickly followed Xu Xin. The floor was slippery. A slight misstep could lead to a fall, but Xu Xin couldn't care less. There might be a flood behind us. Before Xu Xin's voice died away, the sound of rocks cracking and water flowing came from behind. He glanced back, and his pupils constricted immediately. Damn, what are those things? Cracks had appeared in the wall below, and rushing water gushed out from the cracks, instantly submerging the entire door. But what terrified Xu Xin the most was that not only water poured out from the cracks, but also swarms of eel-like creatures. These eels were covered in blood-red patterns, some in the water following the water's surface, and seemingly ready to swarm as soon as the water surface submerged Xu Xin and his group. Another group was drilling into the tunnel walls on both sides, making an eerie crunching sound, rendering the already cracked wall full of holes. The water started gushing out more violently, and the rising water surface was almost catching up with their running speed. Run fast. Do not let the water cover us, or it's over. Xu Xin ran upward with all his might. The head of the Changyin family swallowed back his words of, I'm not afraid of water. Those mutated eels seemed specially designed to deal with stone. You all hold on. I'm going to stomp my foot, shouted the head of the Changyin family, stomping hard on the ground, causing a thick stone wall to rise swiftly from the tunnel, completely blocking it. Xu Xin stumbled from the stomping, turned to see the tunnel blocked by the wall. His expression just started to relax when a dense, crackling sound came from the wall. Then with a crack, an eel was squirted out by a stream of water from a new hole in the wall, followed by countless small holes appearing, and the stone wall collapsed in a few seconds. Damn! Stop stomping. Get up here quickly. Xu Xin hurriedly stopped the head of the Changyin family, who intended to stomp again. His wall couldn't slow the water's speed, but rather, the stomping severely hindered their progress, and if they weren't careful on such a slippery ground, they could slide down. Reluctantly, the head of the Changyin family turned and ran up. We also absolutely cannot let the water cover us. Those mutated eels can damage the stones. They seem made to combat us. The head of the Changyin family shouted to Xu Lan and the maid, who were running while holding the child. Xu Xin cursed the unforgiving staircase passage inwardly. If it were only water, he had water plants, blue, that allowed him to breathe underwater, reducing his stress significantly as long as the water wasn't too deep to exert strong pressure. But with these mutated eels, he could only run desperately upwards. He didn't want his body to become a honeycomb by the eels. Kiki and the cheetah ran quickly, with Kiki even climbing onto the cheetah's back. For some reason, although the cheetah wouldn't let Xu Xin touch it, it didn't seem to mind Kiki. Xu Xin had thoughts of riding the cheetah, but with such a slender body and weak endurance, adding him would make it tire in just a few steps. As we know, the speed and explosiveness of felines come at the cost of endurance. Yee! Kiki lying on the cheetah's back looked back, urging Xu Xin and his group anxiously. Xu Xin turned back and saw that the water level was getting closer and closer to them. Despite the intense activity, even with Xion's ability, Xu Xin still felt a strong difficulty in breathing, especially since the underground air was so murky, making him even more uncomfortable. He glanced at the 4 stone statues behind him. Xu Lan and the others had stayed behind to wait for Changyin, falling a good distance behind Xu Xin, but now they had caught up, clearly faster than him. As Xu Xin continued running upward at full speed, he gasped, "Aren't you tired?" "No, not tired at all. We are stone statues. How could we be tired?" Changyin replied. He seemed at ease, but his expression was serious, his stony brow furrowed. "However, we're already running at full speed. We can't go any faster." Xu Xin gritted his teeth and chose to trust the stone statue that brought him out. "Can you help me carry my backpack? It's really draining my strength." The backpacks were full of supplies, and even with the weight reduced to 10%, it was still a heavy burden. Oh, okay. Changyin took the backpack Xu Xin handed over without looking inside, and strapped it onto his back. "I'll help carry one too." Xu Lan's voice came through. Even while sprinting at full speed, her voice was still so gentle. Xu Xin gritted his teeth. The weight of the backpacks really affected his speed, completely unable to distance himself from the rising water level. Even if Xu Lan didn't return them after they got out, he was resigned. All right. With 2 fewer backpacks, he instantly felt his body significantly lighter. After carrying weights for a long time, letting go of the burden made Xu Xin feel his body lift. He took a deep breath, quickened his pace, and matched the speed of Changyin and the others. Initially, the water surface at the rear was pulled away a bit, but as they climbed, the tunnel narrowed, the water level rose faster, and they could even hear the sound of those mutant creatures squirming with the water surface. "I see the exit." A hint of brightness suddenly appeared in Xu Xion's view. He shouted as if sprinting for the finish line, quickening his pace. Ahead, the cheetah no longer maintained the same speed as Xu Xin and the others. With a roar, its speed exploded instantly, dashing upwards swiftly. It probably hadn't seen light in a long time. Even the Changyin family besides Xu Xin became excited. "Light, it's sunlight. Oh my god, we're seeing sunlight again." Now it was the second day, daytime, so naturally, there was sunlight outside. "Don't worry about that. Run fast. The water behind is about to pour over." Xu Xin accelerated once more, feeling as though his lungs were about to explode. The sensation was far more uncomfortable than the last sprinting phase during a kilometer run. The original light spot was becoming larger. Xu Xin could already see the clouds outside. The cheetah was incredibly fast, having already disappeared down the tunnel with Kiki. The water level behind them was only 2 or 3 meters away. Xu Xin stepped 3 steps at a time, running madly upward. Out. Several emerged from the underground cave, glimpsed the scenery outside, barely having time to rejoice when Xu Xin suddenly turned pale. They were in a dry lakebed pit. Now at the center, the lake shore was at least 4 or 5 meters high. "Quick, get up, or this will be filled with water." Seeing the jungle outside, the Chang'in family's excitement overflowed. At this moment of slight confusion, they chose to follow Xu Xin's command. Okay, which way do we go? Xu Xin quickly surveyed the surroundings. Whimpering, from a distance came Kik's voice. Xu Xin looked in that direction, where Kiki was anxiously watching them from the shore. It was the gentlest slope, allowing them to run directly upward. Water had already started pouring out from the exit, countless mutant creatures writhing as they rushed toward the five of them. That way, Xu Xin charged toward Kiki, followed closely by the Chang'in family. The overflowing water had already reached their shoe soles, and finally, as the creatures were about to nip at Xu Xin's heels, they reached the side of the slope, leaped upward, and escaped danger. Although they hadn't climbed the lake shore yet, the pit's area was large, and the water level was rising slowly, posing no threat to them anymore. A few steps brought Xu Xin to the edge of the lake, where he gasped for air, while Chang'in and the others stood beside him, gazing blankly at all around them. The cheetah had vanished, and Xu Xin opened the map to find the light point representing the cheetah moving quickly around them, seemingly reliving the feeling of racing across the plain back then. Finally, Xu Xin laughed aloud and collapsed on the ground. Finally out. Once the dust settled, the side effects of Xu Xin's full-speed run began to appear. Ugh! He lay on the ground, retching continuously, feeling somewhat dizzy. He had exerted all his energy in running and climbing stairs, and even his body, which had been strengthened multiple times, couldn't withstand it. Eventually, he couldn't vomit anything since his stomach was already empty. Whimper. Kiki stood beside Xu Xin, looking at him with concern. Xu Xin reached out to pat Kik's head and smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. After all, the effects of the apricot are still active, and his stamina is slowly recovering. Soon, he felt that he was perfectly fine, which made him very satisfied with his current physique. If he were his old self, even jogging 1,000 meters would have drained him for hours. As soon as he stood up, he was embraced tightly. The hard body made Xu Xin a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't push away. The one hugging him was the Chang'in. Thank you, thank you. Chang Yin's voice choked a little. His stone eyes couldn't shed tears, but Xu Xin could still feel his excitement and gratitude. Meanwhile, Xuelan, the little boy, and the maid were hugging each other, and the sound of their sobbing echoed constantly. Even though a group of statues hugging each other was a bizarre scene, Xu Xin still felt happy for them. After all, they had been underground for a full 49 years. It took a while for Chang Yin's emotions to settle down. He released Xu Xin, a bit embarrassed. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've seen the sun, too excited. He then took off the backpack from his back and handed it to Xu Xin, returning it to you. Xu Xin took the backpack and asked the question he had been wanting to. What do you plan to do now? Do you have a place to go? If not, you can temporarily stay at my place. Xu Xin wanted to keep this family in his tree house. This journey had given him enough materials to renovate the tree house from inside out. His tree house was large enough to remodel a few rooms for the four of them to live in without any issues. Their ability to control stones and their superb defensive powers were definitely strong abilities. Moreover, Chang'in could create mutant beast contracts, and keeping them in the tree house would surely be a great asset. We came out this time for a certain matter as well. At this moment, Xuelan also walked to Xu Xin's side and returned the backpack she had in her hand to him. If things go smoothly, it should be resolved within a few days. We can visit you then. The little boy statue ran over to hug Xu Xin's leg, looked up at him, and said, Uncle really brought us out. Uncle is amazing. I want to go to Uncle's house to play. Be good, Xiaong. Once we've settled our affairs, we'll go to Uncle's house to play, okay? Well, has his title of Uncle been solidified now? Oh well, he's on the same level as Chang'in, so it's not inappropriate for the little boy statue to call him Uncle. Still, it's the first time he's heard the boy's name. Turns out it's Xiaohong. What are you going to do? Xu Xin asked. Can you tell me about it? I might be able to help you. You've been down here for nearly 50 years, and you're unfamiliar with the outside world, so let me assist you. Chang'in shook his head. This matter can only be resolved by ourselves. If you intervene, it might end in failure, so don't ask about it. If the matter goes well, and you're still willing to take us in, we'll come looking for you after it's done, which shouldn't take long. Well, at least they wouldn't never meet again. Xu Xin really couldn't bear to part with their abilities, and after experiencing life and death together, their bond had deepened considerably. Not seeing each other again would be somewhat sad, Why don't we first go look at my place? So when you come 5 days later, you won't have trouble finding it, Xu Xin suggested. All right, let's stop by your place first. Our matter isn't that urgent anyway, Changyin said. But, Xuelon hesitated. You've waited 50 years, a few more hours won't matter. Let's relax a bit after just seeing the outside world, Changyin said, wrapping his arm around Xuelan's shoulder, persuading her. It seemed that he was curious about Xu Xin's dwelling as well. Madam, there's no need to rush that matter. Going now wouldn't be useful. We can wait until it's dark to set out. The middle-aged maid spoke up, drawing Xu Xin's attention. What could be the task that's possible only at night? Well, okay, since Aunt Ling said so, let's visit Xu Xin's place first. 3 votes to 1. Xuelon finally relented. Yay, going to Uncle's house to play. Xiaohong happily spun around Xu Xin. Seeing they had made their decision, Xu Xin also smiled. He had just observed his position on the map and saw that he was relatively close to his starting point on the first day. This area was a place he had never visited before. His previous hunting activities were always in the northwestern hilly resource zone, while he was now in the southwestern direction. But now, the first task was to return to the Black Bear Cave and bring out the Silver King. He didn't know if it was still waiting at the crevice entrance. Xu Xin had left enough food for it, so he wasn't worried it would wander off. Then follow me. I'll lead the way. Whimper. Kiki, who had been watching them silently, climbed onto Xu Xin's shoulder after hearing this. Before leaving, Xu Xin glanced at the lake that had just been filled by the underground water surge. This lake, which was dry until recently, now had its water extending to the shore and had stopped rising. Unlike the lake by Xu Xin's treehouse, the water here was very murky, and from time to time, you could see blood-striped loaches swimming inside. If it wasn't for the experiments done with the bat group showing that polluted meat wouldn't poison mutant creatures to death, Xu Xin would have already thrown poisoned meat down to kill them all. With so many loaches, even if each only gave a little point, Xu Xin could still make a killing. Should find some time to look for things like sulfur and saltpeter to see if the bomb recipe can be unlocked. Then come here directly to fish with explosives. That would definitely be a blast. At this time, the cheetah running around also returned to Xu Xin's side. But because it had been running for a long time, it was somewhat limp, lying on the ground, obviously exhausted. Xu Xin again tried to collect the exhausted cheetah into the ring, only to be dodged again without surprise. All right, since you don't want to go into rest, make sure to keep up from behind, Xu Xin said to the cheetah, which raised its head and let out a weak cry, then got back up. Took the Changyin family along for a walk and arrived at the small creek familiar to Xu Xin. As long as you walked downstream along the creek, you would pass by the Black Bear Cave and return to the treehouse. The Changyin family was very curious about everything on the ground. After all, having been underground for nearly 50 years, everything above ground had changed dramatically. Oh, right, Xu Xin, you should return that ring to Xuelon, and I'll give you a stronger one. Walking by the creek, Changyin said to Xu Xin. He then, from who knows where, pulled out a bracelet and handed it to Xu Xin. This is... Xu Xin accepted the bracelet. Mutant Beast Bracelet. Blue can store 10 tamed low-level mutant beasts. Remember, it can only store mutant beasts. Don't forget to feed them, or the mutant beasts will starve to death inside. Xu Xin raised his eyebrows. This bracelet could store 10 mutant beasts. The ring he was wearing could only store 5. Xu Xin immediately took off the ring from his hand, released the bats inside it, put them into the bracelet, and then handed the ring back to Xuelon. This ring was the first gift I gave to Xuelon after I turned into a statue. It holds significant meaning. Can't just leave it on your hand all the time. Changyin explained with a smile, then handed Xu Xin a handheld windmill. The little windmill Xu Xin got before had long been returned to Xiaohong, and this windmill was a circle larger than Xiaohong's. This thing can attract the attention of mutant beasts, equivalent to a taunting tool. Depends on how you use it. Xu Xin packed the windmill into his backpack. Did you make all these things? Of course, but now I don't have the raw materials. Even if I want to, I can't make them anymore. What are the raw materials? I can help you find them. Better not. They're not something you can handle. I only got them by chance myself. Soon, Xu Xin arrived at the entrance of the Black Bear Cave. The inside was very quiet. He shouted into the cave, "Silver King, are you in there?" Immediately, a howl echoed from inside the cave, and a large silver-gray wolf ran out, and upon seeing Xu Xin, it ran directly to his side, rubbing its head against him. Yep. Upon seeing Silver King, Kiki was also very happy, jumping down from Xu Xin's shoulder to Silver King's back. Oh, this wolf of yours isn't a mutant beast, is it? How can it be this large? Chang'an was taken aback by Silver King's size, not expecting a wolf to grow so big. Xu Xin no longer wanted to walk. He directly mounted on Silver King's back and said with a smile, Silver King was once the wolf king of a pack. Quite majestic, right, Silver King? A whoa. Silver King let out a howl, indeed very imposing. Chang'an observed Silver King, clicking his tongue in admiration. This wolf is really remarkable. You have a mutant potion synthesizer. You can use mutant potions on it. Better not. Didn't you say that the use of potions would likely not maintain the original will? Xu Xin shook his head. He needed an obedient steed, not a crazy dog running everywhere. Most wouldn't maintain their will, but there are a few exceptions. Chang'an pointed to the cheetah following behind. Isn't it an exception? You mean? Xu Xin's eyes lit up. Indeed, in all our experiment subjects, there were only 3 exceptions, and without exception, these exceptions were all abnormally large within their species, just like this gray wolf. Chang'an pointed again to Silver King beneath Xu Xin. They should have undergone mutation themselves, thus having a much higher tolerance to mutant potions. Xu Xin petted Silver King's head, lost in thought. If he could use mutant potions to make Silver King stronger without losing its will, that would indeed be great.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.